Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening, Humphrey. Who knows, after this, I might even be able to lead these snakes to conquer the world. Ha 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 ha. Even as the words echoed out, the rabbit sped out of the stone hut. When Baziush-hun heard the final passage, his face completely fell, and then he let out a howl of fury. He tried to catch the rabbit, but it was too fast. Baziush-hun burst out of the stone hut, but his shouting caused the countless snakes in the cave to hiss and spray venom. As for the rabbit, it was unimaginably dexterous, and evaded all the snakes with ease. When they tried to bite down onto it, all they bit was air, and the rabbit vanished, leaving behind nothing but a puff of smoke. Off in the distance, it was possible to hear it reciting all of the passages it knew, which echoed back and forth in the subterranean cavern. Baziush-hun tottered on the verge of collapse. He wanted to chase after it, but clearly, he was no match for it in terms of dexterity. He could only stare off in the direction it had fled, looking like he was about to cry. When he thought of that rabbit's proclivities, and how loud its voice was, he began to sweat profusely. If the rabbit escaped to spread word, and Lee King caught wind of it, Baziush-hun could only imagine the catastrophe that would result. Damn it! He thought, grinding his teeth. What kind of a rabbit is that? Question mark. However, the truth was that nobody knew the answer. After all, he was the one who had created the thing. The feeling that he had screwed himself over caused Baziush-hun's madness to grow. Clearing his throat anxiously, he howled, Peak Lord Lee is brilliant and mighty. He's invincible wherever he goes. He's my most beloved relative. Uncle Lee, Baziush-hun, will definitely work hard in the future, and promise that I'll never disappoint you. I, Baziush-hun, am inherently naughty and mischievous, and should definitely have been sent here for punishment. I spend all my days in contemplation. Many, many thanks to you, exalted Peak Lord. On the verge of tears, he continued to let loose words non-stop, hoping that the rabbit might hear some of them and remember them. Not long after, a rumbling sound could be heard coming from the pill furnace in the stone hut, and a medicinal aroma spread out. Looking miserable, Baziush-hun cursed the rabbit inwardly, and then sighed and turned around. Upon opening the pill furnace, he saw a black and white pill that glowed with a strange light. Chapter 113, Something Really Bad. There was something strange about this particular Tier 3 spirit medicine. As for its overall quality, shockingly, it had surpassed the low grade to reach mid-grade. Baziush-hun was ecstatic, and immediately forgot about how depressed he was because of the rabbit. Holding the pill in his hand, his excitement grew until he was panting, and his eyes glittering. This pill is a spirit medicine that can change the fate of 10,000 Snakes Valley. It will teach all of these snakes how to shut their mouths. Even as a proud smile spread across his face, he suddenly remembered the rabbit, and his heart thumped. But then the violent hisses of the snakes reached his ears, as well as the sound of snakes slamming into the spell formation shield. "Pipe down," he growled, glaring over at them. With that, he produced the turtle walk and performed a spirit enhancement. Furthermore, he didn't stop at a twofold enhancement, he drew upon his few remaining spirit tails to perform a threefold enhancement. Silver light glittered, and many of the impurities in the medicinal pill were removed. Shockingly, it rose from mid-grade to premium grade. Medicinal pill in hand, Bazius strode out of the stone hut to stand at the edge of the spell formation, where he looked at the countless snakes spraying venom and slamming into the shield. "Half a year ago, Lord Bay told you that I would show you how awesome I am. Don't forget. You forced me to do this." With that, he waved his hand, sending the medicinal pill shooting out of the spell formation to land in the middle of all the snakes. He had added a drop of his own blood to the mixture, so as soon as the pill flew out, countless snakes pounced, struggling amongst each other to be the one to swallow it down. The snake to win out in the end was in the 4th level of chi condensation, a cloudy-eyed death viper. As soon as it swallowed the pill, a tremor ran through it, and its eyes began to shine with a strange light. Bazius looked over excitedly, but before anything else could happen, one of the blood-god cobras charged forth. Considering it was in the 8th level of chi condensation, it crushed numerous other snakes that got in its path, reducing them to nothing more than a gory paste. Then, it swallowed the cloudy-eyed death viper in a single gulp. Bazius eyes went wide as he looked over at the blood-god cobra, which looked back at him with cold eyes before slithering to a rocky outcropping, where it coiled up. Bazius was starting to get nervous, but had no choice other than to wait and see what else happened. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the blood-god cobra suddenly shivered. Apparently, it wanted to open its mouth, but there was something very sticky keeping it shut. It struggled mightily, and managed to open its mouth a crack, revealing sticky strands stretching between its lips and fangs. Bazius was delighted to see that his work was a success, and eagerly awaited the second effect of the spirit medicine to start working. Yet again, enough time passed for an incense stick to burn. The blood-god cobra's mouth was now completely sealed shut. Its eyes were bulging out of its head, and instead of being cold and vicious, they now looked like the eyes of a goldfish. The snake seemed confused, and instead of being fierce like before, it seemed slightly cute. Soon, puffing sounds could be heard from the blood-god cobra, like that of flatulence. A pink gaseous substance appeared, which rapidly transformed into a fog that spread out in all directions. More puffing sounds could be heard. Apparently the blood-god cobra was not yet finished expelling gas. Bazius looked on excitedly as the process continued for the rest of the day. Other than the area within the spell formation, the entire cave was now filled with a pink haze, which the other snakes inhaled. Gradually, a sticky substance began to build up in their mouths, and their eyes began to bulge. Soon, the next set of snakes began to pass gas. Eventually, the puffing sounds rang out like muffled thunder, echoing out about the cave constantly. As the haze filled the subterranean chamber, all of the snakes came to be affected. Even the snakes deepest within the chamber, whose glittering eyes Bazius found the most frightening, began to emit puffing sounds. A few days later, the haze faded away. Bazius stood there in the spell formation, looking around at the silent snake cave. There was no hissing, no venom spraying around. The mouths of all the snakes were shut tight, and their blank eyes bulged with confusion. Bazius threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Sticking his chin up proudly, he naturally assumed the sullen manner of a lonely hero and swished his sleeve. With the snap of a finger, I shut the mouths of all the snakes Indiana 10000 Snakes Valley. As for that profoundly consummate pill of mine, I shall hereby name it the Shut Your Trap Pill. The lonely hero strode out from within the spell formation into the hordes of lovely little snakes. As he looked around, he smiled happily and felt like even more of a hero. But then he noticed a one-step viper off in the distance who was glowing red, almost as if its body were heating up. Then, in the strangest of developments, it suddenly started thrashing around violently. Now that the one-step viper's mouth was stopped up, it couldn't hiss, and even seemed impervious to pain. Soon, its skin was lacerated and bleeding, and yet it didn't stop thrashing around. Shocked, Bazius had a mind to intervene, but the one-step viper truly seemed to have gone mad. Then, Bazius face fell as more snakes in the vicinity all started turning red and thrashing around. The heat emanating from them even caused the air to ripple and distort. Most conspicuous of all was the blood-god cobra, which had grown much larger since consuming the medicinal pill, and was thrashing about with particular violence. In the depths of the cave, rumbling sounds began to echo out, and soon all of the snakes were thrashing around with maddened violence. Some of them even launched themselves into the air and slammed into the stone walls. Bazius' eyes were wide as saucers as he dove back into the spell formation. Instantly, the countless surrounding snakes began to batter against the spell formation shield as if they were insane. The mere sight of it caused Baziush-Hun's scalp to grow numb. Oh man, this is bad. These snakes are going crazy. If they keep thrashing around, something really bad is going to happen. Baziush-Hun was starting to get very nervous. His original intention had simply been to get the snakes to close their mouths. He had never imagined that something like this would result. As soon as he thought about how angry Li King would be when he saw the current state of the snakes, he began to tremble. He ran anxiously back into the stone hut and began to concoct a medicinal pill. He produced vast amounts of medicinal plants, hoping to concoct some remedy to solve the problem. No longer was he proudly complacent like before. Instead, he looked like he was about to cry, and frightened out of his mind. A few days later, he charged out of the stone hut, hair disheveled, eyes bloodshot. He had 3 medicinal pills in his hand, which he had concocted over the past 3 sleepless days and nights. What he hoped was that these pills would calm the snakes down, and at least buy him some time to concoct a true antidote. The scene which met his eyes as he emerged was shocking. All of the snakes were writhing and thrashing in complete madness. The stone walls were cracked and smashed, and many of the snakes were covered in bloody wounds. Baziush-Hun really was about ready to cry. He quickly tossed out the medicinal pills, which exploded in midair, causing a mist to spread out over the snakes. Almost immediately, they calmed down, and their wounds even began to heal. A few days later, the snakes were still calm, and the thrashing behavior hadn't returned. Finally, Baziush-Hun breathed a sigh of relief. You nearly scared Lord Bei to death. I thought something bad was going to happen. Humphrey. Well, with my skill in the Tao of medicine, this was pretty much a non-event. Feeling very proud of himself, Baziush-Hun was about to go about working on an antidote when he suddenly stopped in place and swallowed hard, looking at one particular snake off in the distance. It was a cloudy-eyed death viper, and now that it had recovered completely, it began to emanate a shocking aura. The fluctuations were not that of the cultivation base, but rather, its fleshly body. It suddenly twitched, hitting a nearby boulder and smashing it to pieces. Baziush-Hun's widened. There were quite a few cloudy-eyed death vipers in the cave, and although their venom was deadly to the extreme, their bodies were relatively weak. They definitely shouldn't be this strong physically, and yet, his eyes weren't deceiving him. Panting, he looked around at the other snakes, and sweat began to drip down his forehead. How is this possible? He muttered hoarsely. More snakes began to twitch, and then erupt with fleshly body power. They weren't thrashing about, and yet, even their slightest movement caused the ground to tremble. Boulders were shattered as if the snakes were whips in the hands of almighty beings, whips that could smash any obstacle to pieces. They all possessed seemingly unlimited fleshly body power, and even worse, some of them were starting to head in his direction. Before, the spell formation could stop them easily, but now it began to tremble and emanate cracking sounds. If that spell formation broke, Baziush-Hun couldn't even imagine how he would possibly deal with so many infinitely powerful snakes. It was then that the blood-god cobra, which had an even stronger fleshly body than the other snakes, slammed into the spell formation. At the same time, the head of another snake appeared from the very depths of the cave. The snake stared at Baziush-Hun with bulging eyes. The head was enormous, roughly 3 meters long. As such, it was only possible to imagine how long the rest of the snake was. Terrified, Baziush-Hun screamed and ran back into the stone hut to start concocting another temporary remedy. Chapter 114, Li King Understands. Why is this happening? On the verge of tears, he wiped the sweat off his forehead, gritted his teeth, and continued concocting, surrounded by the rumbling sounds from outside. His goal had never been to cause a big disaster. He'd only wanted the snakes to close their mouths. He felt more wrong than ever. He thought he came up with a very simple way to solve the problem. How could he ever have imagined that closing the snakes' mouths would come with such violent side effects? Seeing that the situation was rapidly devolving, his first reaction was to create a temporary remedy to buy time so that he could then come up with an antidote. He'd solved the problem with the thrashing, but could never have imagined that as a result, the snakes' fleshly bodies would become infinitely more powerful. From the look of things, the spell formation wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. His heart pounded with fear, and his eyes were completely bloodshot. He simply wanted to get things back to the way they were, even if that meant having all the snakes hissing all the time. 2 days later, the cracking sounds from the spell formation were getting more intense under the constant bombardment of the snakes. Fissures were even starting to spread out across the shield. It was at that point that Baziush-Hun ran out of the stone hut, panting, holding 2 medicinal pills in his hands. This time I'm definitely going to remedy the situation, he shouted. 10,000 Snakes Valley, it's time to get back to normal. The mental pressure recently had really begun to build, and he almost looked like he was in a trance as he hurled the medicinal pills out of the spell formation. High in the air, they exploded, transforming into a green mist that spread out in all directions. As soon as the mist made contact with the snakes, They shivered, and then plopping sounds could be heard as they collapsed onto the ground, the power of their fleshly bodies rapidly decreasing. The mist slowly spread throughout the entire cave, reaching even the blood-good cobras. As they sagged listlessly, Hun heaved a sigh of relief. By this point, he felt the utmost respect for the Tao of medicine, and yet at the same time, immense pride over his level of control with it. Taking a deep breath, he murmured, "Just like always, however, before he could finish speaking, he nearly jumped into the air when he saw what was happening to a nearby trirecluse viper. This, he muttered, his eyes going wide with disbelief. Unexpectedly, the trirecluse viper began to writhe as a long horn suddenly grew out from the top of its head. "The snakes are growing horns?" he cried in alarm. His mind rumbled as it was battered by massive waves of shock. All of the snakes were now writhing, and if they could hiss, the sound would surely be shocking to the soul. Soon, all of the snakes had grown horns out from the tops of their heads. Furthermore, their bodies also seemed to be getting stronger. In addition to the wondrous addition of the horn, they all began to thrash around again, as though the violence which had been suppressed earlier was finally able to explode out. As they smashed back and forth, they began to punch holes into the walls and burrow out of the cave itself. Even the blood-good cobra was acting the same way. As for the huge snake with the 3-meter-long head, it was shaking violently as a huge horn grew out of its head. Although the horns didn't appear to be very sharp, Hun couldn't help but gasp at the sight of them. They snakes were all starting to go mad, and before long, Hun realized that their skin was now virtually impenetrable. All of the snakes were thrashing about violently, causing a mighty rumbling sound to explode out. Any of them who saw even the slightest hole in the wall would unleash all the mysterious power contained in their horns to try to burrow their way out of 10,000 Snakes Valley to freedom. Although 10,000 Snakes Valley was located behind Fragrant Cloud Peak, the snakes actually had no specific destinations in mind, and began burrowing subterranean passages in all directions, even toward Violet Cauldron Peak and Green Crest Peak. Only about 30% were actually heading in the direction of Fragrant Cloud Peak. It was easy to imagine the scene which would result in the three mountains when innumerable snakes with sealed mouths burst out into the tunnels and began to charge about madly. Flop. Hun dropped down to sit on the ground and look around at the empty cave. "I'm done for." It didn't take long before the snakes made their way through the cracks and fissures in the ground, all the way to the three mountains. Countless horned snakes with bulging eyes burrowed through any hole they could find, shocking countless disciples of the South Bank. For years, things had been peaceful and quiet, but now, a massive commotion once again engulfed all the disciples. On Green Crest Peak, outside of Spirit Sword Hall, more than 1,000 disciples were cheering on two of their fellows who were fighting in a minor competition. Just when one of them secured the upper hand and was about to win the match, a horn burst out from the ground beneath his feet, with a cloudy-eyed death viper following close behind. Everyone stared in shock as the snake instantly began to slither up the leg of the disciple who had been just about to win. The disciple screamed and leaped up into the air. Next, more screams could be heard as more horned snakes burrowed up from the ground. What's going on? Why did they stop fighting? Heavens! Look at all the snakes! What are all these snakes doing here? And look, they have horns. Damn it! What's happening? What's happening? Not even my magical item can block these snakes. At the same time, on the summit of Green Crest Peak, where the Inner Sect disciples lived, an old-time Inner Sect disciple was sitting in his Immortal's cave, cross-legged in meditation. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the disciple's eyes widened in disbelief. Then, he let out a blood-curdling shriek. "Aieee! What is that thing? Question mark. A snake. A snake just burrowed out of the ground." Similar cries echoed out from other Immortals' caves. It was the same with Shangguan Tenyu's Immortal's cave, although the maddened scream which emanated out from him seemed to come from an inner wound which had been reopened. The situation was the same with the Outer Sect disciples. Countless snakes burrowed up out of the ground, to the profound shock and terror of all. Even the elders of Green Crest Peak were flabbergasted. The old Peak Lord flew up into the air, looking down in astonishment at the countless horned snakes which covered Green Crest Peak. It was the same with Violet Cauldron Peak. Innumerable disciples shouted in fury, unleashing magical techniques in all directions. However, they didn't affect the snakes at all. Lu Tanlai was surrounded by flashing electricity as he roared, pulling a horned snake out of his trousers. He tried to crush it, only to find that he couldn't. What happened? Damn it! Why are there so many snakes? Wait a second, something seems fishy here. As the bellows of rage rose up from Violet Cauldron Peak and Green Crest Peak, Zumixian bristled with fury. "Investigate!" she bellowed. "Investigate immediately and find out what exactly is happening." On Fragrant Cloud Peak, enraged shouting rose up into the sky.
Zubekai was screaming at the top of his lungs, and Shuzinki's eyes were wide with astonishment as she flew up into the air. Huziomai and Hu Yunfei also took to flight. Many disciples there were whipped into an unbelievable fury, and although some began to unleash powerful magical techniques, Fragrant Cloud Peak was known for its skill with plants and vegetation. It was no surprise, therefore, that quite a few disciples whipped out medicinal pills, and quickly found that although the effects were rather ordinary, the snakes would immediately flee at the sight of them. Many of the fleeing horned snakes then headed toward Green Crest Peak and Violet Cauldron Peak. What's happening here? Damn it! What could have caused this? Is this a natural disaster or was it caused by humans? Bazius Hun was sentenced to stay Indiana 10000 Snakes Valley, and since then everything has been so peaceful. How could? Wait a second. 10,000 Snakes Valley? Bazius Hun is supposed to be Indiana 10000 Snakes Valley. As people began to react, a long-eared rabbit suddenly appeared from out of nowhere. Apparently, it had been listening in for some time. All of a sudden, it began to run through the three mountains, bellowing at the top of its lungs. Oh God, my butt. Damn it. I'm gonna kill this snake. Aiiiee. From now on people are gonna laugh themselves to death at the name Zubekai. Get lost, you evil snakes. I am Shangwen Taniu, inner sect disciple and chosen of Green Crest Peak. From this day forth, our enmity is irreconcilable. What an incredible snake. If I, Lu Tanglai, could become a snake, I would definitely go. Hey. Lee the snake. Lee the swindler. When you tossed Lord Bay into this place, did you really think he couldn't handle some measly snakes? You just wait until this treasured pill is finished being concocted, then I'll teach your stupid little snakes a lesson. Humphrey. Who knows, after this, I might even be able to lead these snakes to conquer the world. Ha 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 ha. Soon, the rabbit's words could be heard within all three of the mountains, and the disciples erupted into a fury. Bazius Hun. Exterminate Bazius Hun. So, he did this. He sent the snakes against us in revenge. The howls coming out of the mouths of Shangwen Taniu and Lu Tanglai were especially barbaric. The disciples of the three mountains were in a complete fury. This disaster far exceeded the matter with the acid rain. Li King looked around blankly at the events playing out. Then, he started thinking about everything that had occurred after Bazius Hun first joined the sect. As a servant, he had sold spots into the outer sect, arousing public wrath. He had thrown the entire servants' district into chaos. When he was an outer sect disciple, there was the tragedy of the spirit tail chickens, and the terrible incident with Elder Zhu's phoenix. Countless disciples were affected, and the entire mountain had been thrown into chaos. After becoming an inner sect disciple, he had provoked lightning, sent crazy animals running around the entire mountain, and had even caused acid rain. By then, he had thrown all three mountains into chaos. However, no matter how Li King thought about the matter, he could never have imagined that throwing Bazius Hun into 10,000 Snakes Valley would result in something so preposterous. He didn't even hold back when it came to snakes. 10,000 Snakes Valley had been thrown into chaos, which then spread to cover all of the south bank. As of that moment, Li King suddenly remembered how, when he had first met Bazius Hun, all of the villagers at the bottom of the mountain had cheered and thrown a party upon his departure. Finally, he understood how those villagers felt. Chapter 115, No. Don't spread that. Not a single snake was left in Indiana 10000 Snakes Valley. Bazius Hun stood there inside the spell formation, looking around at the surrounding emptiness. Suddenly, a tremor ran through him as everything around him began to quake violently. Screaming, he shot out at top speed through the mouth of the cave. His scalp was numb, and he was shaking. He knew that this time, the chaos he had unleashed was too severe. All of the snakes Indiana 10000 Snakes Valley had escaped, and the mere thought shook him to his core. I'm done for. Finished. Kaput. On the verge of tears, he raced out of 10,000 Snakes Valley, where he instantly caught wind of the countless enraged shouts coming from the three mountain peaks. Furthermore, he heard numerous people calling his name. Tugging at his hair, he couldn't stop thinking that he really was innocent in the whole affair, maligned to the extreme. I really didn't do it on purpose. I was just trying to make the snakes a bit cuter, that's all. He was sniffling a bit, and his heart was pounding. If he had the power, he would instantly change his appearance so that no one could recognize him. What do I do? He murmured to himself. What do I do? There's nothing left to do. I can only go to Master's cave and hide. Nobody will think to look for me there. With that, he slapped his bag of holding to produce a new set of clothes. After changing, wings sprouted from his back, and he sped as fast as he could move toward Mount Deoseed. The three mountains were in the grip of pandemonium. Howls and roars echoed out constantly. Basius Hun deeply regretted having become so famous recently. Virtually everyone knew him, so all he could do was duck his head down and speed along as quickly as possible. As he moved along, if the wind even moved a branch, he would avoid it for fear it was someone about to pop out and see him. Of course, because of the general chaos, nobody noticed him passing. Everyone was in the middle of fleeing from the horned snakes. When Basius Hun saw how maddened everyone was, his heart began to pound. However, he managed to take advantage of the chaos to speed to Mount Deoseed without being noticed. He arrived out of breath, fear lingering in his heart. Moments later, he was approaching the cave in which his master had passed away into meditation. To other people, it was a restricted area, but Basius Hun could come and go as he wished. A cloud of dust rose up into the air behind him as he raced into the cave and dropped to the ground in front of his master's portrait. "I really didn't do it on purpose," he said, sniffing. "Master, you know I'm a good person, right?" Basius Hun looked up miserably at the image of his master, a smiling man who had the demeanor of a transcendent being. By this point, the elders of the three mountains had sprung into action. Li King, Zhu Mixian, the sect leader, and even the Peak Lord of Green Crest Peak all appeared. Under their leadership, they managed to capture all of the horned snakes. Soon, the three mountains began to calm down. After the Foundation establishment cultivators ended the snakepocalypse, the disciples of the three mountains, a massive mob of tens of thousands of people, all charged toward 10,000 Snakes Valley, bursting with anger. Seeing how the valley had been almost completely destroyed, and unable to find any traces of Basius Hun, they quickly expanded the search to cover the rest of the south bank. There was no organization of the affair, everyone instinctively took to action. Thankfully for Basius Hun, he had reacted quickly, otherwise he would quickly have been apprehended. Take Basius Hun down. And that talking rabbit too. That thing has to die. Take Basius Hun down. Take the talking rabbit down. After several hours passed, the entire area had been turned upside down, and yet nobody had seen a single trace of Basius Hun. The disciples' eyes were turning bright red, and some of them even left the sect to search outside, their anger building. "We're going to find you, Basius Hun. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, we'll track you down. Damn it. Where could he possibly be hiding?" Countless roars echoed out in all directions, gradually reaching the ears of Basius Hun on Mount Deoseed, who shivered constantly. "Hey, I got screwed here too. It's all that damn rabbit's fault. I didn't want any of this." Basius Hun sat there nervously, sighing constantly. After waiting for some time, and having noticed that the uproar outside seemed to have died down a bit, he looked at the portrait of his master, heart pounding. Then he began to kowtow. "Master, sir, please bless and protect me, and prevent those villains from finding me." After some time passed, he crept up to the mouth of the cave, and after ensuring the shouting outside had indeed died down, breathed a sigh of relief. Basius Hun's wits come out on top again. He said with a chuckle. "Nobody will ever think to come looking for me in my master's cave. But this isn't really a solution. I'll have to leave eventually. What do I do? What do I do?" Suddenly, he had the feeling that someone was watching him. He looked back toward the mouth of the cave, and saw the talking rabbit, its ears swiveled to point directly at him. In the instant that he saw the rabbit, his eyes went wide. How could he ever have imagined that the thing could move with such unbelievable stealth? It had actually managed to enter even this restricted area. All of a sudden, Basius Hun thought back to what he had just been saying to himself, and all his hair stood on end. Shrieking miserably, he cried out, "No! Don't spread that!" But then, a whooshing sound could be heard as the rabbit vanished. An instant later, it was far off in the distance, crying out its usual repertoire of passages. However, a new one had been added onto the end. "Master, sir, please bless and protect me, and prevent those villains from finding me." Basius Hun's wits come out on top again. "Nobody will ever think to come looking for me in my master's cave. But this isn't really a solution. I'll have to leave eventually. What do I do? What do I do? No. Don't spread that." Basius Hun felt as if he had just been struck by lightning. He stood there mutely, watching the rabbit vanish into the distance, shouting as it ran along. His mind began to spin. "Damn that rabbit!" he raged. "I'm gonna skin it alive." By this point, the disciples of the South Bank had searched just about everywhere, but hadn't found a single trace of Basius Hun. Eventually, they began to suppress their wrath and speculate about where exactly he might be. Where could Basius Hun be hiding? The whole sect has been searching, and there's not even a record of him leaving the area. That means he definitely has to be on the South Bank. Fragrant Cloud Peak. Green Crest Peak. Violet Cauldron Peak. We've searched every nook and cranny, every mansion and immortal's cave. We even turned the servants' district inside out. Don't tell me Bazius Hun burrowed underground somewhere? Question mark. However, even as their wrath burned hot, a rabbit suddenly appeared, running along at top speed and calling out at the top of its lungs. When it got to the last line, it sounded particularly despairing. No. Don't spread that. When people heard it, their jaws dropped, and their heads turned to look in the direction of the rabbit. As for the people like Shangguantanyu and Lu Tanglai, they clenched their fists and burst into motion. Other disciples threw their heads back and laughed uproariously. Good rabbit. That rabbit is a real mischief maker, but it's finally gone and done something good. Fine, I won't kill that rabbit today. Instead, I'll kill Bazius Hun. Soon, tens of thousands of disciples were streaming toward Mount Deoseed, fists clenched tightly, murderous swords raging. Bazius Hun sat there in the cave, burning with hatred toward the talking rabbit. He hated it even more than he hated Elder Zhu's phoenix. Trembling, he was just about to set to flight, when he heard a huge commotion further down the mountain. Looking down, he saw countless figures speeding in his direction. Scalp tingling, he backed up to hide as deep as he could in the cave. I'm done for. Finished. Kaput. As he sat there in front of his master's portrait, he suddenly started to get very angry. Master, can't you help me, sir? Send your soul down, otherwise. I, a prestige disciple who has shed my own blood for the sect, will be beaten to what? In his moment of despair, he glanced up at the portrait, and suddenly, his eyes began to shine. He slapped his thigh. Ha ha ha. Many thanks for your reminder, master. Disciple understands. It was at around this time that sect leader Zhenyu Ondong was presiding over a meeting in the great hall atop Mount Deoseed. The peak lords of the South Bank and all the elders were all there, and all of them had serious looks on their faces. They had already been there for 2 hours, during which time Zhenyu Ondong had been explaining his thoughts regarding Bazius Hun. Sect leader, please reconsider carefully. J. Jr. Junior brother Bei has astounding innate talent. Assigning him to the South Bank is a real waste. That's right. Junior brother Bei might have you as his senior brother, sect leader, but we're all a big family. We know that you aren't taking sides. A genius cultivator like that should definitely be placed in a position with greater prospects, like the North Bank. That's where junior brother Bei can truly unleash his heavenly talent. It wasn't just the 3 peak lords who were going on in this manner, the elders joined in as well. The headache Zhenyu Ondong was experiencing couldn't be more bitter. The Spirit Stream sect had been quiet for 2 years. How could he ever have imagined the Bazius Hun would be the source of so much turmoil? This time, the disaster of 10,000 Snakes Valley left him thoroughly convinced of how good Bazius Hun was at causing disasters. He had the feeling that since Bazius Hun was a disciple of the South Bank, and had already caused the trouble he had, things probably couldn't get much worse. On the other hand, if he reassigned him to the North Bank, it was likely that the next time he had a meeting like this, it would be with the peak lords and elders of both banks together. Clearing his throat, he said, Junior brother Bei might be naughty and mischievous, but he is a prestige disciple. Ahem. He's also very young. Let's leave him on the South Bank. I have a lot of faith in you South Bank people. Eyes bloodshot, Elder Zhu looked over and said, Sect leader, we beg of you. Li King clasped hands towards Zhenyu Ondong. Sighing, he said, Sect leader, Bazius Hun has been practicing the Water Swamp Kingdom. To truly understand that technique, he really should go to the North Bank to observe many different types of beasts. In the past 10,000 years, not many people have succeeded in it. Furthermore, after joining the sect, Bazius Hun now only lacks a life essence spirit. I think going to the North Bank would be for the best. That's right, said the Peak Lord from Green Crest Peak. Sect leader, Bazius Hun cultivates the Water Swamp Kingdom, and he's an official chosen, on the verge of true enlightenment. Looking back at the history of the Spirit Stream sect, he's truly in a unique position. Sect leader, Elder Zhu said, please don't interfere with junior brother Bei's progress. It could be a loss the likes of which the sect hasn't sustained in Indiana 10000 years. All of the other elders joined in to express their agreement. Seeing how intent everyone was, Zhenyu Ondong knew that clinging to his original idea wouldn't be easy. After a moment of hesitation, he smiled dryly and prepared to come up with another way to refuse them. However, it was at that point that a disciple called out from outside the hall. Sect leader, something bad is happening. Sect Uncle Bei is in the Patriarch's cave. Keys. Jaws dropped within the hall, and numerous streams of divine sense flew out toward the cave. When they saw the situation, strange expressions appeared on their faces. Zhenyu Ondong immediately had a bad feeling. When his divine sense entered the cave, his eyes went so wide they almost bulged out of his skull. Then, a tremor of rage erupted within him. That little brat. Fine. I accept your proposal. Send him to the North Bank. Chapter 116, The Founder Appears. On Mount Deoseed, The cave where Basius Hun's master had been interred was surrounded by tens of thousands of disciples, all of whom were glaring daggers. It was a restricted area, but the fact that they came as part of such a huge mob gave them the courage to enter. Basius Hun, get the hell out here right now. Show your face. Basius Hun, you villainous scoundrel, God will punish you this day. We will punish you this day. However, even as the sound of their voices rang out, someone inside the cave itself bellowed, pipe down. The powerful shout was backed by the full power of Basius Hun's cultivation base, causing it to echo out like thunder, completely crushing the sound of all other voices. Simultaneously, the slender Basius Hun appeared, striding solemnly out of the cave. When the congregated disciples of the three mountain peaks saw him, they immediately hefted the rocks they held in their hands, angrily preparing to pelt him. But then, Basius Hun let out a powerful shout and thrust a portrait out in front of him. It was the portrait of his master. It was also Zhenyu Ondong's master, the founding patriarch of the Spirit Stream sect. Although somewhat nervous, Basius Hun bellowed, "What gall! If anyone dares to harm the portrait of my master, elder brother sect leader and I will fight you to the death." When the mob saw Basius Hun crouching behind the portrait of his master, they went stiff, and many of them gasped. Not a single one dared to hurl a rock. That portrait depicted the founding patriarch of the sect, the master of the sect leader himself. If any of them dared to harm it, it could only be imagined how wrathfully Zhenyu Ondong would respond. Furthermore, it was certain that not a single peak lord would interfere. The disciples were so enraged they were about to blow their tops, and yet, they didn't dare to do a thing. Completely shameless. Seeing that his tactic was working, Basius Hun breathed a sigh of relief. Holding the portrait high, he glared around at the mob. "You people listen and listen well. I really didn't do it on purpose. If Basius Hun hadn't tried to explain the situation, things would have gone much smoother." But as soon as he opened his mouth, the crowd started to lose control. Why you? You always say you didn't do it on purpose. Fragrant Cloud Peak got attacked by lightning, and you said it wasn't on purpose. Violent Cauldron Peak and Green Crest Peak got drenched with acid rain, and it wasn't on purpose. And now you're saying the same thing again. This is ridiculous. Basius Hun quickly waved around the portrait of his master. Sounding genuinely apologetic, he continued, "My master just visited me in a dream and told me he forgives me. I guarantee, this is the last time. There absolutely, positively won't be another." To hear Basius Hun shamelessly claim that his deceased master had visited him in his dreams enraged the crowd even further. "I can't take this anymore. I'm gonna beat him black and blue. Even if he was the sect leader's son, I'd still beat the crap out of him. Take Basius Hun down." It was at this point that numerous streams of Foundation Establishment divine sense suddenly swept across the area. Moments later, several dozen people flew down from the summit of Mount Deoseed. There were elders of the various mountains, peak lords, and even Zhenyu Ondong. Seeing what was happening, Zhenyu Ondong shouted in a rage-filled voice that echoed like thunder, "Leave this place immediately." The ear-splitting sound of his voice struck fear into the hearts of everyone present, even Shangguan Danyu and the other chosen. Trembling in fear, they withdrew. Basius Hun's spirits were rising rapidly. He was just about to say something when Zhenyu Ondong looked over at him with a ferocious glare. "Basius Hun, as your elder brother, I won't let anyone else beat you, but I can certainly give you a thrashing." With that, he shot in Basius Hun's direction. Basius Hun's scalp began to tingle so hard it felt like it might explode. He was just about to brandish the portrait of his master when Zhenyu Ondong swished his sleeve, causing the portrait to fly over to him. Basius Hun let out a shriek, and a pair of wings sprouted out behind him as he prepared to flee. However, before he could get very far, a powerful smacking sound rang out, which was Zhenyu Ondong's palm making contact with his rear end. Searing pain swept through him, and he screamed. Looking like he was about to cry, he shrieked, "Save me, Uncle Li. My elder brother's trying to kill me." Li Qing's eyelid twitched, and he pretended not to have heard. Zhenyu Ondong's fury had not been sated in the least. Seeing Basius Hun waving around the portrait of his master had him fuming, so next, he unleashed a kick. Basius Hun screamed again, sounding even more anguished than before. "Save me, master. Save me." Seeing Zhenyu Ondong beating Basius Hun caused the anger among the onlookers to slowly fade. Soon, strange expressions appeared on the faces of the elders, and they began to cough dryly. "This is a personal matter with the sect leader and his family." Right. "Oh, I have some medicinal pills in the furnace, I'll take my leave now." Hiding their smiles, the elders began to disperse. Soon, only Li Qing and Zhu Mixian were left hovering in midair. As Li Qing watched Basius Hun off in the distance, he seemed a bit emotional. After all, he had high expectations for Basius Hun. Zhu Mixian looked over at Li Qing, her gaze soft. In his heart, he views you as his father, she said softly. Are you really willing to abandon him to the North Bank? Li King shifted his gaze from Baziash to Zumixian. Shaking his head slightly, he said, all the things Ziashan did don't really matter. Deep down, he is a good person. Furthermore, I can tell that he really is sorry for everything. Sending him to the North Bank as punishment isn't really necessary. But I was being honest with what I said to the sect leader earlier. Ever since he got the Water Swamp Kingdom from the North Bank, I've been thinking about the matter. Baziashan's latent talent is superb. The ideal situation would be for him to combine the best aspects of both banks. Besides, if he can successfully cultivate the Water Swamp Kingdom, and reach the great circle of the 10th level of chi condensation within a few years, well, then maybe we can accelerate the opening of the Fallen Sword Abyss. In that case, he might be able to forge a new path for himself. The Fallen Sword Abyss? Zumixian replied, looking shocked. One of the 3 holy lands of the 4 great sects in the eastern lower reaches of the Heavenspan River. Supposedly, there are even traces of heavenly energy there. Whenever we open it, all of the 4 great sects of the eastern reaches, the Bloodstream sect, the Pill Stream sect, the Profound Stream sect, and our Spirit Stream sect, will send in disciples from the 10th level of chi condensation to participate in a bloody struggle. That bloody struggle is necessary. Li King said with a light sigh. If he doesn't master the Water Swamp Kingdom, I won't let him go. But if he does, then he absolutely must go. Cultivation is a long, blood-soaked path. Only the fit survive and prosper. He needs to learn to deal with that, not shirk from it. With that, the 2 of them turned and left. That day, Baziashan's screams filled the sect. Zhenyu Ondong was dead set on teaching him a lesson, not as the sect leader, but as his elder brother. Late that night, Baziashan, his nose bloodied and his face swollen, trudged along behind Zhenyu Ondong as they returned to their master's cave. On your knees. Zhenyu Ondong said, glaring. Apologize to master. Baziashan was so frightened that he immediately plopped down to his knees in front of the portrait. Master, I apologize. Baziashan felt so swollen he thought he might burst at any moment, especially his buttocks. Master, he continued, on the verge of tears, when all of those disciples came to beat me up, you felt sorry for me, and visited me in a dream. Sir, I tried to tell elder brother, but he didn't believe me. Master, why don't you visit elder brother in his dreams tonight, and tell him the truth? Zhenyu Ondong stood off to the side, unsure of whether to laugh or cry. He had a mind to beat him, but when he thought about how terrifyingly tough Baziashan's skin was, his hand ached a bit, and he held back. Kneel here for 3 months, he said. That's your punishment for the disaster of 10,000 Snakes Valley. He had no other choice but to do this, for the sake of the disciples of the 3 mountain peaks. With that, he gave a cold harumph, and then swished his sleeve, causing a medicinal pill to tumble out. Pretending he hadn't noticed the pill, he turned and left. Seeing that Zhenyu Ondong was leaving, Baziashan immediately let out an anguished cry. He was about to start complaining to his master about everything, but first, he looked around to make sure that the miraculously stealthy rabbit wasn't around. Oh, woe is me, master. Elder brother beat me so hard. My butt hurts so bad. Look. Look. I'm swollen all over. This is so unfair. I really didn't do any of it on purpose. I didn't. Huh? It was at this point that he noticed a medicinal pill on the ground, which was none other than the pill Zhenyu Ondong had just left behind. A high-grade Tier 3 energy-building pill. Eyes shining, he quickly looked around outside the cave, then sat down off to the side. Feeling a bit bored, he consumed the pill and then began to focus on cultivation. About that time, something happened that none of the disciples or even the peak lords in the sect noticed. Behind Mount Deoseed, in a wide open, empty area, everything suddenly began to distort. Moments later, the distortions vanished. However, what was now faintly visible, right there behind Mount Deoseed, was another mountain peak. It was the 9th mountain peak of the Spirit Stream sect. Although the sect leader was aware of its existence, even he hadn't noticed the strange distortions from moments before. The 9th mountain peak of the Spirit Stream sect was incomparably quiet and peaceful, and all of the plants and vegetation that covered it were pitch black. At the summit of the mountain, atop a black beech tree, was a monkey, sitting there quietly, mixed emotions visible in its eyes. If Baziashan were there, he would recognize it instantly. Astonishingly, it was the same thoughtful monkey that had eaten one of his strange pills, and that he had released into the wild some time ago. Eventually, the monkey sighed. I know you're there, he said. Might as well stop hiding. As soon as the monkey spoke, the air behind him distorted, and an old man appeared, tall, wearing a long violet robe. He stepped out of thin air, looking almost like an ordinary mortal, with seemingly no cultivation base power whatsoever emanating off of him. At the same time, however, He almost looked like a paragon, standing right there. A strange expression appeared on the old man's face as he came to stand off to the side. A moment later, a third eye opened on his forehead, and he looked down at the monkey. "You are." The monkey turned to look at the old man, eyes gleaming with profound light. "You don't recognize me, my apprentice? Or perhaps I should call you the founding patriarch of the Spirit Stream sect?" Astonishingly, this old man was the same person who had led the Spirit Stream sect to its position as one of the four great sects, its founding patriarch. Currently, he seemed to be in a state of shock. Pupils constricting, he took a deep breath, disbelief flashing across his face. "Impossible. You died. What are you doing back?" Despite his status in the sect, his cultivation base, and his level of willpower, he couldn't help but gasp. Deep down inside, in the depths of his soul, he was sure that this was indeed his enigmatic master who had passed away 10,000 years ago. The monkey said nothing. He looked over at Mount Deoseed, and his gaze passed through the mountain into a cave, where Baziush-hun sat meditating. Although no one would ever be able to tell, within the monkey's eyes could be seen a rare trace of reverence. "I'm not sure how I came to be here. Perhaps it was young Baziush-hun's medicinal pill. Or perhaps some other mysterious force guided his hand to bring me back. In any case, I am not the only one to have returned." The violet-robed old man followed the monkey's line of sight to Mount Deoseed, and saw Baziush-hun sitting there. A chi condensation disciple? How could he have done this? The old man still couldn't quite believe what was happening. "Frigid sect." The monkey barked. "Do you remember why I gave you that name? Do you remember why your master gave you such a heaven-defying mission? Why I ensured that you could exist for 10,000 years? Answer me." The monkey's eyes shone with a piercing, menacing light. It even seemed as though thunder were rumbling in the area. However, the effects were apparently confined to a 30-meter area around them. Not even the other patriarchs on the 9th mountain peak were aware of anything strange. The violet-robed old man, the founding patriarch of the Spirit Stream sect, shivered slightly as he recalled memories from 10,000 ago. Despite how many years had passed, he remembered things clearly. He was old, but with his master here in front of him, he suddenly felt like a young man again. He stood straight and tall, his face flushed a bit, looking almost like a soldier as he responded, "Sir, I remember. My mission is to guard the true spirit, to ensure that the Spirit Stream sect becomes one of the sects in the middle reaches of the eastern Heavenspan River, and then, a sect of the upper reaches. After that, we must invade the northern Heavenspan River, fight our way through its upper reaches, and eradicate the Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder sect. Return to our ancestral home, restore the glory of the Frigid School Spirit Society." "So, you do remember our ancestral home, and the true spirit," the monkey said, a strange look in its eyes. "Well then, take a look at the magical symbol beneath Fragrant Cloud Peak." Frigid Sect looked over at Fragrant Cloud Peak and immediately frowned. Hidden within each of the 8 mountain peaks of the Spirit Stream sect was a complex magical symbol, which collectively were the lifeblood of the Spirit Stream sect. The extreme importance of those magical symbols was difficult to describe with words. However, Frigid Sect didn't notice anything out of the ordinary about Fragrant Cloud Peak's magical symbol. The monkey sighed softly, and the profound look in his eyes grew even stronger. "You can't see it, huh? It seems I came back a bit too late. Someone else returned before me and sent their dark disciple to use the variations of plants and vegetation to alter the spell formation. The primeval magical symbol beneath Fragrant Cloud Peak was tampered with, and reversing the situation with my current power wasn't really possible. The only thing I could do was use what little strength I have left at my disposal to guide Baziush-hun into inciting the spirit snakes. Then things can recover naturally." Chapter 117, Frigid School Medicine Manual. The hard part about damaging the Fragrant Cloud Peak symbol would be finding a way to do it without you noticing, the monkey said grimly. "Using the right method, even a chi condensation disciple could do it, given enough time. The south bank has been infiltrated." Frigid Sect's eyes shone with a cold light. He well knew that damaging the spell formation could be done easily, but that repairing it was the opposite. It was like a flower vase. Even a child could smash it, but only a professional, a grandmaster, would be able to put it back together. Infiltrated. Frigid Sect thought for a moment, then reached out toward Mount Deoseed and made a grasping motion. A moment later, a jade slip flew toward him and came to rest in his hand. Within were well-kept records of everything that had occurred in the sect during the past 30 years. That included all of the information about Baziush-hun, complete with accounts detailing the lightning, the acid rain, and the pill concocting incident in Indiana 10000 Snakes Valley. After examining it, a strange expression appeared on his face. From the look of things, Baziush-hun seemed like a walking disaster. However, it only took a moment for Frigid Sect's eyes to glitter. This kid's pill concocting. It's vile. The Tao of medicine has myriad paths, the monkey murmured in response, a different version for everyone. Perhaps this Vasius-hun can. Fine. Give him the pill formula for the river-defying pill, as well as the frigid school medicine manual. Perhaps he actually has a chance to concoct the river-defying pill. Frigid Sect's eyes widened. The river-defying pill hadn't been successfully concocted by anyone in the Spirit Stream sect during the past 10,000 years. The Spirit Stream sect had even sought aid from the Pill Stream sect, and paid handsomely, but to no avail. The river-defying pill was nothing more than a legend at this point. If it weren't for the fact that the Spirit Stream sect still happened to possess a single river-defying pill, Frigid Sect might not even believe it was possible to concoct it. It was a medicine that had only one function: to awaken the true spirit. Awaken the true spirit for 10 breaths of time. As for the Frigid School Medicine Manual, it was one of the 3 great foundation legacies of the Frigid School Spirit Society, which contained a great Tao of medicine that supposedly came from an outside world. After a moment of silence, Frigid Sect nodded. His pill concocting methods are vile, and the river-defying pill is a vile medicinal pill. Perhaps he has a shot at concocting it. Master, what about your cultivation base? It won't be recovered easily. I need time. Now that I'm back, I have to continue to endure for a few more years. I want to personally see the destruction of the 9 Heavens Cloud Thunder sect. The monkey's eyes flickered with animosity. Many years ago, he had watched his entire sect wiped out, with him being the only survivor. After passing through numerous areas forbidden to spirits, he barely managed to make it to the Eastern River Delta. Apprentice, I am not the only one to have returned. Other old-timers might also be back. I'm not sure why, but I have the feeling that a new age might be upon us. The monkey sighed, and Frigid Sect stood there silently. Although they were both ancient, their spirits burned hot, and they were completely focused. Time passed. A month later, Vasius-hun had just finished a cultivation session in the cave. He wanted to go out, but knew that he couldn't. Sighing, he continued to do breathing exercises. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and before he could take another breath, realized that a jade slip and a bamboo scroll were laying there in front of him. They looked extremely ancient, as though they had existed for countless years. They almost seemed to radiate a primeval air. After looking a bit closer, he picked up the jade slip and poured some spiritual power into it. After a moment, his eyes went wide. River-defying pill? It doesn't need any plants or vegetation, only water from the Heavenspan River? What kind of medicinal pill is this? It looks pretty incredible. Whoever thought that you could concoct medicinal pills from Heavenspan River water? After examining the concoction method a bit further, he gasped. How vile. You actually have to use your body as a pill furnace. Next, he looked over at the bamboo scroll, and his eyes went even wider. Frigid School Medicine Manual? Vasius-hun took a deep breath and opened the bamboo scroll. None of it made any sense to him. Only the first line of text was clear, and yet, even that little bit was enough to drive Vasius-hun mad. Immortality begins with the Frigid School, eternal life ends the cycle of reincarnation. Don't tell me that this medicine manual can be used to concoct a live forever never die pill? He couldn't hold back the shriek that echoed out of his mouth. His eyes were as bloodshot as if he had just obtained the most precious of treasures. Elder brother sect leader must have noticed how hard I've been working at my cultivation, and decided to give me a reward. You're so awesome, elder brother sect leader. This river-defying pill is a mere trifle. Once I'm a bit stronger, I'll concoct 1,000 of them for you. Looking very excited, he continued to study the Frigid School Medicine Manual. Although he couldn't see any of the other information inside, he was already obsessed with it. After studying it for a while, he realized that the bamboo which had been used to make the scroll emanated an ancient aura which had to be over 10,000 years old. He wasn't even sure how bamboo could survive for so long. On top of that, it contained a sweet aroma that caused his cultivation base to rotate rapidly after inhaling it. Vasius-hun only continued to get more excited, and was even more certain that this was a very precious item. In fact, he even started to wonder if his diligent cultivation really had attracted the attention of the sect leader, or whether it was the spirit of his master, bestowing gifts upon him from the underworld. That's not very likely, he thought. Gritting his teeth, he stopped thinking about it. After all, the treasure was in his hands now, so it belonged to him. What he didn't notice was that behind him, deeper in the cave, was a monkey, standing there looking at him with reverence in its eyes. Just how did he do it? Thought the monkey. Did some mysterious entity really guide his hands to bring me back? After some time passed, the monkey turned and merged into the stone wall of the cave. There, he sank down through the mountain, until he was deep beneath the bank of the river. He found himself in an enormous subterranean cavern. Down below flowed the golden waters of the Heavenspan River, and an enormous spell formation filled the entire cavern. This spell formation was the nucleus of the entire spirit stream sect. It wasn't an offensive spell formation, it was solely defensive. In the middle of the golden river water was a coffin. It had no cover, and visible inside of it was the corpse of a baby girl. Despite being a corpse, the girl seemed to contain signs of life, as well as a profoundly ancient air. 2 months flashed by. Although Baziush-hun was frustrated that he couldn't understand any of the frigid school medicine manual, he refused to give up, and was sure that once his medicine concocting skill improved, he would understand. Now that his punishment was over, he emerged from the cave in high spirits. His cultivation base had even advanced a bit. Soon, he received notice that he would be sent to the North Bank to observe a host of beasts and improve his water swamp kingdom. The North Bank. Shocked, he looked north and thought about the chosen battles, and how he had been named the archenemy of the North Bank. After a moment of hesitation, he murmured, it's been so long, everybody probably forgot about that already. Although he didn't seem very confident in that analysis, there was nothing he could do about the matter. After thinking about it a bit longer, his eyes began to shine with anticipation. After all, his bag of holding still contained that beast birth seed, and the thought of being able to finally have his own beast made the idea of going to the North Bank more tolerable. After returning to Fragrant Cloud Peak, he went to his destroyed Immortals Cave to pack his bags. 3 days later, he stood there on Mount Deoseed, surrounded by the elders, Peak Lords, inner sect disciples, and quite a group of outer sect disciples, all of whom were there to see him off. They had all come of their own volition. Only by personally witnessing Baziush-hun go to the North Bank could they finally rest at ease. Baziush-hun was moved to see that so many people had came to see them off. As he stood there next to the sect leader, he waved his hand in farewell. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow disciples, I'm going to the North Bank, and I shall miss all of you. I shall miss the South Bank, and I shall miss all of the plants and vegetation. Strange looks appeared on the faces of those present. After all, this was a somber farewell. Even the sect leader and the Peak Lords were present. Although most of the disciples were still angry with Baziush-hun, they still tried to look as though they didn't want him to go. The only people who truly felt bad were Big Fatty Zhang, Huziomai, and Hu Yunfei, along with a few other people he was truly close to. However, the South and North Banks were both part of the Spirit Stream sect, so the feelings weren't overwhelming. Elder Zhu walked out from the crowd and looked warmly at Baziush-hun. Junior brother Bei, you have spectacular talent, and are just beginning to make headway with the Water Swamp Kingdom. Don't try to convince us you aren't set on pulling off a miracle, and succeed in cultivating it. The North Bank has better resources than we do here on the South Bank. Continuing your cultivation there will be much better for you in the long run. In fact, you'll have an even greater chance of reaching foundation establishment there. When that happens, your longevity will increase. Baziush-hun shivered, and his eyes shone with delight at the idea of reaching foundation establishment and increasing his longevity. Soon, others began to call out. It's time to leave. Turn, and walk over to the North Bank. We cultivators are always moving forward, never going backward. There's no need to look behind. Simply strive onward. That's right, Sect Uncle Bei. It's time to leave. With dreams as big as yours, the North Bank really is the only place where you can spread your wings and soar. Sect Uncle Bei, there's no need for you to miss us here, and once you get to the North Bank, there's no need to come back. Your path is always in front of you. Upon hearing such words, Baziush-hun felt even more moved. Taking a breath, he clasped hands and bowed deeply to everyone. The sect leader looked on with an odd expression until Baziush-hun turned, and the two of them headed toward the North Bank. After he was gone, the warm expression on Elder Zhu's face turned into one of excitement, and it was the same with the surrounding disciples. Many people were so happy they started crying. The heavens do have eyes. Baziush-hun is finally gone. Ha 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 ha. The sect leader has bestowed favor upon us. The Peak Lords are wise and magnanimous. The Tao of the heavens truly is just. Spring has finally arrived for the South Bank. Is this real? Is Baziush-hun finally gone? Do I dare to believe that it's true? Everyone began to cheer, and some people even took out drums and cymbals and began banging and clashing them loudly. On the north side of Mount Deoseed, Baziush-hun trailed behind the sect leader as they walked along. When he heard the racket behind him, he cleared his throat, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Something about the whole situation seemed familiar. He sighed. Can you hear that, elder brother sect leader? The South Bank misses me so much that my departure has sent them wild with grief. Zhenyu Ondong's jaw dropped, and he looked up quietly into the sky. Chapter 118, Not a Warm Welcome. The Spirit Stream sect consisted of 8 mountain peaks. Other than Mount Deoseed in the middle, There were 3 mountain peaks on the south bank and 4 on the north bank. Those 4 were Sunset Peak, Archway Peak, Iris Petal Peak, and Ghost Fang Peak. The number of disciples on the north bank vastly exceeded that on the south bank. Any one of the north bank mountain peaks' outer sects would have tens of thousands of disciples. As for their inner sects, they usually had over 1,000. Overall, the north bank was about twice as powerful as the south bank. It was for that reason that the north bank had long since come to be the leading force in the sect. Of course, the foundation of North Bank's power came in the form of the battle beasts that all disciples there raised. The vast numbers of beasts there ensured that animal calls rose up into the air constantly. The North Bank seemed more savage and barbaric, its disciples more fierce than their southern counterparts. Flying creatures could be seen in the air all the time, and it was even possible to occasionally catch sight of the special beasts assigned to protect the mountain peaks themselves. They were shocking to behold. As sect leader Zhenyu Ondong escorted Bezish Hun to the North Bank, the disciples there quickly took notice. Quite a few even realized that this was the archenemy of the North Bank who had risen up in the chosen battles. The 4 peak lords of the North Bank emerged to offer greetings to the sect leader, leading him to the Grand Hall on Ghost Fang Peak to discuss certain matters. Bezish Hun was left outside the hall. Of course, word of his arrival spread rapidly. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, virtually everyone in both the outer and inner sects on the North Bank all knew what was happening. Did you hear? That villain Bezish Hun has come to the North Bank. Bezish Hun? He's the archenemy of the North Bank. I can't believe he dared to come here. Ha ha ha. This is actually a good thing. A wonderful thing. I heard the reason he's being transferred here is that he caused a huge disaster with the snakes Indiana 10000 Snakes Valley. Supposedly he has some mystical ability to drive everyone crazy no matter where he goes. I'm not sure if it's true or not, though. Even if he really does have an ability like that, it won't do any good. He's on the North Bank now. If he thinks he's a dragon, we'll show him that he's nothing but a worm. If he thinks he's a tiger, we'll show him that he's a mere house cat. He inflicted unprecedented humiliation on the North Bank in the chosen battles, but the heavens have eyes. The sect leader must have brought him here so that Bezish Hun can finally learn the consequences of provoking the North Bank. As word spread, all the disciples from the 4 mountain peaks of the North Bank began to cheer in excitement. Clenching their fists tightly, they gazed menacingly toward the summit of Ghost Fang Peak. They were already preparing to make life a living hell for Bezish Hun. That was especially true of the disciples who had actually fought in the chosen battles. The Gongsun siblings, Zhu Song, and others were all extremely excited. They had been in secluded meditation ever since returning, and had all experienced significant progress in their cultivation. Bezish Hun stood outside of the Grand Hall on Ghost Fang Peak, looking up at the beasts flying about in the air. One of them was a 7-colored phoenix, shocking in appearance, which caused all other birds to prostrate in worship when it neared. It soared in a wide circle around the North Bank a few times before flying over to Iris Petal Peak, where it vanished. Bezish Hun continued to look around curiously. Currently, there were 4 Ghost Fang Peak disciples in the area, all eyeing him coldly. Their hostility and anger was palpable. Clearly, they did not want Bezish Hun there. Bezish Hun yawned and rubbed his eyes. Considering how long the Ghost Fang Peak disciples had been staring at him, he finally decided to break the ice. After all, this was going to be his home in the future. Clearing his throat, he said, if you keep staring at me like that, sect nephews, I'm going to get embarrassed. The only response to his words on the part of the Ghost Fang Peak disciples was that their glares grew even sharper, like flying swords whooshing toward Bezish Hun's heart. Bezish Hun felt a bit awkward, but he knew that he was their senior, so he laughed and said, we're all fellow disciples. Don't be like that. Come, I'll tell you a funny story. One time before he could finish speaking, though, their gazes turned even more frightening. He had already tried his best to start out on the right foot, but all they did was keep glaring at him. He was starting to wonder if he'd done something wrong. As time passed, and all the disciples on Ghost Fang Peak heard that the archenemy of the North Bank, Bezish Hun, had arrived, more and more people began to fly over in his direction. As they did, hatred seemed to pile upon hatred, and they began to yell angrily. Bezish Hun, how dare you come to the North Bank? We're gonna show you what happens to people who dare to offend us. Damn it. A single look at him and I can't help but think of the tragic fate of elder brother Bainlai. Take him down. As the angered shouting grew louder, Bezish Hun edged backward nervously. In his mind, they were acting a bit excessively. He was nothing impressive. Even as he backed away, a cold snort suddenly echoed out from within the hall. What's with the racket? Bezish Hun, come in. The disciples immediately suppressed their anger, but their glares remained as icy as ever. Bezish Hun's hair was standing on end, And yet, he didn't feel that it was proper to allow himself to be cowed so easily. Glaring fiercely back at the crowd, he put on a proud posture as he strode into the hall. Sect leader Zhenyu Ondong occupied the seat of honor, with the 4 peak lords sitting on either side of him. They had strange expressions on their faces, and as for Zhenyu Ondong, he was sighing inwardly. He almost couldn't believe that Baizish-hun had caused such a scene after just having arrived. Baizish-hun, I've discussed matters with the 4 peak lords of the North Bank. We've arranged for you to serve as the honor guard of the Beast Conservatory. In addition to caring for the beasts, you can observe them as part of your cultivation of the water-swamped kingdom. Hopefully, you can create your life essence spirit quickly. The Beast Conservatory is not part of any of the mountain peaks, it's on the other side of the mountains, with the ancient Beast Chasm. You must not be naughty and mischievous there. You have to work diligently at cultivation, and treasure this opportunity. Giving Baizish-hun a meaningful look, he turned his attention to the 4 peak lords. My junior brother is a bit naughty and mischievous. If he does anything offensive, fellow Taoists, please punish him as you see fit. The 4 peak lords smiled, and then exchanged some more pleasantries with the sect leader. Finally, Zhenyu Ondong departed the North Bank and returned to Mount Daoseed. Baizish-hun was left behind in the Grand Hall with the 4 peak lords. After studying him for a moment, the old woman from Iris Petal Peak spoke in a harsh tone of voice. Baizish-hun, the North Bank is different from the South Bank. We have rules here, and if you break them, you'll be severely punished. If the incident of 10,000 Snakes Valley happened here on the North Bank, we'd string you up above the Heaven Span River on the cliffs of Mount Daoseed, for 10 years. And that would be considered a light punishment. With that, she tossed a jade pendant over to him, which contained all the information about the sect rules. Feeling a bit nervous, Baizish-hun merely nodded his head and tried to look as charming as possible. The 4 peak lords exchanged glances, then paid Baizish-hun no further heed. An inner sect disciple from Ghost Fang Peak was assigned to escort him to the Beast Conservatory, whereupon everyone dispersed. The inner sect disciple who led him along was a long-faced young man with pockmarked cheeks. He had a very terrifying appearance, and glared coldly at Baizish-hun the entire way, not speaking even a single word. Blinking at the way the young man treated him, Baizish-hun followed as they walked through the North Bank. Quite a few people stared at him along the way, and none of them seemed friendly. Even some of the outer sect disciples looked at him with open hostility. To them, he was clearly an outsider. Because of that, and because of what the old woman had said in the Grand Hall, Baizish-hun was feeling very apprehensive. He already missed his days on the South Bank. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, the long-faced disciple hurried him to a valley behind the mountain peaks of the North Bank. It was a large area covered by a spell formation. Lush vegetation abounded, and the occasional cries of various beasts could be heard. Even more shocking was the chasm in the middle of the jungled area, which emanated terrifying fluctuations that distorted everything around it. Baizish-hun's eyes went wide at the sight of it all. Then he turned to look at a building not too far off in the distance, which was the honor guard station. It had a stone stele erected in front of it, beneath which stood a gaunt inner sect disciple, clearly waiting there to meet them. The long-faced young man hadn't said a single word to Baizish-hun the entire time. After approaching the gaunt disciple, he briefly explained what Baizish-hun was doing there. The gaunt disciple looked frostily at Baizish-hun, then pulled out a jade slip and handed it over to him. I'm Sun Wen, he said. This jade slip has details about all of the 981 beasts that live here. Each and every one is a precious treasure of the North Bank. If any of them go missing, you will take responsibility. With that, Sun Wen left with the long-faced young man. Baizish-hun coughed dryly at the hostile interaction, but didn't take it to heart. He looked around the honor guard station and found that it didn't even compare to his destroyed Immortals cave back on Fragrant Cloud Peak. However, it was better than the quarters of an outer sect disciple, so he couldn't complain. That old lady said that the North Bank pays a lot of attention to sect rules. Could it be that the rules here are different than the South Bank's? Wow. I need to take a good look at them. I definitely don't want to break any on accident. Chapter 119, It's spring, and I planted my beast birth seed. After a moment of silence, he made his decision. I've come to the North Bank to study. I have to keep a low profile. With that, he poured some spiritual power into the jade slip Sun Wen had given him. Soon afterward, nearly 1,000 glowing lights appeared in his mind, each one of which was one of the beasts located in the area. So, I'm supposed to take care of these beasts. Soon, his eyes began to shine. Whether it was because of his knowledge of the 5 volumes of spirit creatures, or his wondrous battles with the other chosen from the North Bank, he was very interested in the beasts here. Seeing that the blue sky was beginning to turn into the amber of evening, he hurried outside. The calls of beasts could be heard within the jungle. It was spring, and everything was alive and full of energy. A gentle breeze blew past, carrying the fragrance of flowers. Using the jade slip, Hun began to explore the jungle and look for beasts. Highbrow beast. Waterspout dragon? Question mark. Their organs can be used to as the base of tier 4 spirit medicines. Is that a cloud mist mink? Not only are they incredibly quick, their fur can be turned into defensive magical devices. The more Hun looked around, the more excited he got. He was finally getting a chance to personally see some of the animals he had only studied in the 5 volumes of spirit creatures. Seeing pictures and seeing them in real life were completely different experiences. Already, his mastery of the 5 volumes of spirit creatures was growing. He saw a 6-meter-tall monkey, a huge bear that could blend into its surroundings, a fierce-winged tiger, and even a 30-meter-long pangolin which sped by right in front of him. The beasts were all wild in nature, and initially treated him with hostility. But when they sensed the aura on his jade slip, they stopped paying him any attention. Hun looked around excitedly at all of the wild beasts. Soon, he realized that the jade slip made it so that the animals didn't care about him, not even the most vicious of them. That was when he started trying to approach them. However, they reacted with irritation when he got too close. After a moment of thought, he decided that he wouldn't try to push things too far. When night fell, he returned to the honor guard station. The following morning at dawn, he got up early. Using the jade slip as his guide, he flew here and there in the jungle, observing the animals. Time passed. Soon, Hun had been on the north bank for half a month. During that time, he never left the beast conservatory, and as such, no matter how much the other disciples wanted to cause problems for him, they were unable to. That half-month was a wonderful time for Hun. Every day, he would excitedly go out to personally observe animals that he had learned of in the 5 volumes of spirit creatures. He was already coming to realize how certain aspects of his medicine concocting were lacking. Before, I focused only on plants and vegetation. I never even thought about the spirit creature ingredients. By adding them in, I can create even more transformations in my medicine. Couple that with the techniques of mutual augmentation and suppression, and my concocting will be much better than before. Currently, he was flying excitedly through the jungle when he caught sight of a flying tiger, laying on the ground panting. One of its legs was wounded and bleeding, apparently having been injured while hunting. When Hun hurried over, the flying tiger let out a powerful roar. However, Hun managed to push his hand down onto its back, ensuring that it couldn't move even if it wanted to. After all, his fleshly body's strength was terrifying, even compared to the flying tiger's. Don't move, I'll help you with that wound. Hun quickly cleaned the wound, and then put some medicinal powder on it. Finally, he released the tiger. It flew up into the air, and then roared at Hun. A moment later, though, it looked in shock at its previously wounded leg. With a final glance at Hun, it flew off into the distance. Smiling, Hun watched it fly off. After finishing his day of observing the beasts, he returned to his residence. Up above, the sky was starting to grow dark. Standing there, he retrieved a wooden box from his bag of holding. After opening it, he produced a fist-sized seed which pulsed with a strong life force, almost like a heartbeat. It was even possible to see something squirming around inside. Beast birth seed. He murmured, eyes shining brightly. He had acquired this item back when the Luotian clan had turned traitor. It had been inside the bag of holding of one of the Luotian clan cultivators. Of course, it was a legendary item within the cultivation world. In the years that followed, Hun had done some research into the item, and had learned from the 5 volumes of spirit creatures that if it absorbed the quintessence of one or more beasts, it could naturally give birth to a bloodline descendant of those very beasts. Back on the south bank, Hun had considered what it would be like to have his own battle beast, but had never been able to meet all the requirements. Now that he was here on the north bank, however, he did. A beast birth seed can give birth to a baby beast. However, an ordinary beast wouldn't be fitting for me as a prestige disciple and a junior brother of the sect leader. I need to tend to this beast birth seed very carefully. After it blooms, I'll collect the quintessence of all the most powerful beasts. That way, it will give birth to a beast that has inherited the strong suits of all beasts. It will be unprecedented since ancient times, and something no one will ever see in the future. It will be the ultimate battle beast. Eyes shining with brilliant light, and feeling in higher spirits than ever, he took a deep breath and took the wooden box back to the rear courtyard of the honor guard station. There, he had set up a small garden to grow spirit plants, which was located within the protective spell formation of the honor guard station. He had even performed a 3-fold spirit enhancement on the spirit soil, just to be safe. He carefully buried the beast birth seed in the ground, eyes shining with anticipation. According to the information in the 5 volumes of spirit creatures, it won't take too long for the beast birth seed to grow. He stayed in the garden looking at the spot where he'd planted the seed until night fell. When it was dark, he left. Moments later though, he returned. Only after checking that the spell formation's defenses were all in order did he finally go back inside. He didn't rest well that night, and went out frequently to check on the spot where he'd planted the seed. Another half-month passed before he finally managed to get his excitement and anticipation under control, and devote himself fully to observing the beasts. Other than that, he had his daily cultivation routine, and his study of the sect rules. Occasionally, other North Bank disciples would show up in the Beast Conservatory. They would pay some merit points at the stone stele for an opportunity to observe the beasts, or to attempt to bond them as battle beasts. However, Baziush-hun kept the rear courtyard under tight guard. He had even made some adjustments to the spell formation nodes to ensure that no one could trample the garden. Time passed. Half a year went by in complete peace and quiet. During that time, Baziush-hun never stepped out of the Beast Conservatory even once. He spent all day in the jungle, with the beasts as his companions. He treated injuries among quite a few of them, and even created some simple medicinal pills for them that got their chi and blood pumping healthily. Because of Baziush-hun's constant care, and his medicinal pills, the beasts soon began to develop a good relationship with him. As they grew more accepting, it became easier to approach them more closely and observe them in more detail. Although he didn't bond any of them, they became very similar to battle beasts, and would listen to every word he spoke. One day as he was strolling along through the jungle, 3 North Bank disciples approached the stone stele outside the honor guard station. After purchasing 3 days' worth of time in the Beast Conservatory, they entered the jungle. One of them was the previous honor guard, inner sect disciple Sun Wen, who had handed his duties over to Baziush-hun half a year before. He was flanked by 2 outer sect disciples, 1 male and 1 female. The male disciple was short and baby-faced, while the female disciple was young, with a curvaceous body and a beautiful face. Looking around excitedly, the young woman said, "Thanks, elder brother Sunday with you here, I'm much more confident in getting my own battle beast." She looked over at Sun Wen with open admiration. "Yeah, that's right," said the short male disciple, equally excited. Elder brother Sun is an inner sect disciple, and served as honor guard in the Beast Conservatory for several years. He's adept at controlling the beasts here. I'm sure they all remember exactly who he is. "I think you're exaggerating a bit," Sun Wen replied, although he seemed very pleased. "Although it is true that I can command many of the beasts here. If you see one you like, I'll see what I can do. I'm sure I can at least spare you some effort. However, you have to remember that there are 10 particular battle beasts here with fiery tempers. For example, there's the Sky Flame Bear, the Nightstalk Rape, the Scarlet Flying Tiger, and worst of all, the Plated Mountain Juggernaut. Sometimes, people need to be careful even when they come here with protection. Remember not to provoke any of the beasts." When Sun Wen looked at the female disciple, his heart surged a bit, but inwardly, he sighed. There was a lot of under-the-table profit to be made in the Beast Conservatory, especially if you were posted there. You could help people find the right beasts using the Jade Slip, and could even make it easier for them to bond them. If he'd had his way, he would never have left his post. However, the sect had given him no other choice than to hand it over to Baziush-hun, a decision which he resented. Thinking about these things, he led the other 2 disciples into the jungle, and before long, they had seen quite a few beasts. Many of them came to Sun Wen when he called out to them. Clearly, they still remembered him. "How about this kiwi deer? What about that flying cloud mouse? That's considered one of the top 600 beasts here. Want it? You 2 have pretty good luck. This saber-toothed Mustang ranks in the top 300. When I first saw it, years ago, it wasn't even close to being this big. It's a dancing flame butterfly. Ha ha ha. It's in the top 300, and can cast hallucination magic. Do you want that one?" As they walked along, the 2 disciples looked at Sun Wen with admiration bordering on worship. Many of the beasts in the area, upon catching sight of him, would stop what they were doing, as if they were simply waiting to be bonded. The male disciple excitedly picked the saber-toothed Mustang, but the female disciple hesitated a bit before abandoning the dancing flame butterfly. She turned to Sun Wen, clearly hoping to get a better beast. "Elder brother Sun, are there any that are in the top 200? "Don't aim too high," Sun Wen said in a serious tone. "Battle beasts in the top 200 are very difficult to tame. Even after serving as the honor guard here for years, I was never able to successfully command them. I bet the new honor guard hasn't even been a third as successful as me. In all of the sect, not a single chi condensation disciple could tame such an animal. The 2 of you should be careful about which beasts you try to control. It can be a very dangerous thing." Before he could finish speaking, the young woman's eyes went wide, and she pointed excitedly toward a nearby boulder. "Elder brother Sun, quick, look over there. It's a flying tiger." Assuming that since Sun Wen was with her, she didn't have anything to worry about, she began to perform an incantation gesture without even thinking about it. Instantly, the shamanic powers of the North Bank were unleashed, and began to shoot toward the flying tiger. When Sun Wen turned, he saw a winged tiger lounging on the nearby boulder, looking at the three of them with ruthless coldness. Scarlet flying tiger. Damn it. It usually doesn't show up here. It's one of the top 10 battle beasts. His eyes widened, and then he realized that the female disciple was trying to cast shamanic magic on it, and his heart trembled. Grabbing the two outer sect disciples, he fell back at top speed. He had only been leading the two outer sect disciples into areas where the beasts were relatively docile. The sect wanted the beasts to maintain their wild nature, and because of that, the beast conservatory could be a very dangerous place, especially for outer sect disciples. Normally, they would only come in when escorted by someone from the inner sect. The flying tiger leapt to its feet and let out a roar as powerful as thunder. When the shamanic power hit it, the power instantly dispersed. However, the tiger's eyes turned bright red as it shot toward the group of three. Not good. Shocked, Sun Wen could only watch as the tiger flew up into the air, causing wind to blast out in all directions as power equivalent to the 9th level of chi condensation rose up. The two outer sect disciples were shocked, and were already shaking in terror. Sun Wen gritted his teeth and pulled out a jade slip to call for help. However, it was at that moment that a surprised voice could be heard from off in the distance. Tigger, stop being so naughty. Down, boy. Chapter 120, Fight Me, Baziush-hun. As soon as his voice echoed out, the aggressive flying tiger shuddered, and then immediately dropped down to the ground, kicking up a significant cloud of dust. There it lay, tail swishing back and forth, its tongue stuck out of its mouth, looking over at an enormous figure approaching from the distance. It was a gigantic, 30-meter-long pangolin, with cold green eyes and a brutally murderous aura. These developments occurred so quickly that Sun Wen simply gaped in shock, and the two outer sect disciples behind him gasped. The female disciple was completely dumbstruck, to have seen the flying tiger suddenly become so docile, only to have the huge pangolin arrive, left her wondering if all of these things were really happening. She simply couldn't imagine how the flying tiger which had caused her elder brother's son to flee at top speed could be ordered down with a single sentence. Its current charming appearance was a complete contrast with the brutal ferocity it had exhibited moments before. One of the 10 great battle beasts? Murmured the male outer sect disciple. Looking at the enormous pangolin, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Plated mountain juggernaut. Sun Wen was also shocked by the sight of the enormous pangolin. Even the mere pressure which radiated off of it was shocking. However, what struck him with even more shock was the person he saw sitting on the pangolin's back. It's you. He choked. Perched on the pangolin's back was Baziush-hun. As the pangolin neared, he rose to his feet and leaped into the air, landing next to the flying tiger and bopping it on the head. Are you going around scaring people again? Baziush-hun said, sounding cross. The flying tiger blinked, then lowered its head and licked Baziush-hun's leg. Sun Wen felt as though his brain were being struck by lightning, and the two outer sect disciples behind him were flabbergasted. Sorry, guys, Baziush-hun said. Tigger isn't really that bad. He's just a bit naughty and likes to scare people. Tigger, you apologize this instant. With that, he gave the flying tiger's paw a soft kick. Looking a bit annoyed, the flying tiger turned its head towards Sun Wen and let out a roar. Although it didn't roar at the top of its lungs, it still sounded like thunder, and caused Sun Wen and the others to tremble inwardly. Baziush-hun looked at the group of three, and pretended that he didn't recognize Sun Wen, even though he did. Smiling, he said, are you guys here to select battle beasts? Yeah, where? We're here to select battle beasts. The female disciple said, swallowing hard, fear flickering in her eyes as she looked at Baziush-hun. The fact that battle beasts which frightened her elder brother's son could become as charming as little puppies was completely terrifying. Ah, I see, Baziush-hun replied. Well, maybe we were destined to meet here. I might as well give you a hand. Clearing his throat, and looking very enthusiastic, he threw his head back and let out a powerful roar. As the roar echoed out into the jungle, the ground began to tremble. Moments later, an enormous ape crashed into view, coming to a stop directly in front of Baziush-hun. Grinning at him, it beat its chest with its fist and howled at the top of its lungs. You go stand over there, uppy, Baziush-hun said, waving his hand, you're not their type. The huge ape moped off to the side, face downcast. Sun Wen was left shaking. He immediately recognized the ape as one of the 10 great battle beasts, the fierce night stalker ape. He had once personally witnessed this very night stalker ape crush the head of a waterwood lion. It was an explosively violent creature. And yet, in front of Baziush-hun, it was docile and charming, something that Sun Wen would never have dreamed could be possible. A moment later, a huge bear trumped up, stood on its hind legs in front of Baziush-hun and then started dancing back and forth. "Teddy, we have guests," Baziush-hun said, starting to get a bit frustrated. "Settle down." The bear looked over at Sunwin and the others, and let out a powerful roar. "Sky! Sky Flame Bear! I can't believe it's dancing." Sunwin's vision was swimming, and his mind reeled from the massive waves of shock that battered it. As for the two outer sect disciples, however shaken they were before, they were now 10 times more so, and were filled with unprecedented terror. Then, the ground started to shake even harder as one beast after another appeared. A huge horde of hundreds of beasts assembled, none of them the docile type that Sunwin had found before. These beasts were all fierce and terrifying. Sunwin and the outer sect disciples instantly went weak at the knees. As for the outer sect disciples, their faces were ashen as sensations of imminent crisis filled them from head to toe. "Very well," Baziush-hun said, trying to sound profound. "Take your pick." He coughed lightly. Sunwin was at a complete loss. He simply couldn't imagine what Baziush-hun might have done to make all of these beasts follow his orders, and in a mere half a year at that. The fact that Sunwin had been stationed here for years left him feeling bitter inside. The sharp contrast between himself and Baziush-hun was bad enough for him. There was no need to even mention the deep regret felt by the male outer sect disciple. He admired all of the beasts present, and was filled with bitterness that he had carelessly selected one already. If he had merely waited a bit longer, he might have met this miraculous elder brother, and stumbled into incredible good fortune. But now, he had no such chance. The female disciple was trembling in disbelief. She quickly pointed at a huge black condor, which let out a piercing cry. Normally, it was fierce to the extreme, but around Baziush-hun, that changed. It allowed the young woman's shamanic magic to pour into it, slowly bonding it to her. After that, it took to flight, soaring above them through the air. Baziush-hun laughed, and then waved his hand. Instantly, the rest of the beasts dispersed, and he jumped back up onto the penguin's back. The penguin let out a roar and turned to carry Baziush-hun off into the distance. Almost unwilling to believe that she had succeeded, the young woman called out, "Elder brother, what's your name?" Baziush-hun immediately felt quite proud of himself. Sticking his chin up, he naturally assumed the melancholy posture of a lonely hero. Swishing his sleeve, he said, "Call me Baziush-hun." Clasping his hands behind his back, he stood there atop the penguin, hair swaying in the wind, looking a bit depressed. After all of his years of practice, he had become very good at assuming this look. The image she was seeing was instantly branded deep into the female disciple's mind. Baziush-hun? Why does that name sound so familiar? The male disciple's jaw dropped, and his eyes went wide with incredulity. The archenemy of the North Bank. The female disciple gasped, suddenly remembering why Baziush-hun's name was so familiar. However, it seemed completely impossible to correlate the archenemy of the North Bank with this lonely, melancholy figure in front of her. Finally, Sunwin led them out of the beast conservatory. Back in the jungle, Baziush-hun sat down on the penguin's back. With no one there to look at him, he sloughed off the lonely hero look and began to proudly hum a little tune. At the same time, he tossed out medicinal pills to the nearby creatures. In addition to how he dutifully cared for them, one of the reasons the beasts had become so docile around him during the past half-year was his medicinal pills. Because of the pills, the beasts felt stronger and more energetic than ever, causing them to like him and grow closer to him on a daily basis. Of course, not all of the beasts had the same reaction. There were some that were extremely cautious. However, Baziush-hun didn't care. All in all, his half-year in the beast conservatory had been one of complete happiness. Recently, his beast birth seed had even sprouted, filling him with intense excitement. Good things just kept happening one after another. He had also come to find that his water swamp kingdom was progressing, and although his life essence spirit hadn't appeared yet, the technique itself was growing more ferocious. The way things were going, Baziush-hun had the feeling that his cultivation of the water swamp kingdom would definitely lead to the appearance of a life essence spirit. The main thing he was curious about was what type of beast it would be. He couldn't stop thinking about what it would be like to have a complete water swamp kingdom, a top-secret magic that was of the same caliber as Ghost Fang's Ghosts Hunt the Night. He also wondered what his battle prowess would be. Filled with anticipation, he focused on cultivation for another month. By this time, he had been on the North Bank for the better part of a year. Although he never left the Beast Conservatory and kept a low profile, stories about him taming the beasts began to spread among the disciples outside. That news, as well as stories about Baziush-hun's past deeds, became one of the most common conversation topics among the North Bank disciples. The scene that had played out during the chosen battles caused countless disciples to gnash their teeth. The thought of what had occurred with Bainlai left them feeling as if they were being stabbed in the heart. Then they would look at their own battle beasts, and the pain would become indelible shadows across their hearts. One day, Bane Lai finally emerged from secluded meditation. There he stood in his immortal's cave, his eyes wide as he looked at a jade slip which had arrived half a year ago, informing him that Baziash-hun had come to the North Bank. Baring his teeth, he crushed the jade slip. Baziash-hun, the humiliation you heaped upon me will be cleansed today. You might be strong, but I've made a lot of progress in the years since then. Unheard of progress. I've finally pushed my sunset incantation to the 3rd level. I'm invincible under Foundation establishment. His cultivation base erupted, and it was at the great circle of the 9th level of chi condensation. After the intense provocation from years ago, he had gone mad with his cultivation, until he was in a state of frenzied hysteria. Baziash-hun. Bane Lai threw his head back and roared, bursting out from his immortal's cave. Many people noticed what was happening, especially the Gongsun siblings and Zhu Song. So powerful. He actually pushed the sunset incantation all the way to the 3rd level. Nobody's done that for the past 1,000 years. He's grown, but then again, so have we. It's hard to say how much more powerful he is compared to back then. Anybody who experienced such a tragedy would surely relive it every day and go mad, just like he did. Even as the Chosen observed Bane Lai with trembling hearts, he transformed into a beam of light that shot toward one of the most popular locations on the North Bank, the centrally located trial platform. The trial platform was actually a clawed stone hand attached to the statue of an enormous, ferocious beast. The statue itself was 30 meters tall, vicious to the extreme, and even seemed to emanate the air of battle. It looked something like an upright crocodile, covered with scales, with 3 rows of sharp spikes running down its back. Even more shocking was that the clawed hand made up more than half of its entire body. Its left hand was somewhat eroded from the wind and rain, but its right hand stretched up as if to rip apart the heavens. The trial platform was the palm of that right hand. The statue had been discovered 4,000 years ago in the Spirit Stream Sect's ancient beast chasm. It had taken quite a bit of work to extract it and set it up in its current location, where it became the North Bank's popular trial platform. Currently, Bane Lai stood on the trial platform, eyes shining with the desire to fight. Throwing his head back, he howled, "I'm putting up all of the merit points I have. 37,000. I hereby challenge Baziash-hun." As the words left his mouth, the trial platform began to tremble, and the air distorted as a paper crane materialized. Without the slightest delay, it shot at top speed in the direction of the Beast Conservatory. The North Bank Trail platform was a very famous place in the Spirit Stream sect. Even the disciples in the South Bank had heard of it. According to the rules of the trial platform, anyone could pay some merit points to issue a challenge to anyone else on the North Bank. Once they did so, a paper crane would appear, which would fly to notify the other party of the challenge. The challenge would remain in effect for half a year. If the challenged party accepted, the fight would begin immediately. If the challenged party won the fight, they got to keep the merit points. If they lost, there was no merit point penalty. It was also possible to refuse the challenge. If that happened, then half a year later, the challenge would be nullified, and the merit points would be returned to the challenger. However, during that half-year time period, the challenger could not retract the challenge. Because of those rules, the challengers ended up being in a very passive position. However, that made things fair. Chapter 121, Paper Cranes Fill the Sky. The news that Bane Lai had made such incredible progress with his divine ability and then issued a challenge to Baziash-hun on the trial platform swept rapidly through the North Bank. Disciples flocked to the trial platform, where they waited eagerly to see the outcome. Bane Lai stood there, his blood boiling with the desire for revenge. He wanted to cleanse the humiliation which he had felt, and prove to all on the North Bank that Bane Lai was the same Chosen he was before. However far I fall down, that's how far I'll climb up, and even higher. Baziash-hun, you're nothing but a stepping stone to me. Bane Lai's eyes burned with madness. He had been waiting for this day for a long, long time, and was completely confident that his sunset incantation would secure him victory against Baziash-hun. Of course, he had heard the stories about Baziash-hun's final match with Ghost Fang. However, he was still confident that his mad struggles over the past years put him in a position to fight first Baziash-hun, and then Ghost Fang. Baziash-hun, get out here. Bane Lai roared, shaking inside and out, thrumming with energy that caused intense shock among the spectators. His unleashed cultivation base was like a vortex, spinning around him in all directions. Good job, elder brother Bane. Take Baziash-hun down. Ha ha ha. We've been waiting for a long time for this day to arrive. As crowd was cheering, Baziash-hun was in the jungle, sitting on top of the pangolin, humming a little tune as they went on a little walk. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared off in the distance. It sent a blood-colored glow out in all directions, and radiated a murderous aura that seemed permeated with a desire to do battle. Baziash-hun looked up as the blood-colored light appeared in front of him, taking the shape of a paper crane. An emotionless voice spoke from the crane to echo out in the jungle. Inner sect disciple Bazius Hun, Bainlai of the North Bank, in the 9th level of Chi Condensation, has put up 37,000 merit points to challenge you to a fight. The challenge remains open for the following half year. If you win, you may keep the merit points. If you lose, then according to the rules of the trial platform, you will not be penalized. The voice itself seemed to contain something that caused one's blood to boil and one's impulses to surge. Bazius Hun's eyes went wide, and his heart began to beat rapidly. Something about the voice seemed to be intentionally driving him toward madness. Fight. 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 Fight, my ass. Bazius Hun said, smacking his chest to dispel the effects of the voice. After all of his time spent researching the sect rules of the North Bank, he was not unfamiliar with the trial platform, and knew the rules well. I, Bazius Hun, am a prestige disciple, and a junior brother of the sect leader. By no means will I participate in any fighting and killing. Glancing once more at the paper crane, he coughed dryly and then waved his sleeve. A wind sprang up, sending the paper crane flying off to the side. Humming a little tune, he sent the pangolin onward through the jungle as though nothing had ever happened. Time passed. About an hour later, the crowd around the trial platform was completely shocked, and the cheering had died down quite a bit. After 2 hours, people were starting to whisper back and forth to each other. Bainlai still stood there on the trial platform, trembling and twitching. Bazius Hun isn't going to avoid the fight, is he? No way. He took first place in the chosen battles. He couldn't possibly not care about his reputation, could he? I doubt that's possible. It doesn't matter who the chosen is, when they get challenged, they either fight right then and there, or schedule another time to fight. Why hasn't Bazius Hun even responded? 4 hours later, the sun was setting. However, Bazius Hun still hadn't responded. The North Bank disciples were stunned. Damn it. I should have known. I can't believe the shameless Bazius Hun is avoiding the fight. This is preposterous. He came here as a representative of the South Bank. What a loss of face for them. As the discussions raged, Bainlai glared off in the direction of the Beast Conservatory. He could never have imagined that Bazius Hun would actually avoid the fight. He couldn't accept it. Bazius Hun had taken first place in the chosen battles. If Bainlai had taken first place, and then someone challenged him, he wouldn't avoid the fight. He's definitely going to come out and fight. Bainlai said through gritted teeth. The way he stood there, completely focused, caused the observing North Bank disciples to be shaken inwardly. A few moments later, another beam of light appeared from within the crowd as someone flew up onto the trial platform. As people looked over, the newcomer was immediately identified. He was also a chosen like Bainlai. Zhu Song. A grave expression could be seen on his face as he stood there on the trial platform. When he thought back to the fight he had witnessed between Bazius Hun and Ghost Fang, he knew that Ghost Fang hadn't been truly defeated. He had handed Bazius Hun the victory by tiring himself out. Bazius Hun was strong, Zhu Song had to admit that. However, in the past years, he had grown significantly, and was far stronger than he had been during the chosen battles. After much consideration, he had come to believe that he definitely qualified to fight with Bazius Hun. Today, I, Zhu Song, will join Bainlai to challenge Bazius Hun to a fight. He said loudly. Zhu Song of the North Bank. I'm putting up 20,000 merit points to issue the challenge. After a moment of protracted silence, a deafening cheer rose up from the crowd. Elder brother Zhu Song is actually challenging Bazius Hun. Good job, elder brother Zhu Song. Glittering light rose up as a second paper crane formed and then shot toward the Beast Conservatory. Bainlai trembled as he looked over at Zhu Song. Their gazes met, and both could see how much the other was determined to fight Bazius Hun. After a moment, they both began to laugh at the tops of their lungs. At about this time, another beam of light shot out toward the trial platform. It was a young woman, none other than Gong Sunwaner. I, Gong Sunwaner, put up 20,000 merit points to issue a challenge to Bazius Hun. Before the crowd could cheer any louder, a fourth beam of light shot toward the trial platform. I, Gong Sunyun, put up 20,000 merit points to issue a challenge to Bazius Hun. The Gong Sun siblings had experienced significant progress in recent years, and were also challenging Bazius Hun to a fight. As their voices echoed out, light glittered, and two paper cranes formed and then shot out through the air toward the Beast Conservatory. Look how fired up they are. Now that's what North Bank chosen are like. Those chosen are invincible. Ha ha ha. Bazius Hun must be scared out of his pants. You know what, even if I lose, it's only a few merit points. I'm gonna challenge him too. He needs to know that the North Bank sticks together. A fifth, a sixth, and even a seventh disciple emerged from the crowd to fly over and stand on the trial platform. I, Chenao, will Will share trials and tribulations with elder brother Gongsun Yun. I put up 700 merit points to challenge Beziish Hun. Elder brother Zhu Song has always treated me well. I, Sun Qinglong, will stand by his side. I put up 500 merit points to challenge Beziish Hun to a fight. I, Zhu Feng, put up 400 merit points to challenge Beziish Hun to a fight. The North Bank was being completely shaken. Meanwhile, back in the Beast Conservatory, Beziish Hun watched in shock as one paper crane after another flew toward him. As they did, they spoke with the same emotionless voice. So many. Beziish Hun thought, blinking. He had already tossed 3 paper cranes off to the side, only to see 5 or 6 more flying toward him, one after another. All of them exerted influence on him to try to get him to fight, making it hard to stay calm. Suddenly, wings sprouted from his back as he shot through the forest at top speed back toward the honor guard station. Along the way, another dozen or so paper cranes reached him, all of them speaking the same type of words. The stimulating sensation caused by the words made Beziish Hun let out an enraged roar. You people are such bullies. How can you challenge me with so many people, and each one in the 8th level of chi condensation or higher? What are you trying to accomplish? No. I want to keep a low profile. After arriving back at the honor guard station, he activated the spell formation, trapping the paper cranes outside. Finally, he sat down cross-legged, looking very lofty. I'm definitely going to keep a low profile here on the North Bank. There's no way I'm going to give in to your demands. Humphrey. Sighing emotionally, he put the matter aside and began to meditate. As the night passed, more and more people leaped up to join Bain Lai on the trial platform and issued challenges to Beziish Hun. The whole sect was sinister. Many of them were there to ingratiate themselves to the chosen, and of course, a large number of them were fans of Gongsun Wan'er. It was quite an exhilarating scene to see so many people putting up so many merit points. Around daybreak, Beziish Hun finished his cultivation session and pushed the door open to find a cacophony of voices shaking everything in the area. He stared in shock, and worked hard just to suppress the desire to fight which rose up in his heart at the instigation of the voices. Astonishingly, there were over 100 paper cranes waiting outside for him. You North Bank people are crazy, he said. Scalp tingling, he closed the door and didn't take even a single step outside. The following morning, he assumed that the North Bank people would have finally called it quits. However, upon opening the door, a sound like thunder could be heard coming from the more than 300 paper cranes piled up like a mountain outside of the honor guard station. Each and every one of those paper cranes represented a challenge to fight. Beziish Hun cleared his throat and quickly closed the door, more convinced than ever that the North Bank people were lunatics. Sometimes it's a real mistake to be so superior to everyone. Beziish Hun. Beziish Hun. If you made a mistake anywhere, it wasn't being so superior. Face downcast, he sat down in the honor guard station, where he thought for some time before deciding to simply work on cultivating the water-swamped kingdom. Time passed. During the following week, every time Beziish Hun pushed open his door, he would find that hundreds more cranes had arrived. Eventually, he simply got used to it, until around 2,000 of them were piled up outside. Whenever disciples came to visit the Beast Conservatory, the first thing they noticed upon entering was the huge pile of paper cranes. The entire North Bank had sprung into motion because of Bain Lai issuing a fight challenge. The chosen were whipped up into a storm, and it only continued to grow more intense. Eventually, roughly 40% of the inner sect disciples had issued a challenge to Beziish Hun. Most of them offered up a small portion of their merit points, not all of them like Bain Lai had. Eventually, word spread to the elders and the peak lords, and even they were shocked by what was happening. During the 4,000-year history of the North Bank trial platform, this was the first time that anything like this had ever happened. Nearly 2,000 inner sect disciples had issued challenges, and all to a single person. It was impossible to control the situation, which was like a flowing tide that dragged all the North Bank into madness. Did you hear the latest news? Today, 300 inner sect disciples challenged Beziish Hun at the trial platform. Ha ha ha. Beziish Hun is definitely scared to death. By now he definitely realizes how strong the North Bank is, and how much we stick together. Hold on. I'm gonna go challenge him too. Right now. Chapter 122, I accept this challenge. The North Bank disciples viewed challenging Beziish Hun as a sort of heroic accomplishment. It was causing such a stir that word even spread to the South Bank. The disciples there exchanged glances of sympathy. Of course, that sympathy was not for Beziish Hun, it was for the disciples of the North Bank. They really don't know him at all. Just wait. It won't be long before they realize how terrifying Beziish Hun is. Time passed. On the 10th day, the number of inner sect disciples who had challenged Beziish Hun had reached about 2,300 in total. That number increased every day. It reached the point that any inner sect disciple who didn't go to challenge Bazius-hun was considered to have lost face. Not going to the trial platform to send out a paper crane was considered to be contemptible. Once it became the norm. Even more people challenged him. Ha ha ha. On this day, Zhu Daobao, put up 10 merit points to challenge Bazius-hun. Humphrey. Zhu Yunkan, challenged the archenemy of the North Bank 3 days ago. Too bad that numbskull didn't dare to fight. On the 13th day, the number of disciples who had challenged Bazius-hun passed the 3,000 mark. The North Bank was completely and utterly in a frenzy. No matter where you went, the only thing people talked about were the challenges to Bazius-hun. For such a massive storm to have been caused by a single person was unheard of. New challenges flew out every day, and tens of thousands of outer sect disciples were gathered around the trial platform, there to watch the proud inner sect disciples in their glory. Every paper crane that flew off was accompanied by cheers, regardless of how many merit points had been put up as the stakes. Bain Lai had never imagined that his actions would give birth to such pandemonium. He was now far more famous than before, especially considering that he had come back from an injury to his current height. On the 17th day, the number of disciples who had challenged Bazius-hun broke past 4,000. The storm which had overtaken the North Bank was filling the entire sect. By this point, what was happening was no longer a simple challenge to fight. It was a symbol. The number of merit points offered up didn't matter. Some people offered less than 10. However, the event was so exciting that everybody had to participate. Bazius-hun is scared. He doesn't dare to fight with the North Bank. Ha ha ha. Even if he were stronger than he is, he would still have to kneel before the combined might of the North Bank. The spirit of the North Bank can never be surpassed. The 4 peak lords of the North Bank were tongue-tied, and sect leader Zhen Yuandong looked on with wide eyes. Even the prime elders took notice. After all, this sort of thing had never occurred before. The North Bank disciples were so excited about the matter that virtually every day after the challenges were issued, people would rush over to the Beast Conservatory to look at the paper cranes flying to join the pile. Loud cheering would always accompany the scene. By the 20th day, 80 to 90% of the inner sect disciples had issued challenges to fight. It was only then that the pandemonium began to die down. That morning, a burly outer sect disciple appeared near the trial platform, seemingly bursting with eagerness. In his mind, considering the fact that over 4,000 people had already challenged Bazius-hun ahead of him, even if Bazius-hun did choose to fight someone, he surely wouldn't pick people who had offered low amounts of merit points. After all, Bazius-hun had taken first place in the chosen battles. To be able to challenge someone like that, even if he was avoiding the fighting, left the burly disciple bursting with joy. Later on, he could brag that he had challenged Bazius-hun, but that Bazius-hun had run from the fight. More excited than ever, the burly disciple unleashed the power of the 4th level of chi condensation and leaped up onto the trial platform, the first person of the day to issue a challenge, and also the first outer sect to ever do so. After landing on the trial, he threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Liu Dabiao, put up 200 merit points to challenge the archenemy of the North Bank, Bazius-hun. Laughing at the top of his lungs, Liu Dabiao clasped his hands behind his back and stared off in the direction of the Beast Conservatory. Bazius-hun, once you receive Lord Tiger's challenge, will you, an inner sect disciple, dare to fight me? This man's actions stunned everyone present. The first reaction was that this Liu Dabiao was clearly a fool. No matter how detestable Bazius-hun was, he had taken first place in the chosen battles. He was not the type of person that could be challenged by an outer sect disciple. But then people realized that Liu Dabiao was obviously using this chance to try to earn a name for himself, and their eyes began to shine brightly. For an outer sect disciple to challenge an inner sect disciple, who then fled from the match, was an amazing situation that got everyone's blood burning. Liu Dabiao had clearly issued his challenge to fight because he wished to join the grand occasion of opposing the archenemy of the North Bank. Even as Liu Dabiao stood there proudly on the trial platform, Bazius-hun was just getting up from a session of meditation in the honor guard station of the Beast Conservatory. Sighing, he pushed open the door. Over the past 20 days, he had gotten a headache every time he opened the door. However, he had no other choice. If too many paper cranes built up, the desire to fight would grow too strong, and he wouldn't be able to handle it. Therefore, the first thing he did every morning was open the door. Every time he did so, he would see hundreds of paper cranes, and hear countless voices issuing challenges. Yesterday, he had even taken the time to count them all, and found that there were over 4,000. By now, they were piled up everywhere. This time when he opened the door, he was surprised to find only a few dozen new paper cranes. But then, only a moment later, a huge cloud of over 1,000 cranes, bursting with a desire to do battle that could topple mountains and drain seas, flew toward him from off in the distance. Bezius Hun's mind and heart were instantly engulfed by a powerful urge to fight. As the more than 1,000 paper cranes descended, overwhelming him with a desire to do battle, he was literally buried by the cranes. A moment later, his head popped into view, and he crawled out from within the pile of cranes. A shocked expression could be seen on his face as he looked around. He was so surprised that he could barely move. He reached out and grabbed the first crane he saw, to hear an emotionless voice speaking in his ear. Inner Sect Disciple Bezius Hun, Outer Sect Disciple Liu Dabiao of the North Bank, 4th level of Chi Condensation, has put up 200 merit points to challenge you to a fight. Bezius Hun stared at the paper crane, shocked. When he heard that the challenger was in the 4th level of Chi Condensation, his eyes flashed with anger. What a bunch of bullies, these North Bank people. I've been trying hard to keep a low profile, but it's simply impossible. Sheesh. If Bainlai doesn't want to admit he lost, and feels like emerging after 10 years in secluded meditation, well, that's understandable. The Inner Sect disciples want to challenge me? I can endure. But now Outer Sect disciples are challenging me? Enough. Enough. I can accept a challenge. Liu Dabiao? 4th level of Chi Condensation? He's the one. Bezius Hun took a deep breath and sighed inwardly. It was too bad that the beasts in the Beast Conservatory couldn't be taken out easily unless they were bonded. Plus, he didn't know the Heaven's Pan-Shamanic Control incantation. Otherwise, he would take the hundreds of beasts here out with him and crush the fighting arena. Filled with regret, he stuck his chin up and looked at the paper crane. I accept this challenge. Meanwhile, back on the trial platform, Liu Dabiao stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, basking in the feeling of being the center of attention. It was almost overwhelming on an emotional level. Bezius Hun, Lord Tiger will wait for you for 10 breaths of time. You noob. You numbskull. Do you dare to accept Lord Tiger's challenge, or not? Bezius Hun, get the hell out here right now. As he got more and more excited, his voice continued to get louder and louder, causing the crowd to cheer even more. Liu Dabiao was getting really worked up, and had never even stopped to consider that Bezius Hun might actually accept his challenge. From his perspective, the fact that Bezius Hun had been avoiding the fights for the past 20 days meant that even if he did start to accept some, he would definitely pick the Inner Sect disciples. He would never be so shameless as to fight with someone from the Outer Sect. After all, he had taken first place in the chosen battles. Liu Dabiao was feeling more proud of himself than ever, and was congratulating himself on picking the perfect situation to make a name for himself. He could even imagine what it would be like in a few days. Everyone in the Outer Sect would know who he was, and his newfound fame might even cause some of the junior sisters he liked to take an interest in him. Bezius Hun, you have 3 breaths of time left. He roared. Hurry up. Do you dare to fight with Lord Tiger? Laughing with extreme contentment, he prepared to remove himself from the platform. But then, suddenly, a screen of light rose up in front of him, making it impossible for him to leave. The surrounding disciples stared in shock. Next, a completely emotionless voice rang out to fill the trial platform. Inner Sect Disciple Bezius Hun has accepted the challenge issued by Outer Sect Disciple Liu Dabiao. Let the fighting begin. The glittering light of teleportation could be seen as Bezius Hun slowly materialized on the trial platform, thanks to the powers of the paper crane. There he was in front of tens of thousands of North Bank disciples, all of whom stared in complete shock. A deathly silence filled the air. Among the crowd of tens of thousands were both Outer Sect disciples and Inner Sect disciples, and yet all of them were struck as mute as wooden chickens as they stared at Bezius Hun. None of them could ever have possibly imagined that Bezius Hun would actually accept a challenge. Although it was within the realm of possibility, it was still completely unbelievable that he would accept a challenge from an Outer Sect disciple in the 4th level of Chi Condensation. Such shamelessness defied the imaginations of everyone present, and left their minds completely blank. You're Liu Dabiao? Bezius Hun asked, clasping his hands behind his back and looking very serious. Liu Dabiao's knees began to wobble, and tears started rolling down his cheeks. He looked like he was on the verge of fainting. His eyes were blank, and for a moment, he wondered if he were dreaming. He had simply wanted to take advantage of the situation to make a name for himself. How could he ever have guessed that Bezius Hun would actually accept his challenge? He was shaking so hard that he couldn't hardly speak straight. Before he could even say anything, Bezius Hun said, why don't you concede? When I attack, I frighten even myself. The words hit Liu Dabiao's ears like crashing thunder. Visualizing all of the stories he had heard about Bezius Hun, especially the tragedy of Bainlai, his knees went stiff. Terrified, he almost began to weep. I concede. As the words left his mouth, he vanished, and Bezius Hun stood there proudly on the trial platform, watching as 200 merit points were added to his command medallion. Life can be so lonely. he said, flicking his sleeve and sighing. The spectators began to howl in rage, so loudly that it echoed out from the north bank to be heard by the disciples on the south bank. Chapter 123, Fight. Completely shameless. I can't believe the world has someone as shameless as him in it. Heavens. In all my years, I've never seen a guy as shameless as that. I can't deal with this. Can't deal with it, I tell you. I'm gonna go strangle him to death. Get out of my way. This villain Bazius shameless is incomprehensible. Everyone was going mad and shouting at the tops of their lungs. Eyes were shot with blood. Liu Dabiao reappeared after having conceded, his legs wobbling and tears streaming down his face. Everyone present felt sorry for him. This is too much. Instead of accepting the challenge of an inner sect disciple, he fights an outer sect disciple? If he wants to pick someone weak to fight, fine, but did he have to pick someone that weak? Question mark. Hey, fight me, Chenao. I challenged you on the first day. Come on, I dare ya. The inner sect disciples were going mad, unleashing anger upon Bazius that could shake heaven and earth. The Gongsun siblings and Zhu Song were speeding toward the trial platform from off in the distance. After learning what had happened, they were shaken, but also enraged. That was especially true of Bain Lai, who threw his head back and roared. Bazius, I challenge you to fight. His words caused everything to shake as if with thunder, and filled all four peaks of the north bank. Countless disciples of both the outer and inner sects were shocked. Eyes wide, they began to race toward the trial platform. So many people were calling out that they wanted to fight that several hundred paper cranes formed and shot toward Bazius, almost inundating him. This was a scene which had never, ever played out before on the north bank. The disciples were going crazy, and even the four peak lords were left gasping. A huge group of elders appeared, hovering up in the air and looking down at the scene playing out. However, no matter which way they analyzed the situation, they couldn't think of any way in which Bazius had violated any sect rules. The old woman from Iris Petal Peak looked down at him with wide eyes, aware that everything he had done was in compliance with all regulations. Seeing all the paper cranes, and seeing how angry everyone was, Bazius started getting mad. He hadn't done anything to deserve this, and was convinced that he was in the right. He hadn't violated a single sect rule. He hadn't challenged a single person, they kept challenging him. All he had done was accept the challenge. Hearing how everyone was shouting out challenges at him, his eyes widened into a glare, and he roared, "You bunch of bullies! Fine. Fine. You forced me into this." Sweeping his furious gaze across the crowd, he waved his hand, and a sound like rushing water could be heard as more than 5,000 paper cranes emerged from his bag of holding. Those were all of the paper cranes he had collected recently, 1,000 of which had just come in that morning. The crowd instantly went quiet. The inner sect disciples were all cracking their knuckles, ready to fight at any moment. As for the outer sect disciples, they were burning with rage. However, some of them, the impulsive 1,000 or so who had joined Liu Dabiao to issue challenges, were also a bit nervous. Bazius, heart pulsing with fury, looked over at the paper cranes and then selected one from an outer sect disciple in the 5th level of chi condensation. "You," he said loftily. "I accept your challenge." As his voice echoed out, one of the outer sect disciples in the crowd, a teenager, vanished as he was teleported onto the trial platform. Trembling, tears welling up in his eyes and leaking out the corners, he edged backward. I concede." The audience gaped, and some people's vision started to turn black as they realized they had underestimated the true depth of Bazius' shamelessness. I'm gonna kill him. Bazius, you're not gonna escape this time. Not unless you fight everybody here. Until that happens, this matter will never be over. This level of shamelessness. I don't even know what to say. Heavens. I hope some immortal lightning falls from the sky and strikes him dead. That only got Bazius more angry. Looking around at the maddened crowd, he said, Bazius, came here from the South Bank, alone and impoverished. I've kept my tail between my legs up to now because I didn't want to offend anyone. But since you forced me, then fine, I'm gonna go all out. Eyes bright red, he clenched his jaw and pulled out a paper crane from a disciple in the 5th level of chi condensation. A moment later, the outer sect disciple appeared in front of Bazius, so terrified he was on the verge of collapsing. He immediately shouted that he conceded. Bazius let out a cold harumph and then produced another paper crane. To the increasing rage of the crowd, Bazius produced one challenge crane after another belonging to outer sect disciples. Each and every one was so terrified their legs felt like jelly. However, challenges could not be cancelled by the challenger, so they had no choice but to tearfully concede and watch as their merit points were transferred to Bazius. After conceding, they would return to the crowd, their fury even stronger than before, and yet also feeling pained because of the loss of merit points. Of course, Bazius Hun's merit points were increasing rapidly, to the point where even he was shocked. That day was a huge catastrophe for all of the impulsive outer sect disciples. To them, Bazius Hun had become a pernicious devil who consumed merit points with extreme prejudice. As for Bazius Hun, he ruthlessly swept through the entire group of outer sect disciples, the process of which took 3 days. He didn't fight a single time, although taking out all the paper cranes left his arm a bit sore. The North Bank disciples were apoplectic, their voices hoarse and sore from all the shouting. And yet, they didn't calm down in the least bit. Eventually, the Hall of Justice had to intervene to keep things under control. But even they could only watch Bazius Hun at work, remaining vigilant against a possible uprising on the part of the North Bank disciples. The 4 Peak Lords looked on in absolute astonishment. Glancing at each other, they could see the helplessness and shock in each other's eyes. No wonder the South Bank sent Bazius Hun over here. This guy could run the sect into the ground. And yet, he hasn't broken any sect rules. 3 days later, Bazius Hun stretched his right arm to loosen it up, then let out a cold harumph. Having cleared all of the outer sect disciples' fight challenges, he looked around at the tens of thousands of people surrounding him, and could tell that they wouldn't let him leave. After a moment of silence, he chuckled. Well, since you're going to be like that, don't blame me for what happens next. It was at that moment that his normal cautiousness faded, and the same veins of steel appeared that had been present in the fight with the Luotian clan. Even as the crowd looked on with bloodshot eyes, he selected a fight challenge from an inner sect disciple. All eyes were completely focused on the trial platform as a figure materialized. It was a gaunt young man who, the moment he appeared, threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Bazius Hun, today I will boom. Before he could even finish speaking, Bazius Hun was right in front of him, unleashing a fist strike. The gaunt young man's eyes went wide as he sailed through the air and then slammed into the shield surrounding the trial platform, where he slumped down, unconscious. The audience gasped, and their eyes went wide. Bazius Hun stood there with a placid expression on his face as he pulled out a second paper crane from an inner sect disciple. Moments later, the second inner sect disciple appeared on the platform. In the blink of an eye, a fist flashed, and he was unconscious. Then, Bazius Hun pulled out a third challenge. It took 1 day for him to accept the challenge cranes from 100 inner sect disciples. All of them were in the 8th level of chi condensation, and yet none of them could stand up to a single punch from Bazius Hun. When evening fell, Bazius Hun chose to rest. He sat down cross-legged on the trial platform, surrounded by a furious crowd bent on preventing him from leaving if he tried. The next day at dawn, Bazius Hun opened his eyes. Expression the same as ever, he selected a paper crane, and then once again set to work. Yet again, 100 people couldn't stand up to a single punch. Day 3. Day 4. Day 5. 20 days passed in which Bazius Hun accepted 2,000 challenges from inner sect disciples. All of them were in the 8th level of chi condensation, and not a single one could stand up to his fist strike. None of them even came close to qualifying. Although it was certainly an impressive scene, the North Bank disciples weren't silenced yet, nor was their rage lessened. It was on the 20th day that Bazius Hun calmly produced a challenge letter belonging to someone in the 9th level of chi condensation. Soon, people were shocked to find out that Bazius Hun was so strong that the disciples in the 9th level of chi condensation could only withstand 2 fist strikes before being knocked unconscious. Some of them even coughed up mouthfuls of blood. The North Bank disciples were staggered, and many of them finally lapsed into silence. Even the 4 Great Chosen, the Gongsun siblings, Zhu Song, and finally Bane Lai, couldn't endure more than 10 successive fist strikes. Bane Lai was utterly shocked to find that his sunset incantation couldn't stand up to Bazius Hun at all. The Gongsun siblings were astonished. They had been under the belief that they had experienced rapid advancement since the Chosen battles, but now they realized that Bazius Hun had advanced far more quickly than they had. Zhu Song faced Bazius Hun bitterly, and to him, it felt like standing in front of Ghost Fang. The terror he felt was something he had never felt before in his life. 10 fist strikes ended everything. Bazius Hun's fleshly body was already in a position to make contact with the first shackle. After he reached the undying gold skin level, he would be at the peak of the dragon mammoth sea-forming scripture, and would be on the verge of ascending to a higher level. Such strength made him truly invincible to anyone under Foundation establishment. After seeing the 4 Great Chosen fall, the other North Bank disciples sat there silently, looking at Bazius Hun with complicated expressions. Although rage still burned in their hearts, at long last, they had to admit to his superiority. In the cultivation world, respect was given to the strong and powerful. Bazius Hun had struck terror into the depths of their hearts, and as of this moment, had truly defeated the North Bank disciples. He was still their archenemy, but now, People wanted to work as hard as possible to surpass that arch-enemy. It was hard to say who moved first, but soon, the crowd had parted to open a pathway leading toward the Beast Conservatory. Chapter 124, Human controlling Grand Magic. Bazius Hun was done fighting. When the North Bank disciples opened up a path for him, he shook his head and, looking somewhat melancholy, slowly began to walk away. Mixed emotions could be seen in the eyes of the disciples as they watched him go. Off in the distance, he sighed and swished his sleeve. "It's my fault," he said. "I should have kept a lower profile." Inwardly, he was feeling very pleased with himself, even excited. And yet, he maintained a melancholy, lonely look. He made a very bleak silhouette. The disciples of the North Bank were torn, and none of them were really sure what they were feeling. The Gongsun siblings, Zhu Song and Bane Lai, didn't want to give up so easily, and yet, they felt powerless. They had worked hard to catch up to Bazius Hun, and even believed that they had surpassed him, only to find out that they had been left far behind. That feeling left them feeling very down. Zhu Song sighed. Perhaps, years from now, it will be him or Ghost Fang who reaches the legacy echelon. The Gongsun siblings were thinking similar thoughts. The only one who reacted differently was Bane Lai, who stood there trembling, his hands clenched into fists. He would not give up. Could not give up. The memory of the chosen battles was like an invisible whip that constantly lashed at him. Even as he gritted his teeth, a hand came to rest on his shoulder. It was none other than his elder brother Bane Feng, the #1 chosen of Sunset Peak. He had long since arrived on the scene, and one of the paper cranes Bazius Hun had abandoned belonged to him. After personally witnessing what Bazius Hun had accomplished over the past month or so, Bane Feng knew very well that he himself was not a match for Bazius Hun. And he was in the 10th level of chi condensation. Because of Bazius Hun's terrifying fleshly body power and indescribable speed, he knew that he would be crushed as easily as a dried twig. "Big bro," Bane Lai said. "Your latent talent exceeds mine," Bane Feng said encouragingly. "Work hard at your cultivation. Temporary setbacks don't mean anything." Some members of the senior generation who are now in the legacy echelon were nobodies back when they were in chi condensation or foundation establishment. They worked for years to prepare themselves to become the ultimate chosen of their generation. Although those words had been spoken to his junior brother, they were meant for himself. Bane Lai stood there quietly for a long moment before nodding. "In the future, don't provoke Bazius Hun," Bane Feng said softly. "It doesn't matter how vile he was in the past, as of this moment, he has earned the respect of the North Bank. Furthermore, you could learn a bit from how he does things. He knows what to say and how to say it. Knows when to advance and when to retreat. Doesn't get caught up in his imagination. Doesn't get entranced by wealth. Stays focused and perseveres. This guy is terrifying." Bane Feng wasn't the only one who harbored such thoughts. Of the more than 2,000 inner sect disciples Bazius Hun had defeated, most were thinking the same thing. Sometimes, Bazius Hun was a smooth operator. The North Bank had taken the initiative to challenge him to fight, but he hadn't pushed things too far. It was a decision he had made for the benefit of the North Bank, and the more than 2,000 disciples he hadn't beaten, to leave them some face. Continuing to accept the fight challenges would have been meaningless. Furthermore, he had already accumulated a terrifying number of merit points. For now, the best thing was to simply let matters drop, and allow the remaining challenges to expire half a year later. Not only would that give some face to the North Bank, it would reduce a bit of the hostility the disciples there felt towards him. No one said a word. The North Bank disciples stood there quietly, and many of them understood what was happening. Even more of them sighed inwardly as respect for Bazius Hun bloomed in their hearts. The 4 peak lords hovered there, looking down with serious expressions. This Bazius Hun is actually far more powerful than he was during the chosen battles. Young Ghost Fang has been in secluded meditation this whole time in preparation for foundation establishment. Of the two of them, I wonder who is stronger. Years from now, perhaps one of them will enter the legacy echelon and become one of the spirit stream sect's most powerful resources. It's a very, very difficult thing to enter the legacy echelon. The only way to do it is to reach the gold core level within 2 60-year cycles. If you exceed 2 60-year cycles, then even reaching gold core will only make you a prime elder. Both Ghost Fang and Bazius Hun have a long road ahead of them. If one of them really does manage to reach the legacy echelon and surpass us peak lords, they may be able to enter the location where the most profound of the spirit stream sect's reserve powers are located, the spirit stream pocket realm. Not only are the legacy magics of the prime elders located there, if one is lucky, it's even possible to meet Patriarch Spirit Stream. To date, only about 20 legacy echelon members have entered the spirit stream pocket realm. They are the true indestructible legacy seeds of the spirit stream sect. Each of them provide the true power and support for the spirit stream sect. None of us have any chance of being anything other than peak lords who protect the mountains. Only Li King has a real chance." The four peak lords exchanged glances and sighed as they recalled Bezish Hun's relationship with Li King. Eventually, the crowds dispersed. In the following days, the North Bank quieted down and returned to normal. It was the same in both the outer and inner sects. The fear that had been instilled into the hearts of the disciples manifested in the form of diligent cultivation. Perhaps they no longer viewed Bezish Hun as a true enemy, but they most certainly viewed him as an opponent to surpass. The explosive increase in cultivation activity left the four North Bank peak lords very pleased. Time passed. Half a year. Bezish Hun remained within the Beast Conservatory, the same as ever. Every day, he cultivated the dragon mammoth sea-forming scripture and worked with the water-swamped kingdom. He also spent time carefully observing all of the beasts in the Beast Conservatory. He worked hard to care for all of the animals, both the docile ones and the violent ones. As a result, the beasts continued to grow more fond of him. Plus, the more time he spent exploring the jungle, the more familiar he grew with it. That was especially true of one location deep in the jungle, where a pitch-black cave existed. Boundless streams of black mist roiled out of that cave, which was a famous place on the North Bank. The ancient Beast Chasm. Supposedly, that cave led straight down to the Nine Serenities underworld, and was also connected to an arcane pocket realm. Countless vicious beasts lived in the cave, sealed in place by patriarchs of the Spirit Stream sect countless years ago. They were now a reserve force for the sect, and one of the main reasons why the North Bank disciples cultivated their shamanic beast control arts. However, the arcane pocket realm had a very mysterious origin. Throughout the 10,000-year history of the Spirit Stream sect, only one small portion of it had been explored. Every few hundred years, the power of the seals would need to be strengthened, which required a significant cost to be paid by the sect. Even still, the vast resources within the arcane pocket realm ensured that it was one of the most important places on the North Bank. In addition to all that, the ancient Beast Chasm was also the abode of the Spirit Stream sect's holy beast guardian, the Heaven Horn Ink Dragon. In fact, it was even part of the seal itself. The Spirit Stream sect's most powerful offensive weapon, the Heaven Horn Sword, which had received a ninefold spirit enhancement, had been forged from the shed horn of that very dragon. The Heaven Horn Ink Dragon's cultivation base was so terrifying that even Enu Ondong had no choice but to call it senior. Back when the Spirit Stream sect fought its way from the delta into the lower reaches, the Heaven Horn Ink Dragon had been a follower of Patriarch Spirit Stream, and its contributions to the sect could not be understated. One day, Bezish Hun stood at the edge of the waterfall that led down into the ancient Beast Chasm. He had visited the location a few times, and had read about the history of the place, and the Heaven Horn Ink Dragon. Just like he always did, he tossed one of his medicinal pills down the waterfall, then cleared his throat. "Senior Heaven Horn," he called out, "it's me again, Bezish Hun of the junior generation. I just want to use the earth flame here." The price is the same as usual, right? I'll pay with a medicinal pill like I usually do." Not waiting for a response, he hurried over to a cave he'd opened up a short distance away. After becoming familiar with the Beast Conservatory jungle, he'd almost immediately noticed the traces of a vein of earth flame in the area. This small cave he'd excavated connected to that vein, and had become his pill concocting workstation on the North Bank. All of the pills he made for the beasts were concocted here. However, after reading about the history of this place in the Jade Slip, he decided to play it safe. Therefore, every time he came to use it, he would toss some spirit medicine down the waterfall, which he viewed as paying the rent in a way. Although he never got a response when he tossed the medicine down, verbally or otherwise, he'd gotten used to the practice, and therefore continued to do it. A month later, Bezish Hun emerged from the little cave, eyes glittering brightly, his expression one of excitement. His concocting had gone very smoothly. By now, his results with Tier 3 spirit medicine were superb, to say the least. Furthermore, his cultivation base was no longer creeping along slowly. Instead, it had rocketed up to the great circle of the 9th level of chi condensation. Ha ha ha. It won't be long now before I can step into the 10th level of chi condensation. Then I can get ready for foundation establishment. During the past half year, his undying silver skin had also become even more refined. Certain that his cultivation base was now even more extraordinary than before, he decided to test out his violet chi cauldron summoning. To his delight, several cauldrons appeared. By now, he was extremely adept at unleashing and recalling the divine ability. In his delight, he thought back to a certain magical technique he had used long ago, a magic that, technically, he had created. Human controlling grand magic. Back in his fight with the Luotian clan, he had unwittingly used the magic on Chen Heng, and it had left a deep impression on him. Over the years, his desire to perfect it had only grown. He had no cultivators to practice it on, but there were plenty of beasts in the Beast Conservatory. After a bit more thought, his excitement grew as he ran out to find some beasts to test out his human-controlling grand magic on. During the following days, the jungle was quite a chaotic place. Baziush soon found that his human-controlling grand magic didn't work on anything with a very large frame, or a high cultivation base. However, when it came to small beasts with cultivation bases in the 5th level of chi condensation or lower, he did have some limited success. Feeling a bit depressed, but not willing to admit defeat, he thought more about his human-controlling grand magic. Eventually, he came to the conclusion that this technique of using spiritual power to control an opponent's body and mind was missing something. If he could just find what it was missing, he could make it work. Even as Baziush worked with his human-controlling grand magic, deep in the ancient beast chasm was a blue eye that had opened at some point recently. It was staring out of the ancient beast chasm at Baziush, and a strange gleam could be seen deep within. Suddenly, a profoundly ancient voice murmured, "Human-controlling." Years ago, eccentric frigid sect had the same idea. Chapter 125, The All-Night Stalker Beast. The divine ability which Baziush had named the human-controlling grand magic turned into a sort of game for the beasts. They would often find themselves mysteriously floating up into the air, only to fall down moments later. Occasionally, they would even stand up on 2 legs. The beasts weren't frightened by what was happening, and actually found it rather amusing. It even reached the point where some of the smaller beasts would run up to Baziush as soon as they saw him, hoping to have some fun playing the new game. Some of the larger beasts like the flying tigers would sometimes see Baziush waving his finger at them and muttering to himself. Soon, he would sigh and walk away looking depressed. Such beasts were confused about what exactly Baziush was doing. A month later, he decided to temporarily abandon his work with the human-controlling grand magic. "I can definitely get this magic to work," he thought. "When it does, it will shake heaven and earth. However, I need to take things slow. Once I get a bit stronger, I can cultivate it to perfection." He didn't really want to give up, but after a month without the slightest bit of progress, he had to admit that it was time to move on. He was about to start cultivating the water swamp kingdom again when he suddenly thought of the spirit wings he possessed. "When the old granny gave me the proto-magnetic pearl and these spirit wings, she said something about arcane gravitational repulsion." Eyes shining, he pulled the wings out to examine them. After a few days of study, he realized that he was yet again dealing with something that would have to wait until the future. At long last, he buried his ambitions and started cultivating the water swamp kingdom. Time passed, and before long Baziush had been on the north bank for 2 years. As for the beast birth seed, it had already grown into a 3-meter-tall beast birth flower, although it hadn't bloomed yet. According to Baziush calculations, it wouldn't be too long before the flower opened up. As for his water swamp kingdom, he cultivated it constantly, and it grew more and more impressive. Whenever he unleashed it, rumbling sounds could be heard, and a strange power appeared that didn't come from the world around him. By this point, he had spent time observing all of the more than 900 animals in the beast conservatory. He knew them like the back of his own hand, and yet, his life essence spirit still hadn't taken shape. "Don't tell me my observations have been insufficient? I should probably go observe some even more powerful beasts." He thought about the matter for some time, and finally, looked over in the direction of the ancient beast chasm. After a moment of hesitation, he decided that going there was too dangerous. With that, his eyes began to shine, and he turned to look at the 4 mountain peaks of the north bank. Each of the 4 mountain peaks has a spirit beast guardian. On the summit of each of the mountain peaks was an extremely powerful beast assigned to protect that mountain. Although none of them could compare to the Heavenhorn Ink Dragon, they were all extraordinary in their own way. Every few days, they would appear in the open, either flying in the sky, or roaring at the tops of their lungs to shake the entire area. When that happened, large numbers of disciples would look on in awe and envy. In his time on the north bank, Baziush had noticed this phenomenon. That was especially true of the 7-colored phoenix from Iris Petal Peak, which left a particularly profound impression on him. After making up his mind, he hurried out of the beast conservatory. Eventually, was on the path leading past the trial platform. It wasn't the first time he had laid eyes on the huge beast statue beneath it. Every time he did so, he got a very strange feeling, which was the same thing that happened to many other disciples who studied the statue. His observations of it in the past had brought him no gains, so eventually, he paid it no attention. As he was walking by it this time, he happened to glance over for a moment before turning to fix his gaze on Iris Petal Peak. Even as he prepared to hurry along in that direction, his heart seized, as if something dangerous were about to occur. The proto-magnetic wings appeared behind him, and he sped forward several dozen meters. Even as he moved, a black blur sped past the spot he had just been standing in, and a terrifying clashing sound rang out, like that of 2 rows of sharp teeth making contact. The shocking volume of the sound caused the surroundings to shake, it would be difficult to imagine the level of power behind it, or the hatred that could cause teeth to snap shut in such a fashion. The black blur turned out to be a huge black dog, roughly 3 meters tall. It was like a young bull, albeit somewhat emaciated, with scraggly fur that made it look like a wild dog. It was currently staring at Baziushun with a ferocious expression on its face. Saliva dripped off of its sharp fangs, and its eyes glowed red, as if with insanity. Baziushun was so shocked that sweat popped out on his forehead. However, as soon as he laid eyes on the big black dog, he recognized it. "Hey, aren't you Bainlai's Night Stalker beast?" Before he could finish speaking, the black dog shivered and then ran off into the distance. Apparently, if it didn't strike true on the first blow, it would retreat at all costs. Baziushun was a bit taken aback. Of course, he wasn't alone in the area. There were other North Bank disciples around, and they recognized the dog immediately. Gasps could be heard, and soon people were discussing the matter amongst themselves. That was Elder Brother Bane's Night Stalker beast. What a poor little dog. Elder Brother Bane refuses to take care of it now, and nobody else dares to approach it. Even the elders feel bad about it. Yeah, that's right. Ever since that one day, the Night Stalker beast can occasionally be seen lurking around the North Bank. Once I saw it standing on a hill, looking up into the night. It seemed sad. What a pity. Apparently it was trying to ambush Baziushun. Baziushun blinked. After hearing some of the things people were saying, he felt bad. Looking off into the direction the dog had fled, he resolved to look into the issue of why it wanted to ambush him. What else could I have done in that situation? He thought, sighing. I told Bainlai he should concede. I even told him that even I fear my own attacks. Sighing again, he turned and headed toward Iris Petal Peak. As a prestige disciple, he had almost unlimited access to various locations in the sect, even on the North Bank. After cautiously climbing up to the summit of Iris Petal Peak, he neared the cave at the top, but didn't enter. Instead, he settled cross-legged onto a nearby boulder, then waited quietly. The wait lasted for 3 days. Finally, a sharp cry rang out into the dawn sky, piercing through the clouds as a 7-colored light began to shine out from within the cave. Then, a 7-colored phoenix flew out, stretching its wings wide as it soared delicately up into the air. When the sunlight hit its body, the 7-colored reflections it cast were dazzling. Baziushun was shaken as he realized the terrifying level of power that was contained within the phoenix. Even with his amazing undying silver skin, he was far from a match for the thing. As he watched, he committed the image of the phoenix to memory, branding it on his heart. He observed it for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, whereupon the phoenix circled back around into its cave, completely ignoring him in the process. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and mentally recalled the image of the 7-colored phoenix, then continued to wait. Another 5 days passed, and at dawn, the phoenix reappeared. Time passed. Baziushun stayed on Iris Petal Peak for several months to observe the phoenix, only occasionally returning to the Beast Conservatory to handle various affairs before hurrying back. The disciples of Iris Petal Peak soon learned of the matter, and were a bit confused. Most people didn't pay much attention to it, but there were some inner sect disciples who began to speculate about what he was doing. Another month passed, and Baziushun felt that his observation of the phoenix was complete. Next, he headed towards Sunset Peak. The spirit beast guardian of Sunset Peak was a black, 3-eyed raven. It was fully 6 meters long, surrounded by swirling blackness that distorted the air. It didn't come out very often, Baziushun only saw it twice in an entire month. Whenever it flew out, lightning would crackle in the area. The raven always appeared in the darkness of night, never during the light of day. Because of that, Baziushun got used to remaining focused during the night. 3 months passed, and he saw the raven 5 times. Every time it appeared, he would pay close attention, and would devote himself fully to observation. Gradually, he felt as if his life essence spirit were showing signs of appearing. The spirit beast guardian of Archway Peak was not a flying creature, but rather, an enormous lizard. It moved slowly, but radiated incredible energy. It was much easier for Baziushun to observe. Whenever it emerged from its cave, it would perch on the highest boulder at the top of Archway Peak, where it would gaze off into the distance. Baziushun spent several months there, and was able to observe it in much more detail than the 7-colored phoenix and the 3-eyed raven. The spirit beast guardian of Ghost Fang Peak was quite strange. It almost wasn't even appropriate to call it a spirit beast. It was a mountain ghost. It looked like an amalgamation of countless other beasts, formed together like a mountain. After gaining consciousness, it called itself a mountain ghost. It was humanoid in shape, with long black fur and human-like eyes which were located below its wolf-like maw. It also had 2 curling horns at the top of its head. Its lower torso was scaled like a snake, and it had a tiger's head on its chest. Stretching out behind it was a long tail. It carried a ghastly bone trident in its hand wherever it went, and every time it came out into the open, clouds formed up above in the sky, covering both the sun and the moon. In the darkness which resulted, its eyes would glow with mysterious light. The mere sight of it left Baziush-hun trembling in fear. He could sense that the thing was aware of his existence, but that it was so far above him that it didn't deign to even notice him. Whenever it appeared on the summit of the mountain, it would throw its head back and let out a soundless howl. The howl would cause countless stones on Ghost Fang Peak to tremble, and they would only go still when the mountain ghost returned to its cave. Time flowed by, and Baziush-hun went back and forth between the mountains to carry out his observations. Gradually, it felt more and more like his life essence spirit was forming. However, he was getting the increasing sense that he had reached some barrier that had yet to be broken through. The disciples of the North Bank gradually realized that he was observing the spirit beast guardians. Most didn't understand why, but Zhu Song, Bain Lai, and a few other inner sect disciples were fairly certain what was going on, and it caused their hearts to pound. He is cultivating the Water Swamp Kingdom. Quite a few inner sect disciples came to that conclusion. After all, cultivating the Water Swamp Kingdom involved long-term observation of numerous beasts. The Water Swamp Kingdom is a secret magic on the same level as ghosts hunt the night. However, the results differ for every person who cultivates it. Some can unleash incredible power, others are very weak. The fact that Baziush-hun is observing those beasts implies that his life essence spirit hasn't been born yet. I wonder what his life essence spirit will be like. Discussions raged among the inner sect disciples, and Baziush-hun continued his observations. The process lasted for a year. During that time, others besides the inner sect disciples came to pay close attention to what was happening. The peak lords of the Four Mountains, the sect leader, and even Li King were all secretly observing Baziush-hun's progress with the Water Swamp Kingdom. All of them were surprised. Generally speaking, observing beasts in the Beast Conservatory should have been enough to form the life essence spirit of the Water Swamp Kingdom. But it didn't seem enough for Baziush-hun. He went on to observe the spirit beast guardians of the Four Mountain Peaks. And yet, that wasn't enough either. Baziush-hun's life essence spirit seems very difficult to form. Life essence spirits vary from person to person. They form based on the hidden world which exists inside each person, and create a mysterious and unfathomable illusory spirit. What will Baziush-hun's life essence spirit be? Everyone watched as Baziush-hun concluded his observations of the four spirit beast guardians. With that, he trudged through the North Bank, thinking about how he had nothing left to observe. He had the strong feeling that he was only a step away from breaking through the barrier and giving birth to the Water Swamp Kingdom life essence spirit. However, that one step seemed infinitely vast. Baziush-hun was confused, and unsure of what to do next. As he walked along through the North Bank, he headed past the trial platform, and subconsciously looked over at the statue beneath the platform. He had walked past this location many times, and every time he did, he had the feeling that there was something strange about the statue. This time, he stopped in place and looked over. Then, a tremor ran through him, and his eyes shone with incredulity. Chapter 126, Build up to success. Before, he had felt something strange when looking at the statue, something that seemed to make him wish to fight. However, there was something deeper to it than that, something that he couldn't quite put his finger on. Now, perhaps because of having observed the four spirit beast guardians, or perhaps because of his nearness to a life essence spirit breakthrough, he suddenly found himself observing, not the battle beast as a whole, but rather, its scales. They seemed like nothing more than scales on a statue, but as soon as he focused on them, it felt as if the Water Swamp Kingdom life essence spirit inside of him were suddenly writhing with increased power. At the same time, he could almost hear something primeval and ancient roaring in his ears. He was wondering if it was an illusion or not, and was just about to focus further, when the sensation vanished. At the same time, the life essence spirit inside of him suddenly went still. Taking a deep breath, he walked up to the statue and sat down cross-legged in front of it. Then he looked up, certain that the feeling he had just experienced was no illusion. This statue is very, very odd. With that, he focused on looking, not at the statue as a whole, but at the countless individual scales. Although they seemed like nothing more than simple scales, Baziush-hun had only just now realized that they were very, very difficult to commit to memory. He could see them there right in front of him, but simply could not memorize their shape and image. That did not serve to discourage him, though, it caused him to grow more focused. Eyes flashing, he looked more closely at the scales. Time flew by, and soon it was evening. Considering that the trial platform was a central location on the North Bank, disciples would often pass by, and soon people noticed Baziush-hun sitting there staring at the statue. Although it was a peculiar sight, nobody really stopped to pay him much attention. The next morning at dawn, the disciples who had seen Baziush-hun there the day before once again noticed him as they went past the trial platform. Apparently he hadn't moved the entire night, but had remained sitting there staring with bloodshot eyes at the statue in front of him. The astonishment of the North Bank disciples grew. Bazius-hun was now certain that he could only make his breakthrough by means of this statue. He had already done everything else possible with regards to the life essence spirit. He had observed everything in the Beast Conservatory, as well as the 4 spirit beast guardians. He had even secretly observed many of the ordinary battle beasts of the North Bank disciples. The life essence spirit of the Water Swamp Kingdom still had not appeared, and if he had not received any indication that it would, he might have decided to stop wasting his time with it. But he could sense that the life essence spirit was on the verge of coming to life, he just didn't know how to make it happen. So close, yet so far. That uneasy sensation was something he couldn't accept easily. Therefore, he was grasping hard to this opportunity, and his persevering personality was in full effect. He sat there with the same focus he called upon when he concocted medicine. It didn't matter that night came and went, or that his eyes were bloodshot. It didn't matter if a second day began to pass. Bazius-hun didn't stop. In fact, he even had the feeling that if he gave up at this moment, his Water Swamp Kingdom might never be able to give birth to a life essence spirit. The opportunity he had now must be seized, and the life essence spirit had to break out of its cocoon. I refuse to believe that I'll fail, he thought, grinding his teeth. With that, he continued to observe the scales and try to commit their shape and image to memory. Without even thinking about it, he sealed himself off from the world. He abandoned all of his other senses and focused completely on his sight. Days began to pass. On the 4th day at dawn, the North Bank disciples were more surprised than ever by his presence, and soon word began to spread. Bazius-hun has been sitting by the trial platform statue for 4 days now. What is he doing? Observing the statue? That trial platform statue is pretty strange. I've heard of people observing it in the past, hoping to gain something from it. However, to this day, nobody has ever succeeded except for eldest brother Ghost Fang. As word spread further and further, the North Bank inner sect disciples began to pay closer attention. People even began to gather nearby to watch Bazius-hun. His completely bedeviled state caused many people to gasp. So, he's only trying to observe it and commit it to memory, not gain full enlightenment. Well, it's like I said. The trial platform statue has some profound secrets buried deep inside. Not just anybody can gain enlightenment of it. I've read some ancient records that said the statue was pulled out of the ancient beast chasm 4,000 years ago. It's hard to say whether or not some members of the senior generation ever gained enlightenment, but as for ordinary disciples, before Ghost Fang, nobody has ever succeeded. I tried once, believe it or not. In the end, I had no choice but to give up. I never felt a single thing. Only people like Ghost Fang can reach that legendary state of deep enlightenment via observation. Some people have lasted for 10 days, or even 15. The limit is 20, though. After that, people simply pass out. When Bain Lai, the Gongsun siblings, Zhu Song, and other inner sect chosen realized that Bazius-hun was simply observing the statue, they breathed sighs of relief. As for the 4 peak lords, when they saw him beneath the statue, their eyes shone with anticipation. I wonder if Bazius-hun will be like Ghost Fang, and actually benefit from the statue. It requires the right circumstances, the right personality, and the right amount of hard work. This kind of observation is like looking at a canvas randomly splashed with paint. Some people see nothing but chaos, but others see order. Some people see another image beneath the splash of paint. And some people, a vast minority, might be able to see something completely different from everyone else. Bazius-hun truly was just observing, and not seeking deep enlightenment. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the scales, which seemed to grow larger and larger until they replaced the world around him. He saw a heaven and earth filled with floating objects that he couldn't quite see. It was like a blurry illusion, impossible to make out clearly. However, Bazius-hun didn't care. The only thing he wanted to do was memorize the shape and image of the scales. He wasn't even sure how many attempts he had made. 1,000? 10,000? Maybe more? He was completely and utterly absorbed in the process, despite the fact that he was failing over and over again. Time passed. 5 days. 6 days. 7 days. Soon, 10 days had gone by. His observation of the statue was drawing on his vital energy, and his body was beginning to suffer, but he persisted. On the 19th day, Bain Lai and the other chosen were completely convinced that Bazius-hun would only last for another day. After his vital energy grew weak enough, he would lapse into unconsciousness. It took 15 days for Ghost Fang to enter into a state of deep enlightenment, and he awoke from his trance after 27 days. His later progress with Ghosts Haunt the Night had a lot to do with that session of enlightenment. Bazius-hun has already wasted 19 days and hasn't reached deep enlightenment. Regardless of the level of his cultivation base, he can't match up to Ghost Fang in this situation. The statue is completely enigmatic and unfathomable. Lots of people have tested it out, and if you don't succeed the first time, it's only harder after that. Tomorrow, he'll pass out. After he wakes up and restores his vital energy, though, it will be too late. Bainlai and the other chosen felt that way, and so did the 4 peak lords, all of whom were sighing regretfully. Gradually, Bazius Hun's 19th day observing the statue passed. The sun set, and then dawn broke upon the 20th day. As sunlight filled the sky, virtually everyone assumed that Bazius Hun would lose consciousness. But then, looks of shock filled their eyes as the 20th day ended and the 21st began. Bazius Hun didn't pass out. Although he was looking a bit gaunt, he still managed to hang on. 21 days. 22 days. 23 days. As time passed, astonishment grew. By the time the 30th day passed, the peak lords were completely astonished. I can't believe how much vital energy Bazius Hun has. At the most, ordinary disciples would last for 10 days. Body refinement disciples might last for 15. Chosen like Ghost Fang could last for 20 days at the most. Without entering a state of deep enlightenment, one's vital energy will waste away, and they will lapse into unconsciousness. But Bazius Hun has lasted for so long. But what's the point? Even if he lasts longer, if he doesn't reach deep enlightenment, it will all have been a waste. Bainlai and the others were completely shocked, and were finally starting to understand how powerful Bazius Hun's fleshly body was. And yet, they all sighed, without achieving deep enlightenment, simply lasting for a long time would do no good. Soon, another 10 days had passed, and Bazius Hun was still completely immersed in his attempts to commit the scales to memory. It was impossible to say how many actual attempts he had made. Perhaps 50,000, perhaps 100,000. Every single time was a failure. The 50th day passed, and then the 60th day. Countless disciples were profoundly shaken by what Bazius Hun was doing. They almost couldn't believe the deep reserves of vital energy he possessed. Never could they have imagined that he would hang on for so long. Without incredible fleshly body power, it would have been impossible. Eventually, the 70th day arrived, and Bazius Hun trembled. He was clearly much thinner than before, and it appeared as if his vital energy and fleshly body were reaching their limits. The audience which had gathered noticed him shaking, and immediately began to comment. He must be about to finish. Only a few more days now, and he'll pass out. He never reached deep enlightenment. What a waste. Although most people in the audience felt that way, by the time the amber light of evening began to spread out, Bazius Hun's eyes revealed blankness. And then, a moment later, his eyes slowly closed. Upon closing his eyes, his mind was filled with the complete image of a scale. After countless failed attempts, he had finally succeeded. In the instant the scale appeared, a rumbling like that of thunder filled his mind, and he gasped. His aura winked out, seemingly leaving behind nothing except his body. He had finally slipped into the legendary state of deep enlightenment. As of that moment, the eyes of the audience widened. This was such an unexpected development that most people almost couldn't believe it. Bazius Hun had entered deep enlightenment, not by a coincidence or destiny, but simply by hard work. This chance regarding the life essence spirit of the Water Swamp Kingdom also came with a measure of enlightenment. Furthermore, his display of hard work vastly exceeded that of anyone else. Although his powers of understanding might not be on par with Ghost Fang's, he had worked for 5 times as long to do what Ghost Fang did, and that was because of his fleshly body and his vital energy. Because of his cultivation of the Undying Live Forever technique, his strength gave him incredible reserves of energy. Chapter 127, Soul Floating in the Void. Deep enlightenment was a state in which one's soul essentially merged with heaven and earth, connecting with the world to understand and be enlightened regarding natural and magical laws. Mortals could accidentally slip into deep enlightenment, although the likelihood was incredibly small to the point of almost being impossible. Even chi condensation cultivators would have a very difficult time entering such a state, and if they did, it would cause a huge stir among anyone who found out about it. Almighty beings with incredible cultivation bases would occasionally enter that state to comprehend the profound transformations of the world, and the great daos of heaven and earth. For the last 1,000 years in the Spirit Stream sect, only 2 people had ever slipped into deep enlightenment. One of them was Ghost Fang, with his spectacular natural talent. Not even Shangguantanyu had been able to match up to him in this regard. The other person to succeed was now sitting beneath the statue, having observed it for 70 days in a row. Bazius Hun. The surrounding North Bank disciples were left gasping at the astounding scene. Bazius Hun. He is in deep enlightenment? Question mark. He's the only person to have done it other than eldest brother Ghost Fang. Humphrey. How could this deep enlightenment even compare to eldest brother Ghost Fang's? He did it in 15 days, but Bazius-hun took 70. That's not the way to look at it. It just means that if we could hang on for 70 days, then we could reach deep enlightenment too. Except we can't. Look how hard Bazius-hun worked. In addition to the cries of shock, there were other mixed feelings among the crowd. Some people seemed indignant, others jealous, and some contemptuous. Regardless of the specifics, everyone could sense how hard Bazius-hun had worked, and how much he had struggled to endure. Furthermore, all of them were envious to some degree. At the same time, 6 beams of light appeared up in the air. The fastest among them were not the 4 peak lords of the North Bank, but rather Li King from the South Bank. In almost the moment that Bazius-hun slipped into a trance, he appeared. Waving his finger in the direction of the trial platform, he caused a screen of light to descend, surrounding Bazius-hun so that no one could disturb him. It was at around this time that the 4 peak lords as well as sect leader Zhenyu Ondong arrived. The old woman from Iris Petal Peak looked over at Li King, and then the surrounding crowd. Suppressing her surprise at the fact that Bazius-hun had entered deep enlightenment, she barked, "Seal the entire area surrounding the trial platform. Don't open it until Bazius-hun awakens. If anyone disturbs Bazius-hun, it will be considered treason, and punished accordingly." Zhenyu Ondong added. "Get the Hall of Justice over here immediately to stand guard." In response, the outer sect disciples bowed their heads and clasped hands respectfully. Soon, several dozen disciples from the Hall of Justice arrived and stationed themselves in various positions around the statue, where they sat down cross-legged to act as Dharma protectors. By this time, word had spread from the outer sect disciples. Everyone on the North Bank knew that Bazius-hun had entered deep enlightenment. Bainlai and the other chosen emerged from their immortals' caves, shocked, and began to hurry toward the trial platform. When they saw that Bazius-hun was being guarded by the Hall of Justice, they weren't sure what to think. He's actually in deep enlightenment. 70 days. He endured for 70 days. There's no way he's that far ahead of us. I refuse to believe it. Bainlai, the Gongsun siblings, Zhu Song, and the other inner sect chosen were filled with incredibly complex thoughts and feelings. Up in midair, the 4 peak lords looked down at Bazius-hun as he sat there cross-legged, eyes closed and aura dispersed. All of them were sighing. I never thought he would actually pull it off. The kid prepared long and hard. His success was no fluke. I wonder how many days he'll remain in deep enlightenment. Ghost Fang lasted for 27 days. As the peak lord sighed, Zhenyu Ondong's eyes shone with anticipation, and he started laughing heartily. As of this point, he had the feeling that his master would surely be glad to have an apprentice like Bazius-hun. Li King's face was covered with a smile, and his eyes shone with approval and praise. Considering that Bazius-hun was in the middle of a spirit stream sect, with a Hall of Justice protecting him, and surrounded by a spell formation personally set up by Li King, nobody under the Gold Core stage possibly be able to disturb his deep enlightenment. Even if a Gold Core expert dared to show up, they would be killed beyond the shadow of a doubt. After looking on for a bit longer, the Peak Lords, the sect leader, and Li King all left. The North Bank disciples looked on, sighing. Their main speculations were regarding why the Hall of Justice had been called, and also, they wondered how long Bazius-hun would stay in deep enlightenment. He used 5 times as long as to succeed. I bet he'll last for 20% as long as eldest brother Ghost Fang. 5 or 6 days at the most. I bet he'll pass 7 days. Numerous cold snorts could be heard echoing out within the crowd. There were many disciples on the North Bank, and none of them had forgotten that Bei had been named their archenemy. Although they had been impressed by his strength, deep down, there were still quite a few who harbored animosity. There were also many who were jealous of him. Time passed. 3 days later, Bazius-hun still hadn't stirred. However, the vital energy which he had spent in his efforts to gain enlightenment was slowly building back up. Furthermore, now that he had entered deep enlightenment, his aura was gone, as if his soul had left his body to merge with heaven, earth and the void itself. During that time, the blankness within his closed eyes spread to fill his entire person. He had no concept of time, no idea of how long he had been in this state. He only knew the image of the scales. The statue in front of him almost seemed alive, bursting with a savage aura that seemed to be dragging him into the world that existed in its right clawed hand. It was almost as if the void were truly being torn apart, and his consciousness were being sucked through the rift into an illusory world. His mind was a complete blank. He had forgotten who he was, or why he had come here. He only knew the illusory world around him. He saw an enormous creature, so large it was difficult to put into words. It was so huge that Bazius-hun felt like a mere scale on the thing's back. Shockingly, the creature was none other than the giant crocodilian beast that formed the statue on the North Bank. It lived in this illusory world, looking up into the sky, into the heavens, staring at a seemingly invisible figure, something that didn't even exist. Suddenly, It reached up into the sky and made a grasping motion. A sound like booming thunder echoed out in all directions. Bazius-hun watched mutely as its clawed hand tore open a hole in the sky. Rumbling sounds filled the sky, and all that Bazius-hun could think about was that hand. In fact, if Bazius-hun were able to remember who he was, he would immediately realize that the clawed hand closely resembled the clawed hand that Ghost Fang could unleash with Ghosts Haunt the Night. While Bazius-hun was in the middle of the illusory world, time flew by outside. Already, far more time had passed than the 5 or 6 days that many of the disciples had assumed would be the limit. 10 days had passed. Every day, more North Bank disciples came to congregate around the trial platform to watch Bazius-hun. Some of the inner sect disciples had even chose to meditate in the area. Bainlai and the other chosen were also present. They watched as Bazius-hun's deep enlightenment lasted for 10 days, and mixed emotions could be seen in their eyes. While the inner sect disciples sat there quietly, the outer sect disciples were in an uproar. I can't believe he lasted 10 days. Yeah, but I really doubt that he could possibly last 27 days like eldest brother Ghost Fang did. The outer sect disciples continued to discuss the matter as time marched on. 11 days. 12 days. 13 days. Eventually, the 20th day arrived. The North Bank was completely shaken by this point. All of the outer sect disciples were flabbergasted, and were paying close attention to find out if Bazius-hun would surpass Ghost Fang's record of 27 days. There's no way. He took 5 times as long as eldest brother Ghost Fang to enter deep enlightenment. His latent talent clearly doesn't measure up. There's absolutely no way he'll surpass the record. Words such as this were common among the disciples. Even many of the inner sect disciples felt the same. Gradually, the 22nd day arrived, and the 25th. By the time, the voices were silenced, and shock began to fill the hearts of everyone present. On the evening of the 26th day, a new figure appeared in midair above the trial platform, a young man wearing a long black robe. It was none other than Ghost Fang himself. He had been in secluded meditation preparing for Foundation establishment, but had received a message from a fellow disciple notifying him about what was going on with Bazius-hun, and had thus emerged. Bazius-hun was the only disciple in the Spirit Stream sect who could attract his attention. As soon as he appeared above the trial platform, countless disciples of both the inner and outer sects looked up with sober, respectful expressions, even fear. One after another, they clasped hands in greeting. Greetings, eldest brother Ghost Fang. Even Bainlai and the other chosen did the same. As the voices echoed out, Ghost Fang seemed to not even have heard them. His entire attention appeared to be focused on Bazius-hun, and his eyes were shining with a strange light. I began my observation with the beast's sharp claws. After forming the image in my mind, I entered deep enlightenment, and found myself in an illusory world. I lost myself within the ancient beast's heaven-shaking, earth-shattering claws, and found it hard to emerge. After completing my deep enlightenment, I didn't see if anything had changed about the ancient beast. Bazius-hun, now that you are in deep enlightenment, I wonder if you will be able to emerge from within the clawed hand. Chapter 128, Alert within the illusory world, everything was crumbling and shattering. As the ancient beast's clawed hand ripped everything to shreds, even Bazius-hun's mind seemed to be affected. His consciousness began to shatter and disperse, and he looked around blankly. To see those claws ripping apart the heavens was completely and utterly shocking. Such power was unimaginable, and yet, he also desired to possess such power himself. He wanted to be able to rip apart heaven and earth. Now that the rubble was beginning to disperse, he suddenly wanted to do everything he could to absorb the power, to understand it, to make it his own. The more such thoughts filled him, the more his awareness of himself faded. This process went on for a short time until a tremor ran through him, and he realized that something odd was happening. He suddenly remembered that his purpose in coming to this place didn't have anything to do with becoming engrossed with the clawed hand. The thought grew more and more intense until it superseded the enticing power of the claws. The shattered remnants of his consciousness slowly stopped moving, and then began to move in reverse, returning to him and becoming whole once again. Within the illusion, the enormous beast once again appeared. However, this time, what moved was not its clawed hand, but its tail. It was like a whip, smashing the earth to pieces and destroying the heavens. A massive rumbling boom exploded out into the world. Bazius-hun's consciousness once again shattered, and he began to sink into blankness. In the outside world, he had been sitting there in a state of deep enlightenment for 26 days. Night fell, and the sun rose. The 27th day. Soon, it was night again. Among the countless North Bank disciples who had gathered near Bazius-hun and the trial platform, faces flickered with shock, and eyes went wide. Everyone, including Bainlai, the Gongsun siblings, Zhu Song, and the other chosen of the inner sect were being crushed by waves of shock. After a long period of oppressive silence, Countless disciples suddenly burst into a huge commotion. He passed. 27 days? He surpassed eldest brother Ghost Fang. Heavens! How deeply will Bazius Hun sink into this enlightenment? How long will he last? 30 days? 35 days? Or maybe even 40 days? Question mark. Everyone was completely and utterly shocked by the motionless and aureless Bazius Hun. And yet, they had allowed themselves to be shocked a bit too early. Time continued to pass. 30 days. 33 days. 37 days. By the time the 40th day arrived, the North Bank disciples were completely dumbstruck. They weren't the only ones. The Four Peaks Lords were breathless. Each additional day spent in deep enlightenment was significant to the extreme. After all, a single day of deep enlightenment was like years spent in normal meditation. Ghost Fang said nothing, but his eyes shone with a shocking light as he looked at Bazius Hun. He wanted to know exactly what it was that Bazius Hun was seeing. He must not have lost himself in the claw like me, he thought. In that case, what came next? Back in the illusory world, Bazius Hun's consciousness was trembling. He wasn't sure how long he had been lost within the tail of the ancient beast. However, as his consciousness began to dissipate, the same thought arose once again. The power of the tail was not what he had come here for. That's not it, he murmured quietly. In that moment, his consciousness ceased to disperse. Simultaneously, the ancient beast opened its mouth to reveal something far more terrifying than its claws or tail. Razor-sharp fangs. Row upon row of sharp teeth, emanating a murderous aura that made them seem capable of destroying anything and everything. It was as if a single bite from those teeth could cause the entire world to go dark and end in destruction. No, Bazius Hun murmured. This is not why I came here. His voice echoed back and forth around him, growing louder and louder. I came here to observe the ancient beast, for the purpose of bringing life to my water swamp kingdom life essence spirit. I don't want the claws or tail or teeth of this ancient beast. I want the whole thing. I need to observe it in its entirety. I need to fix its image into my mind. That will form the basis of my water swamp kingdom life essence spirit. Furthermore, the beast itself will not become my life essence spirit, it will be absorbed as a mere portion of it. That is why I came here. That is my purpose. By the end, Bazius Hun's voice was not a murmur, but a roar. The illusory world rumbled violently as Bazius Hun's consciousness tumbled back together from all parts of the world, then shot toward the enormous beast in a beam of light. It moved with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it closed in on the beast and then slammed into it. As the light spread out through the beast, Bazius Hun's mind shook, and he suddenly felt as if he was becoming the enormous beast. During the process of the transformation, he came to understand everything about it. There could be no better observation method than this. In fact, this was not even really observation, it was emerging. He was becoming one with the beast. Bazius Hun's consciousness spread out through the entirety of the beast, understanding it, analyzing it, observing it, controlling it. From the flesh and blood, he moved on to the scales, the spikes, the claws, the teeth, the bones, even the heart. Time meant nothing to him as his consciousness filled the beast, coming to a deep understanding of it. At a certain point, Bazius Hun's consciousness trembled as it completely filled the ancient creature, and he became the beast. He threw his head back and roared, causing the entire world around him to tremble. Next, the beast distorted, and by some profound and unfathomable means, it rapidly changed shape, transforming into a black, three-eyed raven. The enormous black raven began to fly through the world at top speed, its eyes shining as though they belonged to Bazius Hun. In the blink of an eye, the raven rippled, transforming into a seven-colored phoenix. Then it became a huge lizard, and then the mountain ghost from Ghost Fang Peak. Under the control of Bazius Hun's consciousness, the transformations continued. One after another, nearly 1,000 beasts from the Beast Conservatory appeared. Flying tigers, pangolins, huge bears, spirit deer. All sorts of beasts flickered in and out, without end. Even the North Bank disciples' beasts that Bazius Hun had secretly observed could be seen. Eventually, rumbling sounds echoed out as the beasts vanished, and Bazius Hun's consciousness became a swirling mist, which pulsed and writhed as though some terrifying spirit were being born inside. It was none other than Bazius Hun's water swamp kingdom life essence spirit. It was impossible to see exactly what kind of spirit it was, not even Bazius Hun's consciousness could make it out. It was as if its spirit body wasn't complete yet. Even incomplete, it emanated a terrifying energy. There was some enormous figure inside that mist, covered with terrifying bone spurs, radiating an indescribable pressure. The mist seethed and churned as it slowly condensed upon itself. At the same time, Bazius Hun's consciousness was starting to unravel. 10%. 20%. 30%. In the blink of an eye, it was 50% dispersed. As that happened, the illusory world trembled and shook. Unexpectedly, the life essence spirit inside of the mist began to show signs that it was also going to disperse. Faster! Bazius Hun's consciousness howled amidst the massive rumbling sounds. Faster! My consciousness is dispersing. Life essence spirit. You must awaken. And yet, it continued to disperse even more quickly. 60%. 70%. 80%. 90%. Rifts spread out through the illusory world as it began to collapse. A massive wind sprang up, sweeping across everything, attempting to disperse the mist. However, it was in that moment that Bazius Hun's last scraps of consciousness let out an urgent shout. Rumble. Even as the world crumbled into bits, within the dispersing mist, two red eyes snapped open. The life essence spirit had awakened. In the outside world, Bazius Hun's deep enlightenment went past 40 days. It continued on and on. 50 days. 60 days. 70 days. 80 days. 90 days. 100 days. The number of days which had passed left the North Bank disciples in complete terror. 100 days. More than 3 months. Bazius Hun is still in deep enlightenment. He's not gonna die, is he? This is shocking. I've never seen anything like this in my entire life. The outer sect disciples were terrified, and the inner sect disciples were shaken. Bainlai and the other chosen felt as if their minds were being struck by lightning. But things weren't over. 101 days. 120 days. 130 days. It was at that point, sometime in the afternoon, that Bazius Hun began to tremble. People immediately noticed. They rubbed their eyes, looked again, and when it was certain that Bazius Hun was shaking, people began to cry out in surprise. It was in that very moment that Bazius Hun opened his eyes. Chapter 129, Bone Spur. A blank look could still be seen in Bazius Hun's eyes. Although his consciousness had returned, he still hadn't completely recovered from the experience of being in the illusory world of deep enlightenment. The real world around him almost didn't seem real at first. Soon the disciples from the Hall of Justice noticed what was happening, and looked over at him. As for the outer sect disciples in the audience, their eyes went wide, and they began to cry out in shock. 130 days. He took 5 times as long as eldest brother Ghost Fang to enter deep enlightenment, and spent 5 times as long inside. The clamoring outer sect disciples quickly produced jade slips to send word to their friends that Bazius Hun had awakened. Soon, a tempest raged in the North Bank as countless disciples got the messages and began to race over to the trial platform. As he sat there beneath the trial platform statue, his eyes blank, he slowly lifted his right hand and then pushed it out in front of him. "Water swamp," he whispered. Few people could hear him, but as soon as the word left his mouth, massive rumbling sounds echoed out that could shake heaven and earth. They were like peals of heavenly thunder crashing in everyone's ears. Boom! 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 3 massive crashing sounds shocked everyone to the core. At the same time, a boundless field of water vapor spread out in all directions. 9 meters. 30 meters. 150 meters. 300 meters. All the way to 600 meters. Bazius Hun was surrounded by a boundless field of water vapor 600 meters wide. The water vapor instantly reduced visibility, making it difficult to see anything clearly. Furthermore, all of the disciples within the vapor suddenly gasped as a powerful force suddenly pushed against them. The pushing force was so powerful that none of the disciples could fight against it. In the blink of an eye, they were pushed away until not a single person remained within 300 meters of Bazius Hun. The haze created by the water vapor rose up high into the sky, even altering the energy of heaven and earth in the area. A huge vortex began to spin, completely shaking all the observing disciples, who couldn't help but think about the clawed ghost hand which appeared when Ghost Fang unleashed Ghosts Hunt the Night. That was a secret magic that didn't seem possible for Chi Condensation disciples to unleash, and left the North Bank disciples not only with a feeling of deep respect for Ghost Fang, but also fear. Furthermore, they were experiencing exactly the same thing with Bazius Hun right now. Gasps could be heard as more and more disciples rushed over to the scene. Many of them were inner sect disciples, including Bainlai, the Gongsun siblings, and Zhu Song. As soon as they saw the vortex, and Bazius Hun, their faces flickered with astonishment. Water-swamped kingdom. He must have succeeded in cultivating it. But what kind of life essence spirit did he get? Ghost Fang hovered there, staring down at Bazius Hun. The desire to fight sprang up in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. As the disciples watched, trembling, the 4 peak lords of the North Bank arrived, as well as Li King. I really look forward to seeing Bazius Hun's life essence spirit. He has only unleashed the water swamp, and yet the energy is astounding. I wonder what's inside. Li King's eyes shone with delight. He keenly anticipated what would result now that Bazius-hun had awoken from deep enlightenment. As everyone looked on, Bazius-hun slowly lifted his head. His eyes were still blank as he suddenly lowered his right hand. "Kingdom," he murmured. In that very instant, a series of gasps rang out among the audience as an indescribable aura erupted out from within Bazius-hun to fill the entire area. Within that 600-meter area, everything was hazy, making it difficult to see anything clearly. But now, the dense water vapor transformed into a swamp. The roar of a beast could be heard from within the water swamp, bizarre and seemingly filled with the voices of countless other beasts. Roar. The sky trembled and the ground shook. Everyone who heard the sound, regardless of the level of their cultivation base, was left shaken. At the same time, varying levels of pressure began to push down on everyone. As the roar echoed out, the battle beasts belonging to the various disciples of the North Bank all reacted by throwing their heads back and howling aggressively. All of them were instantly thrown into chaos. In the Beast Conservatory, the nearly 1,000 beasts all began to howl. It didn't take long before all of the beasts on the North Bank had joined together, sending deafening howls out in all directions. The North Bank disciples were trembling. Just what kind of life essence spirit does Bazius-hun have in his water swamp kingdom? Heavens, how is he doing this? The disciples, faces flashing with shock, struggled to keep their battle beasts under control. That was especially true of the inner sect disciples, whose battle beasts were of a different blood order, making their reactions even stronger and more violent, to the point where they seemed crazed. The crowd struggled with their beasts, and the sound of roaring filled the air. The 600-meter wide water swamp twisted and distorted, as if it were being projected from some outside world. Furthermore, there seemed to be some unseen beast struggling to break through a barrier from another world to burst out into this one. Suddenly, the water swamp shook violently, and a huge mountain peak rose up from the very middle of it. It was enormous, but upon closer inspection, it seemed obvious that, because the water swamp was only 600 meters across, this was only the very tip of the mountain. But then, further examination revealed a spine-tingling truth. It wasn't a mountain peak, it was the tip of a bone spur. A bone spur. Heavens! That's the tip of a bone spur. The tip of that bone spur is 600 meters wide. How big is the beast itself? This life essence spirit. What exactly does it look like? Energy that could shake heaven and earth exploded from the water swamp kingdom. As the blast spread out in all directions, the battle beasts went completely out of control. Howling at the tops of their lungs, they began to throw themselves down to the ground in prostration. Impossible. How could this be happening? The disciples were completely shocked as, one after another, each and every battle beast on the North Bank dropped down in worship. At the same time, threatening howls began to emanate from the 4 mountain peaks of the North Bank. The 7-colored phoenix shot out into the air, where it stared vigilantly at the mountain peak rising from Bazius-hun's water swamp kingdom. A moment later, the phoenix was joined by the black, 3-eyed raven. Simultaneously, the huge lizard appeared and let out a powerful roar in the direction of the mountain peak. The Ghost Fang Peak mountain ghost also appeared, clutching its bone trident, surrounded by black mist. Although it seemed nervous, if you looked closely, it and the other of the 4 spirit beast guardians all had gleams of respect deep in their eyes. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Beast Conservatory, down in the ancient beast chasm, 2 eyes suddenly opened. They were huge, and shone with a piercing light that seemed to reach all the way through the stone walls to gaze upon Bazius-hun's water swamp kingdom. Those eyes belonged to none other than the Sect's holy beast guardian, the Heavenhorn Ink Dragon. Even it looked with profound solemnity at Bazius-hun's water swamp kingdom life essence spirit. The entire North Bank was completely and utterly shaken. The elders of the 4 mountain peaks were astonished as they emerged to watch the scene play out. Atop Mount Deoseed, several profoundly powerful gazes also turned to look at Bazius-hun. The 4 peak lords were panting, their scalps tingling in shock. Just what type of life essence spirit is that? This is unheard of. That type of power can't be controlled by a chi condensation cultivator. This is similar to Ghost Fang. No, wait, it exceeds Ghost Fang. Under the shocked gazes of all present, the water swamp kingdom mountain peak slowly sank back down. The 600-meter wide water swamp kingdom was too small, making it impossible for Bazius-hun's life essence spirit to appear in full. As it sank down, the water swamp around it gradually faded away. Bazius-hun sat there cross-legged, his face pale, his eyes wide. He was now fully awake, even he seemed to be astonished at the bone spur which had emerged from the water swamp kingdom. As the water swamp kingdom vanished, the surrounding battle beasts gradually calmed down. However, their masters, the disciples of the North Bank, were left with minds spinning. After a moment of protracted silence, everyone burst into a pandemonium. Was I just seeing things? That was the Water Swamp Kingdom? Question mark. Bazius Hun's life essence spirit only revealed the tip of a single bone spur. That energy just now could shake heaven and earth. Did that really come from a chi condensation disciple like me? It's too bad he's not a North Peak disciple. Amidst the hubbub, the 4 Peak Lords exchanged glances, and then looked over at the equally shocked Li King. The younger generation will surpass us in time. I really am dying to find out what that life essence spirit looks like. You can only imagine what it will be like to see Bazius Hun fully unleash the power of the Water Swamp Kingdom. His cultivation base is insufficient, and the water swamp was only 600 meters wide, so his life essence spirit only revealed the tip of a single bone spur. If he's ever able to reach the gold core stage and unleash a 500-kilometer water swamp kingdom, I can only guess what his life essence spirit will be like when it appears. If he eventually uses that water swamp kingdom against people at the same level as himself, one can only imagine how powerful he'll be. Li King felt very proud of Bazius Hun, although he didn't show it. Keeping his excitement and happiness to himself, he turned and left the North Bank. After all, he had his own preparations to make. He needed to attempt to break through into the gold core stage within 10 years. Chapter 130, The Blooming of the Beast Birth Flower. Even Bazius Hun wasn't sure exactly what his life essence spirit looked like. He could also tell that his cultivation base was insufficient at the moment. 600 meters wasn't enough to accommodate the entirety of the life essence spirit. He didn't mind, though. The fact that his life essence spirit appeared at all indicated that his years of cultivating the Water Swamp Kingdom had not been wasted. Furthermore, he was now filled with anticipation about what exactly the life essence spirit would be like in the end. Hearing the hubbub of voices around him, Bazius Hun cleared his throat, feeling very pleased with himself. What a headache. No matter where I go, people are always cheering. I actually prefer to keep a low profile. Well. I guess I can just forget about how much the North Bank disciples bullied me in the past. Just as he was about to rise to his feet, a wave of vertigo swept over him, and intense pangs of hunger stabbed through him. At that point he realized that he was so weak he couldn't even stand. He immediately pulled out a medicinal pill. After consuming it, he felt a bit better, and managed to rise to his feet. The North Bank disciples looked on with mixed emotions. Despite being so weak, Bazius Hun didn't forget to make himself look like a melancholy hero. His ashen complexion added to the effect as he slowly made his way off. After he was some distance off, the North Bank disciples began to sigh. It was hard for them to decide how they felt about Bazius Hun. At first he had been their archenemy, and then he had fought them on the trial platform, one disciple after another, for an entire month. After that, he had surpassed Ghost Fang in deep enlightenment, and then showed off a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering water swamp kingdom. All of them had to admit that Bazius Hun was truly a chosen. Furthermore, he was different from the other chosen. He was the kind of person who always looked like he deserved a beating, which was something that had nothing to do with his strength. It was something innate about him. Ever since he had arrived on the North Bank, things never let up. One development after another occurred, all revolving around him. It left the crowd sighing in their hearts. The inner sect disciples were even more moved than the others. From the fact that Bazius Hun took twice as long to enter deep enlightenment, it was clear to them that his understanding of enlightenment couldn't compare to Ghost Fang's. In fact, he might not even measure up to some of the other chosen in that regard. However, he spent 70 madden days in observation, something that clearly displayed his level of focus, and how much preparation and hard work he could put into enlightenment. Bainlai had nothing to say as he watched Bazius Hun disappearing off into the distance. He turned and went back to his immortal's cave, where he went into secluded meditation, determined to break through to the 10th level of chi condensation, and after that, prepare for foundation establishment. I need to improve in terms of focus and hard work, he thought. Bazius Hun, one of these days, I'm definitely going to surpass you. The Gongsun siblings, Zhu Song, and the other inner sect chosen all took deep breaths as they contemplated how much more powerful Bazius Hun was. Even still, they were not willing to be constantly battered by such pressure. Filled with determination, they made similar decisions as Bainlai. Inadequacies can be remedied by diligence. If Bazius Hun can do something like that, then so can I. That was what each and every one of them was thinking. Soon, the crowds had dispersed. Ghost Fang watched Bazius Hun leave, still wondering what Bazius Hun had seen after the beast's clawed hand. Hearing an explanation would do no good. He needed to see with his own eyes. That would be the only way to achieve a breakthrough with his ghost's hunt tonight. What if I entered his memories? Then I could see what I wished to see. After some deep thought about the matter, he shook his head. I can't be completely confident in succeeding, not right now. But after I reach foundation establishment. His eyes began to shine with a profound light. Now that I think about The appointed time Master talked about is approaching. The 3 Foundation Establishment Holy Lands controlled by the great sects of the eastern lower reaches of the Heaven's Pan River will be opened. One of them is the Fallen Sword Abyss. Once inside, when the tide flow of the Earth String Foundation Establishment begins, my secret magic should enable me to achieve innate tide flows Foundation Establishment. At that time, things will be much simpler. Nodding his head, Ghost Fang turned and headed off. Bazius Hun strutted like a hero all the way back to the Beast Conservatory. Once inside, he looked around and found himself alone, whereupon he slumped down and trudged back into the honor guard station, where he immediately fell asleep. He slept for 3 days straight before finally waking up. Even then, he was only partially recovered. A half-month passed before he returned to his previous peak. When that happened, he was delighted to discover that his cultivation base had made some progress. He was now at the very limit of the 9th level of chi condensation, and would only need about half a month of meditation, as well as some medicinal pills, to break into the 10th level. In addition to that, he found that his ability to control spiritual power had changed. He was now more flexible in his control, and could manipulate it without the slightest lag in speed. What left him even more ecstatic was that his chi passageways were thicker than before. Plus, his undying silver skin had even more golden light in it than it had months before. I've made progress in every aspect, he thought, excited. First he took a trip around the jungle to visit all the beasts he hadn't seen during the past months. Then he went to the garden in the back courtyard, where the 6-meter-tall plant which had sprouted up out of the beast birth seed now sported an enormous flower bud at the top. The beast birth seed had been growing for quite some time, and within spirit soil with a 3-fold spirit enhancement at that. Bazius Hun had also taken time to sprinkle some special spirit fertilizer onto the soil every once in a while to help it grow. Because of the spell formation he'd put in place, nobody had ever noticed its existence. After looking at it closely, he was delighted to discover that the flower bud was almost completely mature. I bet it will only be a month or so before it's ready. Laughing heartily, he sat down in place to begin some breathing exercises and cultivation, simultaneously watching over the beast birth flower bud. 10 days flew by. Bazius Hun's imminent breakthrough, and the beast birth flower, had him all smiles. During the time that passed, the beast birth flower's stalk didn't grow any taller, but the flower bud grew larger and larger, until it was almost 2 meters tall. It was so heavy that the entire thing began to bend over. The multiple layers making up the flower bud were so numerous that it was only possible to imagine what it would look like when it opened up. There was also a fragrant aroma which spread out from it. Bazius Hun was very excited. He sat there meditating for 3 more days. Around evening, cracking sounds could be heard, and black filth oozed from his pores. At the same time, the spiritual power inside of him surged like thousands of galloping horses. The power grew more intense, eventually coalescing into something like a huge raging river that resembled a roaring dragon. Bazius Hun shook visibly as the image of a dragon and a mammoth appeared behind him. His eyes snapped open, and they flashed like lightning. Shocking, thunderous rumbling filled him, sounds that only he could hear. 2nd level of the dragon mammoth sea-forming scripture. 10th level of chi condensation. He took a deep breath as he probed the spiritual power inside of him, which was more than double the amount of the 9th level of chi condensation. Rising to his feet, he performed an incantation gesture, summoning a violet cauldron. Excited, he waved his finger, causing another violet cauldron to appear next to the first one. After that, he summoned another. 3 cauldrons were now circling around him. Bazius Hun threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Flashing into motion, he waved the golden crow sword, causing a raging 9-meter-wide inferno of fire to spring up around him. There was also a fiery golden crow, a creature birthed from flame, which caused incredible pressure to spread out. Bazius Hun's smile grew wider. Waving his hand, he retracted all of the magic, and then took a deep breath. By this point, he truly felt himself to be a heroic master. Foundation establishment. It's so close. Once I get to the great circle of the 10th level of chi condensation, I'll be able to give it a shot. As soon as Bazius Hun thought about the additional longevity he would gain upon reaching Foundation establishment, he got more excited. After cleaning himself up, he used half a day to get used to the changes in his cultivation base, and his increased amount of spiritual power. With that work done, he returned to the rear courtyard, where he sat down cross-legged in front of the beast birth flower. My cultivation base has broken through. Now I'm just waiting for this flower. Ha ha ha. My dreams are truly about to become a reality. My life essence spirit might be illusory, and born from a secret magic, but this beast birth flower is different. This will be a true battle beast belonging to me. I'm going to raise a battle beast that has the best parts of all of the other battle beasts. When that happens, my purpose in coming to the North Bank will have been accomplished. Bazius had been waiting for a long time for this day, and now all he could do was wait and stand guard. More than 10 days went by in a flash. Bazius' eyes gradually widened as the stalk of the plant gradually vanished, to be replaced by nothing more than a gigantic beast birth flower. Although he had known from his research that this would happen, it was still a shocking thing to see with his own eyes. The flower and the stalk had begun the merging process 7 days before, but already, it was over 18 meters tall, like a gigantic steamed bun. Bazius swallowed hard and backed up a few paces to stand guard. 3 days later, a fragrant aroma spread out from the enormous, 27-meter-tall bun sitting there in front of him. At the very top of the bun, a small, mouth-like opening could be seen, which was where the fragrant aroma came from. When the spirit aroma grows strong, the beast birth flower will bloom, and the beast will be born. That's what the information said. Bazius began to walk slowly around the beast birth flower, his eyes shining. After some more thought, he left, then came back followed by a flying tiger. The flying tiger looked around curiously as it entered the rear courtyard, but then a tremor suddenly ran through it, and its eyes began to shine as brightly as if it had seen a female of its own species. With a powerful roar, it suddenly launched itself toward the beast birth flower. As it closed in, the beast birth flower opened its mouth like aperture and, in the blink of an eye, swallowed up the flying tiger. The scene playing out caused Bazius' eyes to widen. Hurrying forward, he realized that although he couldn't actually see the flying tiger, he could tell that it was moving inside of the flower. When he was sure about that, he calmed down a bit and moved off to the side to wait. After about 2 hours passed, the flower slowly opened up, and the flying tiger crawled out. It was trembling, and almost seemed drunk with pleasure. Although it seemed to want more, Bazius grabbed it and took it back out into the beast conservatory. When he returned, he was followed by a huge bear. Moments later, the bear saw the flower, roared, and lunged forward. Chapter 131, For the Contributions. Bazius clasped his hands behind his back as he stood there in the courtyard watching the intoxicated bear trundling off into the distance. It looked back 3 times, seemingly reluctant to leave. Bazius sighed, musing about the goodness of his deeds. During the following half-month, he continued to go out into the beast conservatory and returned with specially selected beasts. The beast birth flower would swallow them up, and when they emerged, they looked drunk with pleasure, and would make their way off into the distance on unsteady legs. Bazius kept his selection very limited, choosing only from 200 of the most special beasts. He wanted the flower to give birth to the ultimate battle beast, and therefore, he selected either the strongest or the largest of the beasts in the jungle. Eventually, all of the beasts which had offered contributions began to gather outside of the spell formation. Whenever Bazius appeared, they would howl at the tops of their lungs, as if to ask for another chance. Absolutely not, Bazius replied firmly. 1 contribution is enough. I don't want to harm you. Eventually, Bazius brought the huge pangolin over to contribute, and that was when he realized he'd run out of good beasts to choose from. Furthermore, he was well aware that the blooming period of the beast birth flower didn't last for very long. Eventually, it would give birth to whatever was inside, no matter what it was. That was when he started to get nervous. This won't do. These beasts aren't enough to create the ultimate battle beast. Having reached this point in his train of thoughts, Bazius left the beast conservatory to take a walk through the north bank. After observing all of the animals, he had come to be quite familiar with the disciples' battle beasts. He even knew which ones had the greatest potential for future growth, and which ones were the strongest. I remember one female outer sect disciple who had a peacock. It had great potential. That peacock should do nicely, shouldn't it? He quickly hurried over to the residence of that very female disciple. After waiting outside for a while, the young woman approached. She was quite well known in the outer sect, and was very beautiful. As soon as she neared, Bazius put a warm smile onto his face, and tactfully offered some merit points if she would allow her peacock to make an important contribution. Although he didn't mention the beast birth flower itself, he did explain other matters in detail. Worried that she would reject the offer, he decided to add in one more bit of explanation. Don't worry. The contribution itself won't hurt the beast. You know, afterward, all of the beasts who've done it have looked drunk with pleasure. They all want a second round, as a matter of fact, but I was worried it would harm their vital energy, so I refused. The female disciple's expression slowly went blank. Although she wasn't exactly sure what he meant by contribution, after hearing his further explanation, her eyes went wide with fear. You pervert. She huffed. A bit tongue-tied, she stamped her foot and walked off. Bazius' jaw dropped, and he felt a bit wronged. I just wanted to borrow your peacock. If you don't agree, that's fine, but there's no need to start cursing me. Bazius is no pervert. Feeling a bit down, he went to the next person on his list. During the following days, He visited over 100 disciples, and yet, not a single one agreed. In fact, many of them looked at him with very odd expressions. Bazius sighed and decided that since everyone was refusing, he might as well forget the idea. Having no other option, he would have to settle for second best and try out some of the other beasts in the Beast Conservatory. However, just when he was about to give up, something like a wind blew through the sect. Numerous disciples looked over at Bazius with strange expressions on their faces, and began to whisper amongst themselves. Did you hear? Bazius has a very unique hobby. For the past few days, he's been going around asking to borrow battle beasts from people. He talks about some sort of contribution, and if you don't know what that means, well, come here, I'll explain it. Oh, so that's what it means. Heavens. I can't believe that Bazius uses the beasts for. Heavens. Is it really true? The rumors began to fly completely spontaneously. Apparently, after the North Bank disciples realized they couldn't do anything about Bazius, their malice toward him had gradually transformed into intrigue. As such, it only took a few days for everyone to have caught wind of the rumors. Do you know why Bazius came to the North Bank? It's the beasts. He has a special sort of love for them. Now I get it. No wonder he made that aphrodisiac pill. It all makes sense now. He needed it for himself to begin with. Chosen always have their eccentric hobbies. I'm just curious as to whether he prefers female beasts or male beasts. Heavens. I can't believe you're wondering about something like that. SHH. Keep your voice down. Look, I think I know the answer to your question. When Bazius heard the rumors, he was dumbstruck. The most extreme thing to happen was one evening at dusk when he happened to catch sight of a female disciple with a blue-eyed black cat. A bit curious, he looked over, whereupon the female disciple screamed at the top of her lungs and ran off at top speed. Bazius almost couldn't believe it all, and felt very wronged. He tried to explain things to people, and although they seemed to understand, the rumors only raged hotter. What a bunch of bullies. He fumed. It wasn't easy for me, Bazius, to come to the North Bank, completely impoverished. I minded my own business and tried not to offend anyone. I walked around with my tail between my legs, and yet, you people push things this far? Slanderers. Eyes bloodshot, he gnashed his teeth. You're going overboard, people. If all you're going to do is slander me, then I'll go get the beasts myself. Even as he burned with rage, he suddenly felt a wind blowing against his back. Looking over his shoulder, he didn't see anyone, but did notice a tree off to the side which was swaying back and forth. Next, a black blur sped toward him, opening its mouth to bite at his belly. The ferocious jaws instantly began to snap shut with terrifying power. Thankfully, Bazius was in the 10th level of chi condensation. Furthermore, after awakening from his deep enlightenment, his senses had become heightened. As such, he recognized what was happening and quickly fell back. Even as he did, a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth smashed onto the air little more than a meter in front of him. The power of the bite was such that even the sound of it was shocking. It seemed to be filled with hatred. The black blur was none other than the Night Stalker beast, the huge black dog. It was currently nighttime, which meant that it was much faster than it was during the day. Seeing that its second attempt to ambush Bazius had failed, the dog quickly turned to flee. You again. Bazius said, scalp numb, sweat dripping down his neck. He felt chills running up his spine. If he had been even a bit slower to react, then the dog would surely have bitten him. When he thought of what might have resulted, he shivered. He couldn't bet his life on his undying live forever technique. Damned black dog. It almost put an end to an entire prestige clan. He glared in fury as the dog ran off into the distance. Intolerable bullying. He raged. If the North Bank disciples want to bully me, that's one matter, but now a big dog is trying to do the same thing? Last time I felt sorry for you, but this time, you're not getting off the hook. With that, wings sprouted from his back, and he flickered into motion. One man, one dog, they raced through the North Bank at incredible speed. The dog was also very fast, and was very familiar with the area. Bazius chased after it for almost an hour, until the sky was completely dark. He never was able to catch up, and yet his fury was not abated. The fact that he had been ambushed, and then completely left in the dust by the perpetrator, made him more angry than ever. As of this moment, the big black dog occupied the number 2 slot on Bazius list of hatreds. The number 3 spot was held by Elder Zhu's Phoenix, and the number 1 spot belonged to the abnormally stealthy talking rabbit. Nothing could ever take that first place spot away from the rabbit. I'll chase you to the ends of the earth if I have to. Silver light flickered around him as the undying live forever technique was unleashed to its maximum effect, and his wings fluttered with proto-magnetic power. In that moment, his speed instantly doubled. He transformed into a series of afterimages that quickly closed in toward the dog. In that moment, the dog silently attempted to duck into a cave, but before it could, Bazius-hun was there, reaching out toward it. As the hand neared, the black dog's eyes turned crimson, and it madly turned its head. Unexpectedly, it was completely disregarding its own safety to lunge toward Bazius-hun's belly and take out a bite. The dog had failed in its ambush before, so there was no need to even wonder if it could succeed when Bazius-hun was enraged and chasing after it. Before the dog's jaws could even bite down, a gurgling sound could be heard as Bazius-hun's hand clamped down onto its throat. His hand was like an iron vice that completely prevented the black dog from escaping. "Humphrey. Now we're going to see how awesome you are." Gritting his teeth, he headed back to the Beast Conservatory, and soon arrived at the honor guard station. After thinking for a moment about how to punish the dog, he suddenly looked over at the beast birth flower. His heart twitched, and he chuckled darkly. With that, he tossed the dog toward the beast birth flower, which swallowed it up in an instant. 2 hours later, the flower opened, and the big black dog crawled out. Although its eyes shone with hatred and madness, there was something else in them as well. Before another moment could pass, it lunged at Bazius-hun, who grabbed it and threw it back into the flower. Another 2 hours passed, and the dog appeared again, just as maddened as before. Bazius-hun threw it back into the flower. After 4 times, the dog emerged, legs wobbly. It flopped onto the ground, panting. "Scared now?" Bazius-hun said, snorting coldly. "Provoke me again, and I'll..." Before he could even finish, the black dog looked up at him and tried its best to reach out and bite him. Enraged, Bazius-hun grabbed the dog and threw it back into the beast birth flower for another go. After 5 more times, it made a total of 9. After 9 times, the dog was gaunt and listless. Seeing that, Bazius-hun picked it up, and it let out a miserable howl. Bazius-hun felt bad. "Now do you understand what you have to be afraid of? Just don't provoke me anymore. I had no choice but to do what I did in the chosen battles." With this admonishment, he tossed the big black dog out of the honor guard station. The dog used what little energy it had left to flee off into the distance. When it got far enough, though, it turned to look back, and seemed like it was savoring sweet memories. Chapter 132, Life Essence Ancestral Awakening Blood. Bazius-hun watched the dog disappearing off into the distance, a thoughtful expression on his face. The way it had slowly grown more thin and gaunt was very telling, and gave him a much better understanding of the beast birth flower's growing process. He suddenly thought of the fragrant aroma the flower exuded. The beast birth flower exudes a sort of hallucinogenic aura. Once other animals get caught up in it, their chi and blood are stirred, and some of their life essence ancestral blood is extracted by the flower. That's why the dog gradually grew thinner. Wild beasts are slightly different, so when their chi and blood is stimulated, the illusions they experience are also different. Either way, the point of the hallucination is to stop them from resisting. No wonder this beast birth seed is virtually extinct. In some ways, it's completely superior to all wild beasts. Bazius-hun trembled at this new realization. When mosquitoes suck blood, they numb the vicinity of the bite so that they can feast surreptitiously. Likewise, when the beast birth flower absorbed the life essence ancestral awakening blood, it was done in secret. 7 days passed. Considering how soon the beast birth flower would be blooming, Bazius-hun felt that if he couldn't get any more superior beast's life essence ancestral awakening blood, it would be a huge waste of the flower. Then he thought about how the North Bank disciples had been slandering him, and he ground his teeth. At that point, he slipped out of the Beast Conservatory into the dark and windswept night. "I haven't done something like this for a while. It's a bit of a loss of face considering my status. But I don't have any other choice." Eyes shining brightly, he drifted undetected through the North Bank until he arrived outside of a certain residence. Inside was a beautiful peacock, currently asleep and completely oblivious to any dangers. Suddenly, a hand snaked out and clasped it by the neck. The peacock struggled as a powerful force dragged it through the night, but it couldn't make even a single sound. Complete unable to free itself, it was quickly taken away by Bazius-hun. Glancing around vigilantly to ensure that no one was watching him, he quickly made his way to another location. It didn't take long before he had Green Python in hand as well as a peacock. And yet, things weren't over. Over the course of the next hour, Bazius-hun toiled away. When he returned to the Beast Conservatory, he had a peacock in his left hand, a night leopard in his right, a white monkey pinned against his side, and a green python wrapped around him. What a gold mine! He thought excitedly. With that, he hurried back to the rear courtyard and bound up the battle beasts. Then he tossed the peacock into the beast birth flower. After the peacock was swallowed up by the flower, Bazius-hun waited in excitement off to the side. Before long, the peacock was spat out, and although it didn't look drunk with pleasure, it seemed to be relishing some wonderful memory. Apparently, the illusion it had experienced was different from the other animals. Before it could recover, Bazius grabbed it and then threw the green python into the flower. Then he hurried away with the peacock to return it to where he'd acquired it from. The peacock didn't cry out or struggle. In fact, when Bazius turned to leave, it even gazed at him fawningly, almost with anticipation, as if it hoped he would take it away again. Sounding very serious, Bazius said, "Having a bit of your life essence ancestral awakening blood extracted won't hurt you. But too much won't be good. Be a good little peacock, alright? Oh. Don't tell your master about me, okay?" With that, he left. Bazius worked hard that night. After returning the green python, he had the white monkey and the night leopard to deal with. The entire affair left him quite exhausted. However, when he thought about how content the animals looked, and how they clearly didn't wish to leave the flower behind, he knew that he was doing a good thing. Most importantly of all, the beast birth flower was looking stronger and more healthy than ever. One simple act pleases the battle beasts, pleases the beast birth flower, and pleases me. It only goes to show what a good deed I'm performing. Overall, he was very happy. The following night when the moon began to rise, he strode out of the beast conservatory, chin stuck up, hair blowing in the wind. For the following several days, he went about the same routine. He picked the best battle beasts, regardless of whether they belonged to outer or inner sect disciples. At the most, he chose 4 per night. Any more, and he wouldn't be able to return them before dawn. Because of his stealth, and the profundity of his cultivation base, not a single problem arose. The only difference was that the battle beasts which had provided contributions during the night would act very differently if they encountered Bazius during the day. They would leap about excitedly as if they wished to please him. The masters of the various beasts were shocked. In the past, their battle beasts had never liked Bazius very much, but now they fawned all over him. Even more strange was that not a single battle beast provided any sort of explanation, not even when asked to do so. Half a month passed, and it was with great pride that Bazius looked at the continuously maturing beast birth flower. Thanks to all of the constant additions of life essence ancestral awakening blood from the most powerful of the battle beasts, his nighttime efforts were all worth it. On this particular night, thick clouds covered the moon, casting everything into pitch darkness. Bazius had a hedgehog in one hand and a fierce bull slung over his shoulder, both of them trussed up to keep them quiet as he approached another residence. "Black, blue-eyed cat," he murmured, his eyes shining with a strange light. He had never forgotten this particular battle beast. Just as he was about to take action, 2 pairs of blue eyes snapped open within the courtyard up ahead, and the low-pitched yowl of a cat echoed out into the silence of night. "So alert," he thought, shocked. The yowl of the cat roused quite a few nearby disciples, so Bazius quickly retreated. However, even as he did, the black, blue-eyed cat shot out to block his path. Shockingly, human-level intelligence gleamed in its eyes, as well as something like a sneer. Bazius was instantly infuriated. On any other occasion, he could have handled this black cat easily, but now his hands were full, making this more difficult. Suddenly, wings sprouted out behind him, and he vanished before anyone could emerge to see him. Thanks to the powerful yowl of the cat, Bazius had a very hard time making it back to the beast conservatory while avoiding the notice of the North Bank disciples. When he finally arrived, he gritted his teeth and mentally cursed the black cat. How am I going to handle that cat? It's simply too vigilant. It was a real headache. Suddenly, Bazius expression flickered, and he lunged to the side, just as a black blur flashed past him, accompanied by the sound of clashing teeth. "You again." Bazius had been angry to begin with, but when he saw the big black dog, he got even angrier. The dog had already ambushed him twice, and normally, it would flee as soon as it failed. This time, though, it came back for a second round, brimming with madness, ferocity, and especially, hatred. Considering its agility and speed, if it tried to get away, Bazius would normally have to use all the power he had, and also spend a significant amount of time, to be able to catch it. But it wasn't fleeing now, so Bazius made short work of it. "I'm short on beasts tonight," Bazius growled. "You're in." Holding the struggling dog by the neck, he returned to the rear courtyard. The hedgehog and the fierce bull were the first to make contributions. The last was the fiercely struggling black dog. After returning the bull and the hedgehog, Bazius returned, bursting with rage. He had decided that the time had come to treat the black dog to an unforgettable lesson. He would make it offer contributions 15 times in a row. The black dog was gasping for breath by the time Bazius tossed it out of the beast conservatory. "If you dare to ambush me ever again," Bazius shouted, "I'll turn you into dog jerky." The dog struggled to its feet and then slunk out into the jungle. When it finally reached a spot where Bazius couldn't see it, it flopped down onto the ground and stuck its tongue out to lick its lips. Unexpectedly, an intoxicated gleam appeared in its eyes. Several more days passed, and Baziushan's nighttime activities continued. However, the vigilant cat continued to be a big headache. Eventually, he prepared to attack it outright, but was shocked to find that the cat had hidden away in its master's room. Baziushan wasn't sure what to do, but wasn't willing to give up. He continued to work on the other beasts as he pondered the situation. One night, when he was heading back to the beast conservatory with a huge toad, he suddenly stopped in place as a black blur shot past him, accompanied by a familiar sound. It was the big black dog again, which was now standing there in front of him, trembling with eagerness, its teeth bared as if in preparation to attack. At first, Baziushan was stunned by the dog's persistence, but then he realized that there was something strange going on. During the dog's third ambush, he hadn't thought too much about the fact that it didn't flee immediately. But now the dog was here again, and again, refrained from fleeing. Furthermore, the way it went about the ambush itself seemed a bit perfunctory. In addition to all that, its biting seemed far slower and far less ferocious than the previous occasions. "Are you doing this on purpose?" he asked, shocked. The dog had just been on the verge of lunging forward, but after hearing Baziushan's question, it stopped in place and looked at him. It didn't growl, it didn't bare its teeth, it didn't leap forward in attack. It just stood there staring at him. A strange expression appeared on Baziushan's face. Ignoring the dog, he continued on his way. As he sped along, the dog followed, all the way back to the honor guard station. As soon as it entered the rear courtyard, its tail began to wag furiously, and it shot toward the beast birth flower, completely of its own volition. Baziushan stared in shock, and the expression on his face grew even more odd. After the dog finished its contribution and emerged from the flower, it didn't leave, but rather, jumped right back in. It continued to do the same thing over and over again. By the following evening, it had offered a total of 7 or 8 contributions. That's so much life essence, ancestral awakening blood. Are you trying to kill yourself? Damn it. Just what kind of fantasy are you experiencing in there? In the end, he grabbed the crazed dog and threw it out the door. As the dog hobbled off, Baziushan prepared to start threatening it, but then his heart thumped as an idea occurred to him, and he changed tactics. "I know you can understand me," he said. "Listen up. If you want back in here, stop ambushing me. Furthermore, bring me that black, blue-eyed cat, if you can. Then I'll let you make another contribution." The dog looked back for a moment before turning and running off into the distance. A few days later, just when Baziushan was about to go out and procure some more beasts, he suddenly heard a familiar barking outside his door. Chapter 133, It's Not Worth Trying. Kiddo. Baziushan stuck his head out and saw that there outside of the spell formation shield was the big black dog. It stood there proudly, paw on the back of the vigilant black cat. The blue-eyed cat seemed very listless and in somewhat sore straits. The black dog looked at Baziushan and then let out a proud howl. Baziushan immediately opened the spell formation, whereupon the dog charged in and leapt toward the beast birth flower. Baziushan was completely taken aback, and mused that whatever illusion the black dog experienced must be extraordinary. Is it really trying to kill itself? He thought. With that he approached the blue-eyed cat. After a quick examination, he confirmed that it was only exhausted, and not injured in any way. Grabbing it, he walked back into the courtyard. Some time later, after 10 contributions to the beast birth flower, Baziushan finally kicked the black dog out. He was actually starting to get worried that the dog's frequent contributions of life essence ancestral awakening blood might interfere with his plan to create the most powerful of all battle beasts. What would happen if the beast birth flower ended up giving birth to a big black dog? The mere idea left him quite nervous, so he decided to accept no further contributions from the black dog. Without any further hesitation, he tossed the blue-eyed cat into the beast birth flower. During the following half-month, the black dog acted quite obediently. It would often come with a subdued battle beast, cry out until Baziushan opened the door, then wait eagerly to be allowed in. Baziushan wanted to refuse, but every battle beast that the dog brought left him shocked. This dog is a god. All of these beasts are ones I had my eye on, but couldn't get. Their masters either keep them in their bags of beast raising, or in their immortals' caves. Baziushan just couldn't bring himself to refuse. The black dog had captured his heart, and every battle beast it brought left Baziushan shaken. In fact, one time it even managed to bring the battle beast of one of the Sunset Peak elders. Eventually, Baziushan realized the implications, and it left him with only a single question: damn it, how long was this black dog stalking me? Sighing, he looked over at the dog lying quietly next to the beast birth flower, and realized that it really was intelligent, powerful, and very fast. Were it not those things, it would have been impossible to get all of these battle beasts. Fine. Poor guy. Considering how much I tired it out before, and how it always brings me these battle beasts, I guess letting it contribute a few more times wouldn't hurt. I can't let things go too far, though. For its own good. With that, he shook his head and turned his attention to the 4 mountain peaks. I need some even more powerful battle beasts. The spirit beast guardians of the 4 mountain peaks are probably the best choice. Licking his lips, he left the honor guard station and headed toward his cave by the ancient beast chasm to concoct some pills. By this point, many of the North Bank disciples were starting to get suspicious. Many battle beasts were starting to behave very oddly, sometimes crying out in the middle of the night. That was especially true of the black, blue-eyed cat, whose cries seemed especially loud. Sometimes, it appeared to be reminiscing about the past, dreaming of being the king of all beasts. It started to sound even more domineering when it yowled, to the point where people in the area couldn't sleep well. Its master was the most anxious of all, unsure of what exactly was happening with her own battle beast. Such situations grew increasingly common throughout the sect. Gradually, the North Bank disciples began to run their own investigations into the matter. A few days later, Baziush-hun emerged from his medicine-concocting cave, loaded down with medicinal pills designed to attract wild beasts. When night fell, he hurried out toward Iris-Petal Peak. After reaching the summit, he looked anxiously at the cave, and then, eager to find out if his idea would work, threw a Tier 3 spirit medicine inside. Almost as soon as the medicinal pill entered the cave, it shot back out at high speed, slamming into his chest with such force that, without his incredibly tough skin, it would have crushed him. His face fell as he staggered backward a few paces. At the same time, the 7-colored phoenix stretched its head out of the cave and looked at him with a derisive sneer. Of course, it was sneering, not at Baziush-hun himself, but at his action of throwing the medicinal pill. Apparently, it was telling him that it didn't consume medicinal pills given to it by strangers. Baziush-hun's eyes went wide, and he coughed dryly. Trying to look as charming as possible, he said, "Senior Phoenix, that medicinal pill is really delicious. If you don't like it, that's fine. But if you just come with me, I'll show you a place where all your dreams can come true." However, the phoenix merely flapped its wings, shoving Baziush-hun back so far he almost toppled off the nearby cliff. Heart pounding, he just managed to avoid falling. The 7-colored phoenix glared at him threateningly, then slowly retreated back into its cave. Fine, fine. This 7-colored phoenix is too grouchy. I'll head over to Sunset Peak to see the 3-eyed raven. It has a much better temper. Feeling a headache coming on, he made up his mind, and immediately headed over to Sunset Peak, where he attempted to use the same tactics at the 3-eyed raven's cave. However, after enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, Baziush-hun's scalp tingled in fear as he took to flight. A black flash of light could be seen behind him as the 3-eyed raven gave chase, driving him all the way down the mountain before proudly returning to its cave. I hate birds. Humphrey. They have such bad tempers. And Elder Zhu's bird even maligned me openly that one time. He felt deeply wronged at how the birds had bullied him despite the fact that he had given them medicinal pills in good faith. However, he couldn't give up on his dream of raising the ultimate battle beast. Therefore, he turned his gaze toward Archway Peak. That big lizard seems pretty well behaved. It's pretty fat too, so that means it probably has a good appetite. Maybe I'll have a chance there. Enlivened, he hurried over to Archway Peak. However, it didn't take long before he returned, scowling. He even had some rips and tears in his garments. The lizard had completely ignored him when he threw it some medicinal pills. After getting anxious, he tossed in a few more, whereupon the lizard slashed at him with its claws. He was forced to flee in terror, uninjured, but his clothing destroyed, leaving him looking very dilapidated. The final spirit beast guardian was the mountain ghost of Ghost Fang Peak. Baziush-hun hesitated all the way until the following night. Finally, he stamped his foot angrily and hurried over to Ghost Fang Peak. What he found was that the mountain ghost had the best temper of all. It ignored Baziush-hun as if he didn't even exist, and didn't pay the least bit of attention to the medicinal pills. After waiting half the night without any response, he left. The next night, he came back, and even a third night, before he finally gave up, virtually on the verge of tears. All 4 spirit beast guardians hold me in complete contempt. As he sat stewing in the honor guard station, the whole North Bank was astir. The only exception were people who Baziush-hun was incapable of provoking, for example the people who kept their battle beasts inside their bags of beast raising. All the other valuable beasts had already made contributions. Even most of the elders' beasts had been brought over by the black dog. However, Baziush-hun met with only failure when it came to the spirit beast guardians, leaving him scowling in grief. That was especially true considering that the beast birth flower was on the verge of blooming. I want my battle beast to be unprecedentedly powerful, but the 4 spirit beast guardians refused to cooperate. I guess I need a battle beast even more powerful than them. What insect is more powerful than? Wait a second. Even as he murmured to himself about the subject, he suddenly shivered and looked toward the ancient beast chasm, his eyes shining. The only thing more powerful than the spirit beast guardians is the sex holy beast guardian. The Heaven Horn Ink Dragon. If I could get that dragon to contribute, it would definitely be enough. Panting excitedly, he began to gather his thoughts. Now that I think about it, I'm on good terms with the Holy Beast Guardian. I've been giving it medicinal pills ever since I got here. Although I've never seen the old Heaven Horn Ink Dragon, it never stopped me from concocting medicine nearby. That means it actually approves of me. The more he thought about it, the more sense it made. Getting even more excited, he organized his bag of holding, took a deep breath, and flicked his sleeve, heading in the direction of the ancient beast chasm. He sped along in high spirits, ready to take a risk for his dream of raising the ultimate battle beast. Soon, he was standing at the edge of the waterfall which poured down into the ancient beast chasm. Down below, it was impenetrably dark, with swirling black mists everywhere. As he stood at the edge, his arms and legs prickled with coldness that seemed to come from the depths of the chasm itself. He shivered a bit. Fearful that he might fall, he backed up a few steps, then gritted its teeth and threw a medicinal pill down inside. Senior Heavenhorn, it's me, Baziush of the junior generation. Remember me? I've been giving you medicinal pills for years now. Well, why don't you try this new flavor I came up with? After waiting for a while and getting no response, he started wondering if perhaps the Heavenhorn Ink Dragon might like a different flavor. Finally, he threw in a different Tier 3 spirit medicine. It didn't take long before he'd thrown 7 or 8 pills in. Starting to feel a bit dismayed, he finally threw in a bunch of aphrodisiac pills. However, there was no reaction. Perhaps the heavens have doomed Baziush to fail in raising the ultimate battle beast. Sighing dejectedly, he was about to turn and leave when, all of a sudden, the mist inside the cave churned, and a profoundly ancient voice spoke out from within. It's not worth trying, kiddo. I appreciate your kindness, but my fate was sealed 3,000 years ago. However, if you can find a way to get my life essence surging again, even for a moment, then I can do anything you want me to. Baziush's eyes went wide. Panting, he turned back around and said, Really? Chapter 134, The Spirit is Still There. Within the swirling mists of the chasm, 2 eyes appeared that constantly flickered with different colors. The most frequent to appear was magenta. Just those eyes were as large as Baziush's entire body, leaving him panting at the thought of how large the entire Heavenhorn Ink Dragon was. When he looked closer, he could just barely make out a horn. After looking closely at the horn for a moment, he was convinced that it really was the Heavenhorn Ink Dragon speaking, and he started to get excited. After a moment of thought, he gritted his teeth. Senior, fear not. I'll work very hard to do just that. With that, Baziush turned, his eyes shining with focus and hope. If he could simply get the Heavenhorn Ink Dragon to contribute a single time, then his hopes of raising the ultimate battle beast would surely be fulfilled. Life essence exhausted. Wants it to surge. That will require some serious stimulation. When it comes to stimulation, what could possibly compare to the effectiveness of my aphrodisiac pill? Eyes bloodshot, he flew out of the beast conservatory toward Mount Deoseed. Considering his status, and the vast amount of merit points he had saved up, he had no trouble procuring the medicinal plants he needed. By the time he was finished, he had spent more than half of his merit points. He bought so many ingredients that he couldn't even fit them into one bag of holding. It took 7 bags, all of them stuffed to the brim. The disciple in charge of selling medicinal plants stared in shock. In all the years he had been in charge, he had never seen anyone spend merit points in such shocking fashion. Naturally, the disciple recognized him. After he left, that disciple took a deep breath and mused about how godlike Baziush was. After purchasing such a huge collection of medicinal plants, he returned to the vicinity of the ancient beast chasm to begin concocting medicine. Soon his eyes were bloodshot, and he was in a state of frenzy. I have to concoct a super aphrodisiac pill, he said through gritted teeth. Determined to drastically increase the medicinal efficacy, he adjusted the pill formula to raise the potency by hundreds if not thousands of times. 7 days flew by. Baziush didn't rest at all, and soon, his hair was in complete disarray. He was completely immersed in his concocting. Occasionally the black dog would come with battle beasts, whereupon Baziush would impatiently give it a jade slip so that it could temporarily open the spell formation. The dog was very intelligent, and would use the jade slip to take the battle beast back to the honor guard station and carefully carry out the mission assigned to it by Baziush. Apparently it was worried that if it didn't carry things out properly, it would have no more chances to return in the future. Of course, Without Baziush-hun there to supervise it, the dog didn't exercise much control over how many times it contributed. Over time, the North Bank disciples gradually went mad. Each battle beast that went missing would return with a strange expression on its face, somehow prideful, as if it were the king of the world. It would act manic, murderous, intoxicated, and seem to constantly be thinking about the past. Furthermore, no matter how the masters of such beasts tried to pry information out of them, it did no good. More and more battle beasts exhibited such behavior. Some of the beasts had been strictly disciplined by their masters in the past, and would never have dreamed of acting out. But after disappearing and experiencing the illusory life of being the ruler of the world, they became uncontrollable. The North Bank was in chaos. What's happening? There's something fishy going on. We have to figure out what. Eventually, even the battle beasts belonging to the elders began to act similarly. Before long, all of the disciples on the North Bank were investigating the situation. 3 days later, Baziush-hun was completely immersed in his madness. It was with complete and utter fearlessness that he hurried over to the edge of the chasm and asked for a drop of blood from the Heaven Horn Ink Dragon. On any other occasion, Baziush-hun would never have done anything so dangerous, but considering the bedeviled state he was in, he completely suppressed any urge to consider the potential consequences. After a long moment of silence from within the chasm, Baziush-hun impatiently said that he didn't have time to waste. A moment later, a golden drop of blood flew out, which Baziush-hun quickly put into a bottle. Then, he hurried back into his cave to continue his concocting work. 5 days later, he had been at work for half a month, with no rest. It was at that point that the super aphrodisiac pill finally appeared in the world. That evening, rumbling sounds echoed out as Baziush-hun stared at the head-sized medicinal pill, then threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Not only was the pill physically large, it was extremely heavy. As soon as it appeared in the pill furnace, a strong medicinal aroma spread out in all directions. As the aroma wafted out from the cave, the black dog, which had been carrying along a battle beast, suddenly got a whiff. A tremor ran through it, and its eyes turned bright red. Howling, it ran out of the beast conservatory to parts unknown. At the same time, countless excited howls could be heard throughout the jungle of the beast conservatory. Seeing how effective the pill was already, Baziush-hun began to laugh even more loudly. He was trembling with excitement, but was still worried that the pill wasn't good enough. Hurrying off to a location where he could be certain of his privacy, he produced his walk and began to perform a spirit enhancement. After the threefold spirit enhancement was completed, his super aphrodisiac pill had reached a level that was virtually unheard of in the cultivation world. A superior grade pill. This pill will definitely work. If it doesn't, then Baziush-hun will give up on pill concocting. Spirits soaring, and bursting with self-confidence, he carried the medicinal pill over to the waterfall entrance of the ancient beast chasm. Without any hesitation, he threw the pill down. The pill disappeared soundlessly into the darkness. Baziush-hun stood there on the edge of the chasm, waiting. Time passed. After a full hour had gone by, he was starting to get nervous, despite his confidence. No way. I increased the medicinal efficacy by over 1,000-fold. Another hour passed, and Baziush-hun was starting to sweat anxiously. Suddenly, the mist in the chasm began to swirl, and a roar echoed out that could shake heaven and earth. As it blasted out from within the mist, accompanied by a gale force wind, Baziush-hun backed up a few paces. Then, an enormous column of swirling black mist rocketed up into the air, twisting and turning. At the same time, an exultant voice echoed out in all directions. At long last. I can sense my life essence surging. Then, the column of mist began to collapse, and a huge clawed hand reached out from within the chasm. When it grabbed onto the mountain cliff off to the side, the ground quaked. The hand was pitch black and covered with scales the size of people. The claws were razor sharp, and glowed faintly, radiating an energy that left one trembling. An enormous, mountain-like head then emerged from within the chasm, pitch black, with a shocking horn stretching out from its forehead. The mere appearance of that horn seemed to make everything in the area blurry. One might expect a dragon's eyes to be 9 meters wide, but this dragon's eyes were even larger. It radiated a profoundly ancient aura, and its head was crisscrossed with scars of all types. One could only imagine the fierce battles the dragon had fought in the past. Although it was ancient, it still radiated incredible energy and power. When it threw its head back and roared, all of the beasts in the jungle prostrated themselves and remained on the ground, completely unmoving. Baziush-hun forced himself to swallow. This dragon was unimaginably large, and what was most frightening was that less than half of its body had emerged from the chasm. Baziush-hun's knees began to go weak, and his mind was spinning. It was about then that the huge dragon glanced down at Baziush-hun, and then lowered its head down to his level. Baziush-hun immediately felt incredible pressure weighing down on him. The head in front of him filled his field of vision, obscuring everything else. More anxious than ever, he blurted, "Senior Heavenhorn, it's me, Bazius-hun. Remember me? I concocted that medicinal pill. It took me half a month. I very nearly worked myself to death in the process." The Heavenhorn Ink Dragon looked at him for a moment, and then smiled. Of course, from Bazius-hun's perspective, that smile was hair-raisingly terrifying. Before he could say anything further, the gigantic dragon shrank down right there in front of him. Within the blink of an eye, it was a 9-meter-long black lizard. It actually looked very similar to the lizard from Archway Peak. The lizard landed in front of Bazius-hun, and as soon as its claws touched the ground, everything in the area distorted. When things grew clear again, Bazius-hun was shocked to find that they were back in the rear courtyard of the honor guard station. "Somehow you got your hands on a beast birth seed," the dragon said. "I could sense it the moment you brought it here. It pulls you into a hallucination, extract your life force, then uses it to condense ancestral awakening blood. With this seed, my bloodline can finally be passed on." The Heavenhorn Ink Dragon sighed. Completely ignoring Bazius-hun, it approached the beast birth flower, which began to tremble, and then slowly opened. The Heavenhorn Ink Dragon didn't resist as the flower swallowed it up. In fact, it even seemed to have an expression of anticipation on its face. Bazius-hun waited nervously off to the side, watching the beast birth flower, wondering what sort of illusion the Heavenhorn Ink Dragon was experiencing. Unlike the other beasts, which were relatively quiet, this time, roars echoed out. Bazius-hun felt like he was about to cry. He suddenly had the feeling that maybe he'd pushed things too far, that maybe his beast birth flower couldn't handle the terrifying Heavenhorn Ink Dragon. Praying nervously, he waited for 4 hours. Finally, the Heavenhorn Ink Dragon flew out, expression somber. After a moment, it flew right back into the flower. Time passed. For the following 9 days, Bazius-hun watched in shock as the Heavenhorn Ink Dragon surpassed the Black Dog's accomplishments. It contributed more than 50 times before flying away. Illusions are nice, but they're merely the past. I like you, kiddo. If you ever need help with anything in the future, I'll do my best to accommodate, as long as it's not too outrageous. The voice of the sex-holy beast guardian rang like a huge bell as it expressed its appreciation toward Bazius-hun. Just as it was turning to leave, Bazius-hun hesitated for a moment. From his perspective, he had just provided a great service to the sect, and had done a very good deed. Face filled with anticipation, he said, "Senior Heavenhorn, do you think you could get the spirit beast guardians from the 4 mountain peaks of the North Bank to come contribute a bit? Maybe even the beasts belonging to the Peak Lords? Those runs? No problem." The Heavenhorn Ink Dragon grinned and then took a deep breath. Bazius-hun sensed heaven and earth distorting for a moment, and then, the 7-colored phoenix, the 3-eyed raven, the mountain ghost and the Archway Peak lizard all appeared in front of the Heavenhorn Ink Dragon. Also present were the battle beasts belonging to the Peak Lords. The instant they appeared, they began to tremble, their eyes shining with fear. Even the 3-eyed raven and the 7-colored phoenix were shivering, and the mountain ghost knelt down on the ground. The Archway Peak lizard seemed even more frightened as it prostrated itself. The Peak Lord's beasts were the most terrified of all. Bazius-hun looked on ecstatically as all of these insufferably arrogant beasts obediently complied with the instructions given by the Heavenhorn Ink Dragon. One by one, they entered the beast birth flower to offer contributions. The following morning, they left, looking somewhat dazed. The Heavenhorn Ink Dragon also departed, giving Bazius-hun a final look of praise. Bazius-hun threw his head back and laughed uproariously. By this point, the beast birth flower was beginning to close in on itself. It was no longer emitting any aura or fragrance, and was clearly about to give birth to the battle beast inside, to Bazius-hun's delight and pride. Recently, he had heard about how the disciples of the North Bank were investigating the situation regarding the battle beasts, and couldn't help but chuckle proudly. Bazius-hun is about to have the ultimate battle beast. Humphrey. You North Bank disciple should be shaking in fear. I already thought of a name for him. Bruiser. One, not only did you refuse to lend me your battle beasts, you even slandered my name. Just wait until you realize what happened. Once you figure out your beasts contributed their own life force essence at my behest, then I'll slip back to the South Bank and you won't be able to do anything about it. Ha 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 ha. Sticking his chin up, he waved his sleeve and assumed the pose of a lonely hero, doing nothing to cover up the look of pride on his face. However, in that very moment of beauty, he suddenly felt as if someone were watching him. Shocked, he turned around and saw that there next to the honor guard station, a newcomer had arrived at some point. It was none other than the miraculously stealthy, long-eared rabbit. After gaping in shock for a moment, he shrieked, why you? You damn talking rabbit. What are you doing here? The rabbit gaped in shock and then shrieked, why you? You damn talking rabbit. What are you doing here? With that, It turned tail and vanished in a blur, moving faster than the black dog ever could. Chapter 135, The North Bank Erupts. Don't spread that, he shouted. Well aware of the rabbit's proclivities, he burst into motion, wings popping out behind him as he gave chase at top speed. However, the rabbit was far too fast. Soon, only its voice could be heard, echoing out in the distance. Don't spread that. After chasing after the rabbit in vain for some time, Baziush-hun found to his despair that, despite being in the 10th level of chi condensation, he wasn't even close to being as fast as the rabbit. Its godlike speed was completely beyond belief. I'm finished. Kaput. He muttered, staring blankly at the disappearing rabbit. He stood there trembling, mind spinning. Even in his wildest dreams, he would never have imagined that the talking rabbit would somehow show up on the North Bank. It was like a nightmare come true. What did I just say? He muttered, tugging at his hair. How much did the rabbit hear? He felt like crying. The incredibly stealthy talking rabbit had pushed him to the brink of madness. If things like this kept happening, he was certain that it would start affecting him mentally. Maybe he should just stop talking from now on. He already regretted creating the strange pill which had led to the creation of this incredibly annoying talking rabbit. That damned rabbit probably didn't hear anything. Definitely nothing. If it did, it would have started repeating it immediately. Still jittery, he sniffled a bit as he tried to comfort himself, and yet, it did little good. The talking rabbit was like a pill furnace that could explode at any moment, shaking heaven and earth. He returned nervously to the honor guard station, where he straightened things up in case he needed to make a sudden break for the South Bank. Then, he looked nervously at his beast birth flower. 3 days. My ultimate battle beast will appear in 3 days. Eyes bloodshot, he could do little more than wait nervously. The black dog dragged over another battle beast, but Baziush-hun staunchly turned it away and explained that in the future, there would be no need for any further contributions or any other battle beasts. The black dog didn't look very happy, and immediately bared its teeth in ferocious fashion. Baziush-hun's heart began to thump, and he coughed dryly. Well, it's not that set in stone, he said. Look, there's a super stealthy rabbit that's been lurking around the North Bank. It loves to chatter constantly. Why don't you go catch that for me? The dog looked back suspiciously at Baziush-hun, who continued to gesticulate wildly and offer further explanations. Finally, the dog understood, and it turned and vanished in a black blur. Baziush-hun watched it go, eyes sparkling with anticipation. Good luck, buddy. If you can get that rabbit for me, I'll do everything I can to find another beast birth seed for you. The mere thought of the terrifying talking rabbit caused Baziush-hun to sigh. Heading back into the rear courtyard, he continued to wait anxiously. Another day passed. During that time, Baziush-hun kept his ears focused on any possible sounds coming from outside. All of the North Bank disciples were in a stir as they searched for the reason why their battle beasts had suddenly changed. Of course, people already suspected Baziush-hun, and even came to look around the honor guard station. However, he had done a good job of making sure that no one saw the beast birth flower. Furthermore, he had carried out all his activities at night, and had been very careful not to leave behind any clues. Therefore, although people suspected him, there was no incriminating evidence, so eventually, the disciples left him alone. Baziush-hun only got more nervous, though. Another day passed, and the investigation grew more serious. That was especially true among the disciples whose battle beasts had become a lot harder to control. They were constantly breaking out into fits of rage. What exactly is going on here? Maybe it's some sort of plague? But it doesn't seem like a plague. That can't be the reason. Something fishy is going on. Something very, very fishy. The North Bank was in a frenzy, and was bubbling on the point of an eruption. Massive amounts of outer sect disciples were involved in the investigation, as were inner sect disciples. Even the Peak Lords got involved. Soon, it was only half a day before the beast birth flower was due to bloom. That was when a clue was finally unturned. Banelai's old Night Stalker beast. It took away a battle beast recently, and when the beast returned, it had a very strange expression on its face. Find that dog. Enraged, the North Bank disciples spread out everywhere on the North Bank. Soon, they found the black dog, and at the same time, they found a rabbit. The rabbit was flying along helter-skelter as it was chased by the black dog. If that were all there were to it, it might not be a big deal. However, it wasn't long before the faces of the disciples flickered in shock as they realized that the rabbit was talking. Junior Sister Mixian, considering my status as the Peak Lord of Ghost Fang Peak, I hereby swear that I will never allow Li King to win your hand. Ooh, you're so naughty, elder son. Ha ha ha. This medicinal pill is incredible. I, Baziush-hun, am clearly super awesome. This rabbit can actually talk. Baziush-hun is about to have the ultimate battle beast. Humphrey. You North Bank disciple should be shaking in fear. Not only did you refuse to lend me your battle beasts, you even slandered my name. Just wait until you realize what happened. Once you figure out your beasts contributed their own life force essence at my behest, then I'll slip back to the South Bank and you won't be able to do anything about it. Ha 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 ha. As the rabbit sped along spewing its vivid and realistic lines of dialogue, the North Bank disciples stared mutely. However, when it reached the end of the passages, they realized that this strange and marvelous rabbit had been created by Baziush-hun, and that it loved to talk. The North Bank disciples were trembling, their eyes wide, their breath coming in ragged pants. They watched as the black dog chased after the rabbit, and the two disappeared off into the distance. Contributed life force essence. When we realize what happened with our beasts, Baziush-hun plans to slip back to the South Bank. Baziush-hun. Countless North Bank disciples howled in rage, especially the ones whose battle beasts had been affected. All of them began to fly at top speed in the direction of the Beast Conservatory, causing heaven and earth to shake violently. As the rabbit ran along, it continued to talk, until eventually, all of the North Bank disciples heard it. Eyes wide, they bellowed in rage, causing all of the North Bank to quake. Baziush-hun. So, you were the one who did this. You want to slip back to the South Bank? Take Baziush-hun down. The North Bank disciples were maddened. The outer sect, the inner sect, and even many of the elders appeared and began to rush in the direction of the Beast Conservatory. As the stealthy rabbit fled from the black dog, it suddenly stopped in place, as it realized that an old monkey had appeared in front of it out of nowhere. The monkey's expression was serious as it stared at the rabbit for a moment, and then spoke in a profoundly ancient and threatening voice. Who exactly are you, rabbit? The rabbit looked back with an expression as ancient and threatening as the monkey's. Who exactly are you, rabbit? It said. The monkey eyes flickered sharply, and it suddenly launched itself toward the rabbit. The same look appeared in the rabbit's eyes as it turned and fled. A moment later, the monkey and the rabbit were nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, back in the Beast Conservatory, Baziush-hun was waiting anxiously. In only 4 more hours, the ultimate battle beast would appear. It was at that point that an intense rumbling sound rose up outside, and soon, figures appeared, rushing in his direction. Baziush-hun. Enraged North Bank disciples closed in, not even pausing before they slammed into the spell formation shield surrounding the honor guard station. Incredible rumbling sounds echoed out, and the spell formation trembled. Baziush-hun's eyes went wide, and his heart began to pound. What are you people doing? ? I'm a prestige disciple. I'm the junior brother of a sect leader. I've spilled it doesn't matter who you are. Shouted the mob. Soon, cracking sounds were emanating from the spell formation under the combined bombardment of the crowd. It was already on the verge of breaking. Baziush-hun's scalp was tingling with fear as he realized how truly ferocious the North Bank disciples were. The South Bank disciples usually resorted to throwing rocks, but the North Bank disciples were actually unleashing full attacks. All of a sudden, he realized that if the spell formation broke, he would quickly be reduced to a bloody paste. Help! They're trying to kill me! He screamed, backing up. He felt utterly wronged by these bullying North Bank disciples. First they provoked him, then they slandered him, and when he simply borrowed their beasts for some contributions, they tried to kill him. In the instant that he began to back up, the spell formation shattered, and countless North Bank disciples prepared to charge in. It was at that point that a cold snort echoed out from the sky above, and the 4 peak lords of the North Bank descended to intervene. The old woman from Iris Petal Peak looked out at the North Bank disciples. Unwilling to accept that Baziush-hun was being protected, some of the disciples spoke out. Peak Lord, we're shut up, said the old lady, her voice booming like thunder. How dare you attack the Beast Conservatory? What shocking behavior! The surrounding disciples fidgeted in place apprehensively. Breathing a sigh of relief, Baziush-hun solemnly added, That's right. How dare you attack the Beast Conservatory? What shocking behavior! You shut up too, the old woman said, turning to glare at Baziush-hun. Just when she was about to continue speaking, her eyes went wide as she noticed the beast birth flower in the rear courtyard. Even as she gasped, the other peak lords began to tremble. A beast birth flower. Chapter 136, They all came over. The 4 peak lords shot toward the beast birth flower, panting, trembling inwardly. It was as if they had just caught sight of the most precious treasure in the world. The old woman from Iris Petal Peak suddenly looked as if her face had even more wrinkles than before. The other 3 peak lords were equally excited as they reached out to actually touch the beast birth flower. To them, it was something holy, something that completely filled their field of vision, obscuring everything else in existence. The surrounding disciples were struck mute. Most of them didn't even know what a beast birth seed was, and were struck with fear by the actions of the 4 peak lords. However, a few of the inner sect disciples knew what they were looking at. That was especially the case considering the words the Peak Lords had just uttered. Those disciples were completely shaken, their hearts battered by enormous waves of astonishment. Beast birth flower? Heavens! Is that really the flower of a beast birth seed? That's a legendary holy object, rarely seen in the world. I've only read about it in the ancient records. Supposedly, they went extinct in ancient times. I can't believe there's one sitting right here. The voices grew louder and louder. The tens of thousands of people present soon realized that the seemingly ordinary, although rather large plant, was actually an indescribably valuable object. Everyone was clamoring about the beast birth flower, and soon forgot that they had came to cause trouble for Baziush-hun. It only took a few moments for the area to get extremely noisy, until finally, the old man from Ghost Fang Peak turned and gave a harsh look to the crowd. Almost instantly, the voices died down. Baziush-hun stood off to the side, his chin stuck up into the air, looking very much like a lonely hero. Humphrey. Now do you people understand why I, Baziush-hun, needed contributions from so many battle beasts? It was all for my beast birth flower. Baziush-hun's heart was pounding with excitement and pride, but he kept the lonely expression on his face. At the same time, the four Peak Lords stood there, their expressions going back and forth between enchantment and frustration. In the end though, they were gritting their teeth, and then gnashing them. That was especially true of the old woman from Irispedal Peak, whose eyes were completely bloodshot. Baziush-hun! She cried, sounding both furious and filled with grief. Don't you know how valuable this beast birth flower is? Don't you know that these things are extinct? Don't you know what this beast birth flower represents? ? The old woman was raving as if mad, her heart figuratively dripping with blood, convinced that if she were the one to have come to possess the beast birth seed, things would have been completely different. Of course I do, Baziush-hun answered, surprised. He wouldn't have riled up the entire North Bank if he hadn't been aware of how valuable it was. In the moment of the old woman's sorrow, the other three Peak Lords looked over at Baziush-hun, their gazes as sharp as blades. They knew how indescribably valuable a beast birth seed was. It was like a precious treasure, and from the way they were looking at Baziush-hun right now, they were completely and utterly disappointed. I can't believe you planted such a precious seed right here. The old woman raged. And now the process is almost complete. It's going to give birth to a beast soon. Why you? Baziush-hun, it's obvious that your actions led to all the battle beasts in the sect going crazy. But what use was that? All of those beasts had low-order bloodlines. Don't you realize that we could have used that beast birth seed with Elder Sun's Jasper Sea monster to give birth to another beast with a third-order bloodline? ? But now, it's too late. Too late. Baziush-hun blinked a few times and then cleared his throat. Elder Sun's Jasper Sea monster also contributed. You. Wait, what? The old woman was about to continue her tirade, but instead, her jaw dropped. The other three Peak Lords had similar reactions as they looked out into the crowd to find Elder Sun looking back at them with a shocked expression on his face. He had come, not because he had noticed any abnormality in his battle beast, but because of the problem with the disciples' beasts. It was only in this moment that he suddenly heard that his own Jasper Sea monster had came to contribute. After a moment of hesitation, the old woman's fury returned. Even Elder Sun's Jasper Sea monster would have been a waste of the beast birth seed. Take Elder Chen's Blue Sky Boa. It only has a third-order bloodline, but it might be able to transform into a dragon one day. Furthermore, that clear Sky Boa is the only one that can. Before she could finish, Baziush-hun gingerly interrupted. The Blue Sky Boa also came to contribute. The old woman's eyes went wide. Out in the crowd, Elder Chen gasped and looked down at this bag of beast raising. In that moment, a blue snake stuck its head out and looked in the direction of the beast birth flower, seemingly drunk with passion. Elder Chen's Blue Sky Boa is still strong and young, said the Peak Lord from Ghost Fang Peak, his voice quavering with rage. We can breed it even without a beast birth seed. Baziush-hun, my own Yaksha beast is perfectly suited for a beast birth seed. If only you Peak Lord Wu, your Yaksha beast, also came to contribute. Peak Lord Wu isn't the only one to gasp. All of the surrounding disciples were completely shocked by what they were hearing. The other Peak Lords were about to say more, when Baziush-hun edged back a few steps and then carefully said, all of your beasts came to contribute. The four Peak Lords felt as if they were being struck by lightning. How could they have been completely unaware that their own battle beasts secretly came here? Simultaneously, the surrounding disciples were left gasping to the point where they couldn't remain silent any longer. Heavens, how many beasts came to contribute? This Baziush-hun, he didn't even let the Peak Lord's beasts off the hook. How deranged. As the shouting of the crowd grew louder, Bazius-hun started to get nervous, and backed up a bit more, keeping his eyes on the 4 peak lords the entire time. After a moment passed, the old woman from Irispedal Peak intensified her glare. "Well, it seems I underestimated you, Bazius-hun. You even managed to sneak all of the peak lords' battle beasts over here. Well then, why did you stop there? Why didn't you bring over the 7-colored phoenix from Irispedal Peak? Our battle beasts have 3rd-order bloodlines, but the 7-colored phoenix's is 4th order. A 4th-order bloodline would definitely not be a waste of." Before she could finish speaking, she noticed the cautious expression on Bazius-hun's face, and her heart flip-flopped. You didn't. The 7-colored phoenix also came to contribute, Bazius-hun said, sounding a bit wronged. What about the 3-eyed raven from Archway Peak? Also contributed, Bazius-hun said, steeling himself. Plus the lizard from Sunset Peak, and the mountain ghost from Ghost Fang Peak. They all came to contribute. The peak lords' eyes went wide, and they gasped in disbelief. Moments later, they produced jade slips, and used some unknown method to communicate with the spirit beast guardians. A moment later, the information was confirmed, although the spirit beast guardians didn't dare to mention the Heavenhorn Ink Dragon. Afterward, the peak lords stared at Bazius-hun with wide eyes, looking completely incredulous. The surrounding North Bank disciples were also left gasping in shock. Bainlai shivered, more convinced than ever of how strong Bazius-hun was. Zhu Song's mind was spinning. He was well aware of how terrifying the 4 spirit beast guardians were, and couldn't imagine how Bazius-hun could possibly have convinced them to offer contributions. The old woman from Irispedal Peak felt like she was going crazy. She had started out with the intention of teaching Bazius-hun a lesson, but the more she spoke, the more she realized she had nothing to say. Bazius-hun knew how valuable a beast birth seed was, and had even managed to get the most powerful beasts on the North Bank to contribute. Even if she had tried to do such a thing, she might not have been able to pull it off. However, considering that there were so many disciples watching, all of them completely speechless because of Bazius-hun's explanations, the old woman's anger grew. Flicking her sleeve, she said, still a waste. Bazius-hun, don't you know that if you had given that beast birth seed to one of the prime elders, even the patriarchs would have been shocked? They could have issued a dharmic decree to arrange for the sex-holy beast guardian, the Heavenhorn Ink Dragon, to use that seed to give birth to a new generation. Now that would most certainly have not been a waste. That. At first, she started getting more and more worked up into a rage, but eventually realized that Bazius-hun appeared to be trying to cut in, and stopped talking. The old woman's heart began to pound. She wasn't the only one. The expression on Bazius-hun's face caused the other 3 peak lords to suck in deep breaths. Bazius-hun blinked a few times, and then quietly said, "Well, I don't think we need to bother the patriarchs to get a dharmic decree. Senior Heavenhorn Ink Dragon came over 3 days ago. He was more than happy to help, and even contributed more than 50 times. The entire area was as silent as death. The 4 peak lords were dumbstruck, as were the elders and the disciples. Everyone was staring at Bazius-hun, their hearts pounding with astonishment that could shake the heavens and topple the earth. It was at that point that the beast birth flower suddenly began to wither, and one after another, petals began to fall off. A powerful life force essence appeared within the flower, which grew stronger and stronger by the moment. It didn't take long before the peak lords, the elders, and the ordinary disciples were all paying rapt attention to the flower. The spirit beast guardians of the 4 mountain peaks were all trembling, as if they could sense their own progeny, and countless ordinary battle beasts were all trembling with a similar sensation. Deep within the ancient beast chasm, the Heavenhorn Ink Dragon opened its eyes and looked out into the beast conservatory with an expression of keen anticipation. Bazius-hun stood off to the side nervously, wondering how things would turn out. The peak lords were close by him, breathing in ragged pants. Slowly, the beast birth flower continued to wither, and the life force aura grew stronger, as if something were about to burst out from inside. At this point, a vortex appeared up above, slowly spinning round and round, almost as if there were eyes above in the heavens, looking down at the scene playing out below. Chapter 137, My Battle Beast. By this point, virtually everyone on the North Bank was paying close attention to the events playing out in the beast conservatory. Numerous eyes from Mount Deoseed were also watching. That's... Huh? Even as expressions of surprise rang out, suddenly, the vortex up above turned crimson, causing the entire sky to turn red. A blood-curdling shriek then emanated from within the withered beast birth flower. Simultaneously, the powerful aura suddenly began to decline. If that process was completed, it would indicate that whatever was inside the flower had died. It would expire prematurely, never even having a chance to be born. Bazius-hun began to tremble, and the 4 peak lords were all astonished. It has a heterogeneous bloodline. Its mind is having trouble keeping its body in one piece. Damn it. I knew this was going to happen. That beast will never see the light of day. Even as the four peak lords expressed their shock, Bazius-hun trembled and stared at the beast birth flower. He could sense that the life inside wished to emerge, but that it wasn't able to. It was now hovering on the brink of dying, and even exuded a powerful aura of death. Suddenly, a blurry figure appeared in the air above the beast birth flower. It was impossible to see him clearly, but he seemed to be an old man in a white robe. He hovered there calmly, completely devoid of any aura whatsoever. His cultivation base was completely unreadable. Everyone was shaken mentally. The numerous disciples present had never seen this old man before, but the peak lords had, and they were left completely astonished. Their eyes went wide, and they dropped to their knees to kowtow. Third-generation patriarch. When the disciples heard that, their minds spun, and they also dropped down and kowtowed. Bazius-hun was somewhat in a daze, and didn't even notice the newcomer. His attention was completely focused on the life inside the withered beast birth flower, his heart trembling, tears welling up in his eyes. The white-robed old man looked over at the flower, and then his right hand flashed with an incantation gesture as he sent life force pouring inside. However, a moment later, the aura of death became even stronger than before. Muttering something inaudible, the white-robed old man turned to look in the direction of the ancient beast chasm. There, the heaven-horn ink dragon opened its mouth, and a golden drop of blood flew out, causing the dragon to age visibly. At the same time, Heavenhorn looked at the beast birth flower with anxious anticipation. The golden drop of blood streaked through the air like a golden beam of light, all the way to the beast birth flower. The white-robed old man sighed. Eyes shining brightly, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing the clouds in the sky to turn and form together into a magical symbol, which merged with the golden drop of blood as it entered the beast birth flower. With a heterogeneous bloodline, its chances of survival are minimal, the old man said. This will sustain it for 9 days at the most. Whether or not it lives and manages to fight its way out of the beast birth flower is up to the willpower of the beast itself. What a pity. After all, it would appear that it's a spirit creature with a fifth-order bloodline. Even this old man couldn't completely defy the heavens and alter fate. The beast's fate rested completely on its own fortune. He glanced over at Bazius-hun, a look of pity in his eyes, then swished his sleeve and faded away into motes of glittering light. After he left, the four peak lords slowly rose to their feet. After staring reverently at the spot where the old man had disappeared, they turned to look at Bazius-hun, who was still standing there blankly next to the beast birth flower. All of them seemed somewhat disturbed. Anyone who had worked as hard as Bazius-hun had, only to find that the battle beast might not be born, would be upset. That was especially true considering how rare beast birth seeds were in the cultivation world. The four peak lords sighed. Their anger toward Bazius-hun had vanished, and they slowly began to make their way off into the distance. Neither could the North Bank disciples cause problems for Bazius-hun considering the sudden turn of events. Although many of them were still angry, they simply turned and quietly left. Soon, evening had fallen, and Bazius-hun was the only person left in the beast conservatory. He stood there staring blankly at the withered beast birth flower, and a tiny figure struggling inside. The creature seemed to be fighting an epic battle for its life. Tears began to roll down Bazius-hun's cheeks as he slowly took a step forward and sat down next to the beast birth flower, then reached out to place his hand on its surface. The grief he was feeling was plainly visible on his face, he just couldn't quite make himself accept that this was happening. At the moment, he felt no desire to see the ultimate battle beast. He just wanted the little life form inside of the flower to live, even if it wasn't powerful at all. He had given life to this creature, and the idea of watching it die was as painful as having a sword stab into his heart. Even worse was that there was nothing he could do. He was in the 10th level of chi condensation, and yet was powerless. That feeling left him feeling suffocated and helpless. Night fell. The helplessness of watching the life of the creature fading away left Bazius-hun trembling in fear. He couldn't help but think back to life in the village, when his parents were sick and ailing. They had clasped him by the hand and told him to keep on living. Those 3 words would exist eternally within Bazius-hun's mind. Keep on living. He said softly, tears glistening on his cheeks. You have to keep on living. Don't die, bruiser. He gently rubbed the spot on the flower where the little creature's body bulged out slightly. When he called it by name, the tiny thing seemed to recognize his aura, and moved slightly. Hang in there. You haven't even seen the world yet. I've never even had a chance to see you. I want to take you to see everything in the cultivation world. Keep hanging in here. Bazius-hun's softly spoken words were filled with determination. He kept talking throughout the night, continuing to rub the bulge that was the little creature. He was doing the only thing he could, staying by the creature's side, encouraging it, praying. Dawn broke. Then it was noon, and evening. Eventually, the moon was shining up above. The first day passed, and the struggling of the little creature in the beast birth flower was getting weaker. However, it hadn't given up. Its heterogeneous bloodline made it difficult to keep its body from falling to pieces, but it was trying hard. Baziush-hun forgot about everything else. The only thing he cared about was the little creature in the beast birth flower. He whispered to it, caressed it softly, and poured his heart and soul into encouraging it. He never stopped talking, and even began to send his own spiritual power into the flower. He wasn't sure if it would do any good, but he tried anyway. Gradually, the second day came and went. Then the third day, and the fourth. Baziush-hun never rested. His eyes were soon completely bloodshot, and his spiritual power had long since begun to run dry. Every time the least bit of spiritual power built up within him, he would send it into the beast birth flower. That spiritual power was filled with his blessings, his sorrows, and with comfort. He never stopped talking, never stopped offering encouragement. Whenever the little creature started struggling, and began to wail in pain, Baziush-hun's soothing voice would cause it to calm down. However, despite all that, Baziush-hun was devastated to find that the tiny creature's aura was growing weaker and weaker, while the aura of death grew stronger and stronger. "Bruiser," he murmured, "you know, back when I was young, when my dad and mom were still around, I wasn't very scared of dying. In fact, I didn't even really know what death was. Once you're feeling better, I'll take you to see Uncle Lee. He treats me really well, just like a father." He began to tell stories about himself, about his past, about life in the village, and things about the sect. Late into the night of the fourth day, the spirit beast guardians of the four mountains, and even Heavenhorn deep in the chasm, all sighed and looked away from Baziush-hun and the beast birth flower. However, in the darkness of that night, there was a big black dog that appeared outside the honor guard station. It walked into the rear courtyard and sat down next to Baziush-hun. Expression one of grief, it looked at the little life inside the beast conservatory, then reached out and licked the flower. Another day passed. On evening of the fifth day, Baziush-hun was exhausted. To him, the past 5 days had left him feeling as tired as if he had ceaselessly concocted medicine for 5 months. And yet, he had no intention of giving up. He continued to offer comfort and encouragement. He never stopped talking. Unfortunately, the little creature only continued to weaken. Deep in the night of the fifth day, it suddenly struggled fiercely for a few moments, then started twitching. After a moment, it stopped moving, and the aura of death spread out to completely cover Baziush-hun and the black dog. Baziush-hun placed his hand onto the spot where the tiny creature bulged out of the flower. Tears streaming down his face, he shouted, "Live. You have to live. When the Luoshan clan was trying to chase me down, 10 people tried to kill me, but I kept on living. They tried to kill me, so I killed them. I even broke my own arm for a chance to stay alive. You have to do the same thing. Live. Keep on living." Even as he shouted, he poured spiritual power into the flower. A moment later, the motionless little creature trembled, and began to struggle again. As the moments passed, the struggling grew more intense, as if its desire to live were growing even stronger because of Baziush-hun's encouragement. Baziush-hun wiped the tears off of his face and shouted, "If you want to live, you have to fight for it. Take control of your body. Break out of that flower." The little creature began to struggle even harder, letting out little whimpering sounds as it did. Every time it struggled, it felt pain, and was left trembling. And yet, it didn't give up. It was as if an intense willpower was supporting it, a willpower that continued to grow stronger, something that exceeded its desire merely to live. That power was the most important thing in its life. "You're the ultimate battle beast. We're gonna be partners for life. I made you, I raised you, and I'm not gonna let you die." By this point, Baziush-hun's voice was hoarse from the yelling, and he almost seemed to have gone mad. For the past 5 days, he had been offering encouragement to this little creature, and finally, it stopped whimpering. Instead, it let out a little roar. Although the sound of it was weak, it was still a roar. Simultaneously, its fading life force suddenly burned as hot as fire. It exploded majestically, and up above, clouds began to churn and seethe. It was as if the little creature's willpower was allowing it to finally fight for its life again. The fluctuations emanating out attracted the attention of others on the north bank. Numerous disciples were shocked, and the 4 astonished peak lords began to rush in the direction of the beast conservatory. It was the same with the ordinary disciples. Faces flickering, they raced over toward the beast conservatory as the life force in the beast birth flower began to surge with power. As for the cloud cover up above, it was growing thicker by the moment. The spirit beast guardians, Heavenhorn, and even many eyes from Mount Deoseed were watching. Even the shadowy, white-robed old man looked on, although no one could see him. The 5th day passed, and the 6th day arrived. By this point, the roars of the creature in the beast birth flower had reached a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering level. The energy surging out from the flower caused the exhausted Baziush-hun to stagger backward until he was leaning up against the wall of the courtyard. Even the big black dog was pushed back. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the side of the beast birth flower was ripped open by razor-sharp claws that seemed capable of shredding even the air itself. Flames flickered around the claws, and anyone who was able to see them was completely shocked. Then, the claws ripped the flower open even more, and finally, a little beast appeared. He looked like a horse, a dog, a lizard, a crocodile, and a dragon. His head had a long horn, and his back had a crest of white hair running down it. His body was covered with black scales, and he had sharp teeth. Currently, his eyes were tightly closed. That's... The white-robed old man up in midair looked on with a strange gleam in his eyes, his heart trembling. He had never imagined that the scrappy little creature would actually manage to stay alive. From the look of it, the creature had unlimited potential, and even the chance to increase its bloodline order. Deep in the ancient beast chasm, the heaven-horn ink dragon suddenly opened its eyes, and the four spirit beast guardians trembled. All of the battle beasts on the north bank were shaking. Everyone looking on was left gasping. Anyone with eyes could tell at a glance that this little beast was far beyond ordinary. The four peak lords all gasped, and their eyes shone with strange light. It can unleash a magical technique from birth, and its claws emanate flames. That means it has a sixth-order bloodline. Heavens! A spirit creature with a sixth-order bloodline has actually appeared in the Spirit Stream sect. It's a future holy beast guardian of the North Bank. Ha ha ha. The North Bank has finally produced a spirit creature that surpasses the Heaven-horn ink dragon. A sixth-order bloodline. People involuntarily rushed forward to get a closer look, blocking Baziush-hun's view, as he was still leaning up against the wall. He didn't care. He was just happy that Bruiser had made it through his ordeal. He chuckled. As long as you're alive. The little beast's eyes suddenly opened, and he glared around. They were charming eyes, filled with intelligence, as well as flickering black flames. Clearly, the creature was looking for something. The first action he took after opening his eyes very significant, and although none of the disciples understood, the white-robed old man was mentally shaken. It's looking for. Because of the crowd, the little beast was apparently unable to find what he was looking for, and started to get anxious. Seemingly angry, he began to let out little roars. It was at that moment Baziush-hun pushed himself off the wall. Exhausted, but excited and happy, he threaded through the crowd toward the little beast. Bruiser. He called softly. Instantly, the little beast shivered, and then turned his glittering eyes toward the place where Baziush-hun was pushing through the crowd. The little beast's gaze softened, and a gleam of joy could be seen therein, as if he were looking at his closest relative. He had found what he was looking for. Apparently. The willpower which had sustained his final struggle to break out of the beast birth flower, had been born from the desire to open his eyes and gaze upon the person who had warmly comforted him, who had soothed him during his difficult struggle. That was enough. Such emotions, such willpower, exceeded the desire to simply live. As of this moment, it was clear that to Bruiser, the only thing that mattered in this strange new world was Baziush-hun. No matter how many people were in between them, all Baziush-hun had to do was speak, and all those other people would disappear. To Bruiser, Baziush-hun was everything. Chapter 138, Bruiser's Hobby. Up in midair, the white-robed old man sighed. He knew that this creature would never accept any other master, not for its entire life. Even if someone tried to force it to do so, its dependence on Baziush-hun was part of its blood, and would always be a powerful hindrance. In this world, it would only have one master, for all eternity. Baziush-hun. Even if Baziush-hun perished one day, the beast would never, ever forget him. There was no bonding magic at work, the two of them had a deep relationship that surpassed any such bond. The white-robed old man shook his head and looked deeply at Baziush-hun, musing to himself that he deserved to have such a relationship. He had created this battle beast, and during the most dangerous period of its life, had stayed by its side, constantly encouraging it. Perhaps the only thing that could truly move a sixth-order bloodline battle beast to accept someone is the kind of pure-hearted sincerity this kid has. He didn't have any schemes, just a strong desire that the beast keep on living. I hope that this kid can remain pure-hearted like this for the rest of his life. Hopefully no unexpected event changes that heart of his, years down the line. The man turned to leave, looking somewhat melancholy as he thought back to how pure and inexperienced he had been when he took his first steps into the world of cultivation. Eventually, the crowds began to depart. The female disciples were reluctant to leave, the little beast's wide, charming eyes were completely captivating. However, the beast didn't spare a single glance for the female disciples. The peak lords looked enviously at the newborn little beast, and then reluctantly left. Soon, the beast conservatory was quiet. Baziush-hun was left alone with the newly born beast and the big black dog, which had also been shoved off to the side by the crowd earlier. Baziush-hun was grinning from ear to ear as he petted the little creature's head. It had the body of a horse, the head of a dragon, black reptilian scales, the clawed feet of a pangolin, and even more shocking, its teeth emanated a 7-colored glow. As for its solitary horn, it looked just like the heaven horn ink dragon's, long and sharp. If you looked closely, you could find things about it that were similar to other animals. Apparently, things had ended up exactly as Baziush-hun wanted. The best parts of countless battle beasts had formed together into a completely unique and unheard of living being. From now on, you are Baziush-hun's battle beast. Don't worry, I'm going to take you everywhere in the cultivation world. Laughing, he petted Bruiser's head, who lay there next to him, looking up at him with wide, charming eyes. The black dog hurried over as well. It always had its guard up, and would never forget its hatred for Baziush-hun, but with Bruiser here, its expression was both protective and fearful at the same time. Bruiser looked over curiously at the dog, and after a moment, seemed to accept it. Time passed. During the following month, Baziush-hun frequently took Bruiser out of the Beast Conservatory on walks around the North Bank. He would lead the way, and Bruiser would follow along, looking around curiously at his surroundings. The black dog would trail behind in secret, watching protectively over Bruiser. When passing disciples caught sight of Baziush-hun, and then Bruiser, their expression were those of amazement, jealousy, and other mixed emotions. Many of the female disciples were immediately taken in by Bruiser's charming appearance. Bruiser was a little nervous at first, and stuck very closely to Baziush-hun, who walked along with his hands clasped proudly behind his back. My little Bruiser is beloved by all, he thought. He gets that from me. Clearing his throat, he took Bruiser to many of the crowded places on the North Bank. The eyes of so many disciples on him caused his heart to swell with pride and happiness. Sticking his chin up, he took Bruiser here and there, until he was familiar with the whole North Bank. Gradually, Bruiser's fear and nervousness faded away, and he began to frolic along happily when they went on their walks. However, he tried to keep his chin stuck up in the air, apparently in imitation of Baziush-hun. Even the look in his eye was one of loftiness and pride. He almost seemed to be showing off, as if he wasn't afraid of anything in the world as long as Baziush-hun was there. The sight of it left passing disciples quite shocked. Soon, it became apparent that Bruiser had a strange personality. When he realized people were looking at him, and if he was in a good mood, he would simply start stamping back and forth in irritation. If he was in a bad mood, he would bare his teeth and let out a fierce roar. During the month that passed, Bruiser grew relatively slowly. However, in terms of his speed, power, and the strength of his bite, whenever he had a chance to show them off, people were completely shocked. Actually, his speed was on equal footing with the black dog, and he was powerful enough to knock the 30-meter-long pangolin from the Beast Conservatory back a few meters. In terms of intelligence, he had already reached a shocking level. He was now as smart as a teenaged human, and in many ways, even smarter than that. To Baziush-hun's delight, Bruiser was adept at controlling fire. Furthermore, the flames which emanated from his feet grew more intense, especially when he was moving quickly. The flames were currently black, like the fires of the underworld. Because of his fantastic nature, and his charming appearance and wide eyes, even the elders and peak lords doted on Bruiser. They would often send over gifts of spirit medicines and foods suitable for battle beasts. However, as Bruiser grew older, Baziush-hun discovered something very odd. There was an eccentric strangeness to his personality. Currently, Zhu-song was standing on the path up ahead of Baziush-hun, looking at Bruiser, who was roaring at him, all the scales on his body standing on end, black flames surging out beneath his feet. Zhu-song was shocked. All he had done was look over at Bruiser, who had almost instantly lost his temper and seemed to be on the verge of biting him. Baziush-hun, he said, annoyed, your battle beast is. But then he thought about how much the elders and peak lord doted upon Bruiser, and he backed up a few steps. Before he could even finish speaking, Gongsun appeared, coming from the other direction. Bruiser, who had just been baring his fangs and brandishing his claws, looked over at Gongsun, and his eyes glittered. Looking more charming than ever, he eagerly rushed over toward her. He began to follow alongside her as she walked, yipping meekly and wagging his tail like a dog. When he brushed up against her leg, she smiled, then knelt down and picked him up in her arms. Bruiser's eyes shone brightly as he buried himself in Gongsun chest and wriggled around back and forth. Gongsun laughed, and from the expression on Bruiser's little face, he was clearly enjoying himself. Zhu-song's eyes went wide, and Baziush-hun chuckled wryly. During the past half-month or so, he had noticed that Bruiser would always bare his fangs at the male disciples, seemingly ready to bite them without hesitation if they touched him. However, when it came to the female disciples, he would always act very charming and couldn't wait to be held in their embrace. Baziush-hun wasn't sure why this was, and could only attribute it to Bruiser's bloodline. The only explanation that made sense was that he had inherited this hobby somehow. This behavior only continued to intensify, to the point where it was a bit preposterous. Bruiser would treat the male and female disciples completely differently. The male disciples were left speechless, and many of them even began to envy Bruiser. As for the female disciples, he had already rubbed up against more than half of them. If that were all there were to the matter, it might not have been a big deal. But soon, Baziush-hun went into secluded meditation to break through to the great circle of the 10th level of chi condensation. During that time, Bruiser's hobbies changed. The black dog would often take it to the places on the north bank where the female disciples would bathe, and they would look on in secret. The black dog only found it mildly interesting, but Bruiser quickly grew addicted. Eventually, he became familiar with the bathing routines of the female disciples, and would excitedly rush out of the beast conservatory in the morning, and wouldn't return until the sky was dark. It was hard to say how many female disciples he could see bathing during a full day. Of course, Baziush-hun was focused on his secluded meditation, and the advancement of his cultivation base, so he didn't pay much attention to what was happening. Another month passed, and Bruiser's habits changed yet again. In addition to being held in the close embrace of the female disciples, and secretly watching them bathe, he developed a new taste. When watching the female disciples bathe, he would secretly take away their bras, and then hide them in a safe location. Eventually, the female disciples realized that a lot of their bras were going missing, and it reached the point where virtually all of them had experienced such a thing. Of course, Bruiser was very fast, and the black dog was also there to keep watch. Therefore, during its month of bra-stealing activities, not a single clue was left behind. Considering how cute Bruiser was, not a single female disciple ever suspected him. A sex maniac has appeared on the North Bank. He specializes in stealing the female disciples' bras. Damn it. It's definitely some sex fiend. Junior sister son has already lost 10 bras. I already did some looking into the matter, and according to my calculations, several thousand bras have already gone missing. This person really has some unique taste. He isn't destroying them, he is collecting them. Find him. We definitely have to find him. The situation with the missing bras got worse and worse. Eventually, the female disciples joined forces in their anger, and began to scour the entire North Bank for clues. They even got assistance from the battle squirrel of one of the elders from Archway Peak, who was adept at performing searches. The entire North Bank was under intense scrutiny, and even many male disciples joined the effort, filled with righteous indignation. They searched all 4 mountain peaks, as well as many other locations. Eventually, someone suggested going to the Beast Conservatory. Before long, a horde of disciples was making their way in that very direction. Meanwhile, Baziush-hun was in the honor guard station, fully focused on his meditation, reveling in the wonderful feeling of his cultivation base rising. Chapter 139, I Didn't Do It. It was at about this time that a hubbub of voices rose up outside the honor guard station. Confused, Baziush-hun pushed open the door, and saw a host of North Bank disciples congregated outside of the spell formation. He edged backward, his face flickering as he tried to figure out what he might have done to cause something like this. However, even after a long moment of thought, he had no clue what might have gotten the North Bank into such a commotion. Despite not being sure what was going on, he started to get nervous, and immediately called out, "What are you people doing?" Instantly, the disciples locked their gazes on him standing there on the other side of the spell formation. "Sect Uncle Bay, please open the spell formation so we can come inside and perform a search. We're not just searching here, we're searching everywhere on a North Bank. During the past month, a lot of female disciples have had their bras go missing. A sex maniac is on the loose. If you're innocent, then there's no reason not to open the spell formation and let us perform a search. Humphrey. Even if they're hidden in a bag of holding, we have our ways of finding them." Baziush-hun sighed, and immediately felt a lot better. In fact, he even started to get a bit angry. Clasping his hands behind his back, he looked out at the North Bank disciples. For once, he knew that was on the side of right, and there was no way he would just give in to their demands so easily. Looking out with righteous anger, he said, "Quit making such a scene. I'm a prestige disciple, the junior brother of the sect leader. I would never do something like that. It was definitely you. In all the North Bank, you're the only person who could do something like this." "That's right. Baziush-hun is the most suspicious of all. He already secretly took other disciples' battle beasts away for contributions. That's the perfect example to show how skilled he is. The junior and elder sisters' bras were all stolen without anyone detecting a single thing." Looking at the clamoring crowd, Baziush-hun chuckled coldly and then waved his sleeve, opening the spell formation. "Very well, then. You may enter and perform your search." When you come up empty-handed in a few moments, I'll be very curious to see how you'll compensate me for this little charade. Bazius Hun felt utterly calm, and completely in the right. His pure and unwavering confidence got many in the crowd to doubt their suspicious. After all, they had absolutely no evidence to support their claim. Then, Bazius Hun suddenly opened the spell formation. At first they just stood there exchanging awkward glances, but then the female disciples whose bras had been stolen gritted their teeth and stepped inside. First they clasped hands toward Bazius Hun, then began to search around. One of the female disciples even procured a crimson squirrel from her bag of beast raising. The instant the squirrel appeared, it let out a high-pitched shriek and burst into motion. Everyone in the crowd was taken aback. During the past several days of searching for the missing bras, they had relied on this special squirrel to help them. It had a very acute sense of smell, and would be able to detect even the slightest whiff of its target, even if it were in a bag of holding. Moments ago, many in the crowd had been wavering in their determination, but now their eyes went wide, and they rushed into the area protected by the spell formation. Bazius Hun looked on blankly, truly confused by what was happening. He also followed along with the crowd, until the squirrel reached one of the side rooms in the honor guard station. When the door was pushed open, a whooshing sound could be heard as a cascade of brightly colored bras of all types spilled out, thousands of them. Bazius Hun. Are you still gonna try to convince us you didn't do it? So, it was you after all. Bazius Hun, why you? You are so completely shameless. As for the male disciples in the crowd, their rage burned particularly hot. Bazius Hun gasped, and instantly began to shiver. Impossible! He shrieked. Even as the words left his mouth, the female disciples' gazes came to fall upon him, and they seemed to contain bloody murder. Bazius Hun's scalp went numb, and he immediately tried to offer an explanation. I really didn't do it. I had no idea those were there. Swallowing hard, he began to back up, feeling more wrong than ever. He really wasn't sure how to explain the situation. The female disciples were glaring at him furiously, and some of them were even starting to perform incantation gestures, as if they were going to attack him right on the spot. Damn it, what's going on? He thought, feeling like he was going mad. He had spent all his recent time in secluded meditation, focused completely on cultivation. He hadn't even left the honor guard station, nor had he even opened the door to the side room. It was at that point that he looked out and noticed Bruiser running along, holding a red bra between his teeth, looking intoxicated. However, before he reached the spell formation, Bruiser suddenly stopped in his tracks. When he saw the mob that had formed, he quickly dropped the red bra. At that same moment, countless eyes turned to look in his direction. As for Bazius Hun, he immediately felt a headache coming on. After all, no other disciple could go in and out of the spell formation while Bazius Hun was in secluded meditation. Not even the big black dog could do that. The only one who could freely enter or exit the spell formation was Bruiser. Bruiser began to tremble, not out of fear of the anger of the other disciples, but because he feared getting Bazius Hun mad. Bruiser seemed to be on the verge of tears as he prostrated himself on the ground and began to whimper. Strange expressions appeared on the faces of the disciples in the mob. As for the female disciples, they almost couldn't believe their eyes. Inside and outside the honor guard station, everything was completely silent. After a long moment passed, one of the female disciple murmured, Bruiser wouldn't do something like this. He's so cute. Someone must have put him up to it. Immediately, people began to echo her words. Yeah. Bruiser is way too charming and pure. Someone must have put a spell on him and forced him to do it. It was Bazius Hun. He's Bruiser's master. It didn't take long before almost all of the female disciples were convinced, and looked over angrily at Bazius Hun. Although some people knew the truth, Bruiser was normally so cute, and currently looked so scared, that he had won over the hearts of all present. However, the situation was simply too odd, so those disciples didn't say anything. Instead of causing any further trouble, the disciples glared at Bazius Hun, then made their way off. Soon, things quieted down again, and Bazius Hun took a deep breath and stared up into the sky, looking like he was about to cry. Considering the blank look in his eyes, Bruiser knew that he had made a mistake. He quietly slunk over to Bazius Hun and started rubbing up against his legs. Bazius Hun sighed and knelt down to pat his head. Bruiser. You're usually so smart. How could you have been so dumb this time? You can steal bras if you want, but you can't screw me over in the process. I created you. I'm kind of like your father. You definitely can't screw your father over. Okay, remember, don't screw over the people who are close to you. As for all those bras, hiding them in that room isn't gonna work. You can't hide stuff like that in your own home. Silly Bruiser. You have to be a bit smarter. Think things out ahead of time, and make sure you don't get caught. Bruiser bowed his head and whimpered a bit, aware of his mistake. Seeing him act in such a way softened Baziushun's heart, and he decided not to reprimand him any further. With that, he returned to the honor guard station, a bit down, but just as focused on meditation and cultivation. Outside in the courtyard, Bruiser lay there whimpering for a bit. But then, a fierce look appeared in his eyes as he glared off in the direction of the North Bank disciples. When the night was dark, he crawled to his feet and then vanished, headed out to the North Bank. The following morning, as the first rays of dawn were just beginning to spread out, a miserable shrieks could be heard coming from one of the disciples' residences. Damn it! Who is it? Who stole my beast spirit pill? I had a hard time getting my hands on that pill. I was gonna give it to my battle beast to advance his level. As soon as the cry rang out, more similar sires could be heard. My myriad spirit grass. I've been growing it for 5 years, and now the only things left are the roots. Gone. All gone. Somebody ate it up. A thief. This is unbelievable. All of the battle beast food in my immortal's cave is gone. That was 3 years worth of food. Heavens. It was just yesterday that I finally got that third order bloodline beast bone from Elder Lee. I was going to extract the bloodline power from it, but now it's gone. Gone. Similar cries could be heard in both the outer and inner sects. In the end, several hundred people were crying out in anger. Without exception, all of them were male, and all of them had been to the honor guard station the day before. As they cried out in pain and anger, they suddenly caught sight of Bruiser, running along with a blood-colored bone in his mouth, crushing it to pieces. A miserable scream rose up from one disciple. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes bloodshot as he wept, seemingly crazed. Naulu. I borrowed that third order bloodline beast bone from an elder. Ugh. Don't eat it. Crunch crunch. Holding his head proudly, Bruiser was a blur that none of the disciples could even come close to catching. Speeding off into the distance, he continued to munch on the bone until it was gone. The disciple with the disheveled hair started to grow faint at the thought of Elder Lee's rage when he didn't return the bone. With a howl of fury, he shot off after Bruiser. He wasn't the only one. Hundreds of enraged disciples began to chase Bruiser, and yet, none of them were fast enough. They could only watch with wide eyes as he sped toward Iris Petal Peak. Even as the crowd chased after him, a cold snort suddenly echoed out like thunder. The Peak Lord of Iris Petal Peak, the old woman, appeared. Coldly staring at the hundreds of disciples, she said, "What shocking behavior. Look at all of you, scaring poor little Bruiser half to death. Seems to me you people need something better to do to occupy your time." The disciple shivered and clasped hands in greeting. As for Bruiser, he cowered behind the old lady, looking very charming with his wide eyes as he rubbed against her leg. The disciples raged inwardly, but none of them dared to say a single thing. Their hatred for Bruiser continued to rise to new heights. So what if he ate a few things here and there? The old woman continued. Big deal. Whatever he ate, I'll compensate for. Now get out of here and stop bullying Bruiser. After giving the disciples a final glare, the old woman looked down kindly at Bruiser and pet him on the head. Bruiser responded by looking even more charming than usual. He even licked her hand like a puppy might. The disciples could only grit their teeth in their anger. In their minds, they weren't bullying Bruiser, he was bullying them. However, considering that a Peak Lord was siding with him, there was nothing they could do. They could only swallow their anger and give up any thoughts of causing any trouble. Of course, their fury was quickly transplanted onto Baziushun. It's all Baziushun's fault. He's the one who created this abominable battle beast. This battle beast is repulsive. Fine. Steal bras. Pilfer our food. The female disciple are the same as the elders and the Peak Lords. They spoil that thing to death. In the middle of his meditation, Baziushun suddenly sneezed. Opening his eyes, he looked around for a moment before going back to his breathing exercises. As for his cultivation base, it was inching ever closer to the great circle of the 10th level of chi condensation. Chapter 140, Foundation Establishment Holy Land. Another month passed, and Bruiser's behavior only continued to get worse. The male disciples that had provoked Baziushun in the past were all going crazy, and yet, were completely incapable of doing anything about the situation. That was around the time that Baziushun's cultivation base eventually entered the great circle of the 10th level of chi condensation. Apparently, he had reached a barrier that would be very difficult to pass. The only thing left is foundation establishment. He thought, taking a deep breath, his eyes shining with anticipation. Foundation establishment was divided into a few different types: mortal string, earth string, and a legendary heaven string, all of which added different amounts of longevity, to be specific, 100 years, 200 years, and 500 years respectively. Baziushun had never even considered the possibility of reaching heaven string foundation establishment, considering there was almost no chance of it happening. In the entire 10,000-year history of the Spirit Stream sect, only a handful of people had ever reached Heaven String Foundation establishment, and had only done so by randomly acquiring some Heaven String energy. Generally speaking, most people reach Mortal String, which requires a Foundation establishment pill. Earth String Foundation establishment requires Earth String energy. Of course, even Earth String Foundation establishment is divided up into strong and weak. It all depends on the very moment of reaching Foundation establishment, and how many tide flows occur within one's spiritual sea. At the very least there will be 1, and at the most, 9. And then there's my fleshly body power. I'm already at the point of being able to make contact with the first shackle. Whether I make a breakthrough with my undying gold skin, or use the power of the dragon mammoth sea-forming scripture, I should be able to break through that shackle. If I break through with both of those methods, who knows how powerful I'll be. From what Baziashun remembered, Foundation establishment pills could be purchased with merit points from the sect. They came at a hefty price, but considering how much he had saved up, he could afford them if he wanted. But he wasn't willing to do such a thing. After all, Mortal String Foundation establishment, also known as Mortal Dao, only added 100 years of longevity. After some more thought, Baziashun produced a transmission jade slip and then sent a message to Li King asking for some more information about Earthstring energy. It didn't take long before the jade slip lit up with soft light as Li King returned his message. Baziashun immediately sent some spiritual power into the jade slip, whereupon Li King's voice began to echo in his mind. I'd originally planned to wait a bit longer before telling you this, but in 3 months, 150 people from the North Bank and 100 people from the South Bank, all of them inner sect disciples in the 10th level of Chi Condensation, will gather at the Grand Hall on Mount Deoseed. The reason is that the 3 Foundation establishment Holy Lands will be opened. As for you, you will be going to the Fallen Sword Abyss, where you will compete with everyone else to acquire Earth String energy, and then use it to reach Earth String Foundation establishment. If you succeed, you will acquire an additional 200 years of longevity. That will be a major step for you as you pursue your dream of living forever. A tremor ran through Baziashun as he looked at the jade slip, panting. Earthstring Foundation establishment can add 200 years of longevity. His eyes glittered with longing for a moment, but then he hesitated. Competing with everyone else will definitely involve fierce fighting. But that's 200 years we're talking about. He continued to struggle with the matter, his obsession with being able to live forever causing his eyes to rapidly become bloodshot. Baziashun wasn't the only chosen to be given advance notice about what was to come, so soon. The news about the 3 Foundation establishment Holy Lands being opened spread throughout the North and South Banks. The 3 Foundation establishment Holy Lands were the Fallen Sword Abyss, the Lone Hell Pocket Realm, and the Primordial Spirit Hollow. Once per 60-year cycle, they would be simultaneously opened, and that time was now at hand. Of course, the Spirit Stream sect wasn't the only sect qualified to send people into the 3 Holy Lands. All 4 of the strongest sects in the cultivation world of the eastern lower reaches would send disciples. The Spirit Stream sect was only one of those 4 major sects. The Fallen Sword Abyss was considered the best of the 3 Holy Lands, with the Lone Hell Pocket Realm and the Primordial Spirit Hollow being secondary. The reason for the Holy Lands being ranked in that way was that, according to the legends, the Fallen Sword Abyss contained a strand of Heaven String energy. These legends had been around for a long time, but on all the occasions in which the Fallen Sword Abyss had been opened, never once had anyone acquired any Heaven String energy. The competition for Earth String energy would be a blood-soaked fight in which only the fittest survived. The discussions about the 3 Foundation establishment Holy Lands spread far and wide on both the North and South Banks. All of the inner sect disciples in the 10th level of Chi Condensation were talking about it with complete and utter excitement. It's definitely going to be bloody carnage in there. Of the people who qualify to compete for Earth String Foundation establishment, quite a few die. By the way, I heard that for the first time, the 4 sects are all going to be formally competing against each other. The number of people from a given sect to succeed in reaching Earthstring Foundation establishment will affect how many people get sent in the next time. Ah, this isn't fair. The difference between Mortal String and Earthstring is huge. Earthstring Foundation establishment can totally crush Mortal String. They're on completely different levels. Of course, there were some who got nervous because of the stories about the violent and bloody fighting which went on inside. Some of them preferred the safety of Mortal Dao Foundation establishment over the additional hundreds of years of longevity, and the glory of being able to crush people below them. 3 months later at dawn, the solemn tolling of bells could be heard on Mount Deoseed. The 7 peak lords of the mountain peaks flew through the air with dignified expressions on their faces, each one of them followed by dozens of disciples. Everywhere else in the sect, disciples looked up to watch the people flying through the air toward Mount Deoseed. All of those people were so well known that the other disciples could identify them by name. From the North Bank came Bain Lai, Zhu Song, Gong Sun Wanner, Bane Feng, Gong Sum Yun, and in the lead position, surrounded by swirling black mist, Ghost Fang. A similar scene could be seen on the south bank, as the disciples of Green Crest Peak, Fragrant Cloud Peak, and Violet Cauldron Peak all looked excitedly up into the air. Zubakai was among them, eagerly clutching a notebook to record everything that was happening. Shangguan Danyu was clearly more powerful than he had been in the past. He looked like an unsheathed sword, glittering with blinding light as he flew along. Zhu Xingqi was surrounded by a swirling blue glow and a powerful life force. There was also Lu Tanlai, who was like a thunderbolt that could rip apart the heavens. In addition to them were other long-time inner sect disciples, all of whom wore solemn expressions as they followed the three South Bank Peak Lords. The elders of both banks, as well as other qualified disciples, were all discussing the matter. The North Bank gets 150 people and the South Bank gets 100. I wonder how many of them will rise to the top in the fighting with the other three sects, and eventually reach Earthstring Foundation establishment? Of course, some of them will never return. The path of cultivation is soaked with blood, and is ruled by the law of the jungle. I heard one of the senior members of my clan say that whenever the three Foundation establishment holy lands are opened, there's always blood and carnage. To some people, the main point isn't reaching Foundation establishment, it's killing the members of the other three sects. It's like a war between the four great sects that comes around once every 60-year cycle. But why are we just sending our chosen to be killed? I know that Earthstring energy can't be stored up and used later, but Mortal Tao Foundation establishment is so much safer. It might be weaker, but at least there wouldn't be so many deaths. Humphrey. If you have one generation filled with weaklings, then everyone after them will also be weaklings. If that happened, the Spirit Stream sect would definitely be wiped out sooner or later. None of the four great sects will avoid the fighting, not as long as they have even one disciple who they think can reach Earthstring Foundation establishment. If one generation of disciples is weak, then the sect's power in the area will weaken, and outer forces would become a big threat. It would cause a huge headache. A perfect example is the Pillstream sect. Long ago, they avoided the fighting 3 times in a row. But then their overall battle prowess dropped. After that, powerful warlords rose up in the sect's territory and started establishing their own little fiefdoms. Our Spirit Stream sect even managed to occupy about 20% of their former territory. Their hand was forced, and after joining the fighting again, they managed to get some Earthstring Foundation establishment disciples. Of course, a lot of other disciples died in the process, but at least they were able to get things back to the status quo. Soon, the disciples from both banks were landing outside the Grand Hall on Mount Deoseed, led by their respective peak lords. Everyone had very solemn expressions on their faces. All of the disciples were aware that their next destination would be one filled with both opportunity and bloodshed. They looked around at each other, measuring each other up. Soon, everyone was shocked to find that one certain person was missing. Bazius Hun isn't coming? They weren't the only ones to be surprised. The 7 peak lords stood there thoughtfully, looking in the direction of the Beast Conservatory on the north bank. Li Qing's expression was the same as ever. He was confident in his analysis of Bazius Hun, and was sure that although he was naughty, mischievous, and fearful of death, his obsession with living forever would win out in the end. In the Beast Conservatory, Bazius Hun sat there listening to the bells ringing. After a long moment of thought, he gritted his teeth and rose to his feet. During the past 3 months, he had focused completely on cultivation. He had spent massive amounts of merit points to get over 1,000 paper amulets, leaving him armed to the teeth. He had also worked hard to achieve a breakthrough with his undying silver skin. Unfortunately, although he made some progress, he never achieved the breakthrough. His bags were packed, and he was ready to go. He refused to allow Bruiser to come along, as he wasn't ready for such an event. Stepping onto the Golden Crow sword, he shot through the air toward Mount Deoseed. On the way, he stopped by the Spirit Stone Pavilion, where he spent some more merit points on Earthflame crystals, which he could use as a substitute for actual Earthflame, and be able to concoct medicine anywhere he wanted. At the moment, his eyes were completely bloodshot. Although he had made his decision quite some time ago, he always liked to be absolutely prepared. Therefore, he had spent a lot of time poring through the ancient records, and had learned about how brutal and bloody the Foundation establishment Holy Lands were. He also knew that it was a chance for the sects to show off their might to the others. The more he came to understand the whole thing, the more his heart trembled. That was especially true when he read about how 800 years ago, only about 10 disciples returned to the Spirit Stream sect from the Fallen Sword Abyss. The brutality of that event left Bazius Hun completely shaken. Of course, that was an isolated incident. According to the records, the barbarity of that instance 800 years in the past was because a terrifying chosen rose up from the Bloodstream sect. He was known as Master Limitless, and he crushed everything in his path. It wasn't just the Spirit Stream sect who suffered heavy casualties, all of the other 3 sects did, Virtually all of the disciples of that generation in the other three sects were wiped out, and that was how the Bloodstream sect had surpassed the Profound Stream sect to become the top force among the four great sects. As for that Master Limitless, he was now known as Patriarch Limitless of the Bloodstream sect. On the other occasions in which the three Foundation Establishment Holy Lands were opened, the casualties weren't so horrific. At the very most, half of the disciples might die. Even for those who didn't reach Earthstring Foundation Establishment, as long as they were careful, it was possible to make it out alive. Even still, a casualty rate of 50% left Baziush shaking in fear. He really wanted to pass up the opportunity, and simply settle for the safe bet of Mortal Tao Foundation Establishment and its extra 100 years of longevity. However, his dream was not to live for an extra 100 years. He wanted to live forever. I want more than 100 years. I want forever. After looking through the ancient records, he left with bloodshot eyes, even more clear about how Foundation Establishment worked. The most telling factor was that from ancient times until now, not a single Mortal Tao Foundation Establishment cultivator had ever reached the Gold Core stage. If he wanted to cultivate all the way to Gold Core, he had to reach Earthstring Foundation Establishment. Even the lowest level of the Gold Core stage added far more longevity than Foundation Establishment. Obviously, the higher one's cultivation base, the greater one's chances of living forever. I could avoid this situation, but 100 years later, how could I possibly avoid dying? At that time, wouldn't I regret not taking the chance to reach Earthstring Foundation Establishment? During the past 3 months, Baziush had wrestled with the problem over and over again. In the end, he reached a state of bedeviled madness. Gritting his teeth, he finally made his decision. I'll do anything to be able to live forever. He shouted as he stepped onto the Golden Crow sword and shot toward Mount Deoseed. Shortly after the other disciples converged, he appeared. Chapter 141, Fallen Sword Abyss. Baziush's arrival attracted quite a bit of attention. Everyone looked over at him, including Shangwen Taniu, Zhu Xingqi, Lu Tanlai, Bane Lai, Zhu Song, Gong Sun Wanner, Gong Sun Yun, Hu Yunfei, and Ghost Fang. An encouraging look slowly appeared in Li Qing's eyes. Baziush hurried up to Li Qing, then clasped hands and bowed deeply. Li Qing could see how bloodshot his eyes were, and knew it must have been quite a struggle to convince himself to come. Stand behind me, he said. Baziush straightened up and hurried over to stand behind Li Qing. Looking around, he caught sight of Hu Yunfei, whom he hadn't seen since being transferred to the North Bank. During the time they had been apart, Hu Yunfei participated in an inner sect trial by fire. After becoming an inner sect disciple, he benefited from the assistance of his clan, soaring all the way to the 10th level of chi condensation. Their eyes met, and Hu Yunfei nodded encouragingly. Baziush nodded back. There was no time for chatting, though, as the main doors of the Grand Hall were already opening. As they did, Zhenyu Ondong's voice echoed out from inside. The origins of the primordial spirit hollow are unknown. Long ago, before the existence of the Lone Hell Pocket Realm, it was the only location in the eastern lower reaches where Earthstring energy gathered. Countless wars were fought outside the Spirit Hollow, until 3 powerful sects controlled it. When the Spirit Stream sect rose to power, it came to be under the control of the 4 great sects. The Lone Hell Pocket Realm suddenly appeared 10,000 years ago in the Hellwood continent. It's a barren wasteland without a single living thing inside other than the Earthstring Bane beasts. Many wars were fought over that location as well, until the 4 great sects occupied it and chose to share it as the second of the Foundation Establishment Holy Lands. The Fallen Sword Abyss traces its origins back to 5,000 years ago, when an indescribably enormous sword fell from beyond the heavens. It is huge, larger than 100 spirit stream sects put together, and contains terrifying power. It pierced through the canopy above, plummeting down to stab into the ground near Mount Flame Crane, sending sword chi all the way down into the underworld. As for the body of the sword itself, it is permeated with Earthstring energy. Because of that, the inside of the sword is much like the other 2 Foundation Establishment Holy Lands. It is filled with countless Earthstring Bane beasts. Kill them to collect Earthstring energy, and when you have enough, you can form it into an Earthstring capture crystal, to summon the latent Earthstring energy present within the Fallen Sword Abyss. According to the investigations and analyses of the 4 great sects, when the sword fell from beyond the heavens, it absorbed a bit of Heaven Dao aura, which means that there may be a bit of Heavenstring energy within it. Of course, Heavenstring Foundation Establishment is also called Heaven Dao Foundation Establishment. At this point, Zhenyu Ondong paused for a moment, and looked out at the crowd, his eyes sparkling as if with lightning. The path of cultivation is cramped and narrow, the only way to walk it is to tread upon countless corpses. Only then can you have a chance to make contact with a Supreme Great Dao. During this Foundation Establishment trial by fire, all of you must do your best to kill the disciples of the other 3 sects. After all, it is a trial by fire, but also a war between the four sects, and even more importantly, directly related to the destiny of the Spirit Stream sect. I will reveal more to you about that upon your return. I have no doubt in my mind that the disciples of the other three sects will do their best to kill you. In the Foundation Establishment Holy Lands, the chance to reach Foundation Establishment is not presented to everyone. Resources are limited. This is a competition for a great Dao. Zheng Yuandong swished his sleeve as his thunderous voice echoed out in all directions. All of the more than 200 inner sect disciples present responded with a confident cheer. This Foundation Establishment trial by fire will be presided over by the Peak Lord from Myra's Petal Peak, the Peak Lord from Violet Cauldron Peak, and Duanji from the Hall of Justice. They have already made all the necessary arrangements. 100 disciples will enter the Fallen Sword Abyss, while 2 groups of 75 will go to the Lone Hell Pocket Realm and the Primordial Spirit Hollow. And now, activate the Grand Spell Formation which leads to the Foundation Establishment Holy Lands. Soon, intense rumbling sounds could be heard as a huge spell formation opened up, and the group of over 200 disciples slowly faded away. Outside of the spell formation, Li King stood there with an expression of anticipation and anxiety on his face. He felt like he was looking at a young eagle spreading its wings. Down below was a bottomless pit, and off in the distance, the sun was just beginning to rise. Mount Flame Crane was located on the Righteouscraft continent, and long ago, had risen as high as the heavens. Back then, it had been taller than any of the mountain peaks in the Spirit Stream sect, and in fact, bigger than the entire Spirit Stream sect in general. But now, things were different. More than half of the mountain had been destroyed, and the lands stretching far and wide around it had all been reduced to a barren wasteland that filled nearly half of the Righteouscraft continent. Neither mortals nor beasts could survive in such conditions, and even cultivators who spent too much time there would eventually experience shocking deaths. They would spontaneously explode, whereupon streams of scattered sword chi would billow out from their destroyed corpses. The reason for all of that was the enormous sword which had fallen from the heavens. It was an ancient sword, its surface carved with countless magical symbols, which were in varying states of erosion,